Hello, dear viewers. Today, HN Storytelling brings you a new series adapted from a modern Korean fantasy novel titled Ghost Story Club. The protagonist of the series is Lee Jun, an ordinary high school. 3 years just as Lee Jun was beginning his high school, a system window suddenly appeared before. The summary displayed read, "Welcome, Lee Jun, to Naxeong High." It urged him to fight against urban legends and ghost stories to collect points and equip himself with special abilities. The mission deadline was graduation, to form a team and prevent the Demon King's revolt. Lee Jun looked at the system window with puzzled skepticism, thinking he must be hallucinating from playing games for over 180 minutes. At that moment, the school's announcement speakers blared, stating that the entire school was experiencing a power outage with no clear restoration. Therefore, today's entrance ceremony would be held outdoors, and new students were asked to quickly gather on the school grounds. Hearing that he had to go outside, Lee Jun felt a little. He wondered in confusion if anyone else could see the obvious system window right before his. As he walked, Lee Jun pondered, perplexed, that this was exactly what appeared in There's data showing that 80% of Korean men can remain calm when a system window appears before them. Of course, he just made. Thinking it over, Lee Jun still couldn't understand what it was. His brain was short-circuiting on the very first day of. Even after lining up on the grounds, Lee Jun was still intently looking at the. Felt the content was a bit strange. Urban legends and ghost stories weren't his interests, yet they were Lee Jun raised his hand, wanting to try and see if this window could turn pale. When a teacher spoke up, it turned out he was so engrossed that he hadn't realized he was standing out of. Anyway, today was the entrance ceremony. He needed to focus and get through it first, then figure things. Lee Jun wanted to close the system window but fumbled, not knowing how. When it suddenly didn't know that many more strange and terrifying things were awaiting. At this moment, the principal of Naxeong High School began his opening speech for the entrance ceremony, welcoming the new As he was introducing himself, the principal's head suddenly swelled, and then it exploded. The students, teachers below stared in horrified astonishment at the. Lee Jun also froze for a few seconds because another female teacher, not fully understanding the situation, slowly approached to us. Only upon seeing the principal's bloody head and lifeless body did her face turn. A few seconds later, this teacher's entire head and face also suddenly deformed, swelling up, exploded. Thanks for watching the. Only now did the entire school begin to feel fear and descend into chaos. All the students panicked, scrambling to run out. Upon seeing the security guard appear, swarmed him, urgently asking for. Before he could understand what was happening, they grabbed and searched. It was true that the most powerful person in the school wasn't the principal, but the security. He wondered if this old man was Cerberus in a past life, guarding the gate so diligently. But thanks to that, the area along the wall became less. Lee Jun could climb the wall to unable to waste any more time. Lee Jun immediately. He took a running and in one fluid motion, cleanly leaped onto the wall without any wasted. Though another student tried to block him, it was insignificant. Lee Jun kicked that student once, successfully jumped over the wall to the outside. In this story, a person's fate, like a ghost, would appear unexpectedly and shatter their everyday. At that time, Lee Jun didn't know. Therefore, even though he had escaped outside, his head also deformed and exploded. Lee Jun has. You will be returned to the previous check. Just a moment. Lee Jun was indeed back in his seat in the class, but because of the lingering shock from earlier, he was still panicking, clutching his head and realizing his body was still intact. Lee Jun understood he had truly returned to the starting point. The system window still appeared before him just as before. However, because of his frantic head-clutching reaction earlier, all his classmates in the room looked at Lee Jun as if he were a strange. Lee Jun watched his classmates pointing and everything happening around him, unable to believe his eyes. The dim classroom and the kids sitting here. And Lee Jun thought what had happened earlier was but that very real sensation of exploding proved other. Just recalling it for a moment was enough to make Lee Jun feel nauseous and uncomfortable. He still couldn't believe he had actually traveled back, and all of this was happening just like in a. Just then, the school's announcement speakers. The content of the announcement was exactly the same as last time, with no change. Lee Jun was astonished upon hearing the terrible tragedy was beginning. But at this moment, Lee Jun's only clue was this system. In his previous life, Lee Jun had a bad feeling about this school but decided to ignore that. Lee Jun was now gathered on the school grounds, intently observing the system. Both the information and the events that had unfolded made him certain this was exactly like a game. The only difference was the very real pain Lee Jun. Earlier, he had intentionally tried not to go down to the grounds for the entrance ceremony but was urged by it. Even now, Lee Jun wasn't sure if the previous events would repeat or if it was just his imagination, so he hadn't run away immediately. There were truly too many strange points that he couldn't make sense. And to protect himself, this time Lee Jun decided to stand at the back of the line for an easier. As soon as the principal's head started to swell, he would immediately. As expected, everything unfolded exactly as it had before. While everyone was still bewildered, Lee Jun immediately took off at a speed. He just needed to reach the gate before others caught up and gathered. Then he would be. But Lee Jun had greatly underestimated humans. He had only run a few steps before looking and saw a crowd of students chasing after. At this rate, Lee Jun would definitely be. Therefore, he cleverly and intentionally shouted the name of the school security. The security guard, relaxing in his room, heard the call and immediately came. Lee Jun waited for this opportunity, pointing and loudly saying they needed to go to the security guard to get the key to open. In this way, Lee Jun successfully distracted the students. With this tactic, they would see the school gate as a door instead of a wall to climb. While the students were chaotically surrounding the security, Lee Jun ran at full speed towards the gate, quickly jumped up and climbed. Even after escaping the school, Lee Jun still couldn't relax. He continued to run, putting as much distance between himself and the school as possible before he felt. Afterward, Lee Jun fainted, losing all sense of time and place. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling of an unfamiliar hospital. Around him were people in hazmat suits. News of the entrance ceremony at Lee Jun's school had spread everywhere and was even reported daily by the. It was called the 300 Exploding Heads Incident at Naxiong High School. The government attributed the cause to a new infectious disease, and Lee Jun was one of the few survivors. Because he was present, Lee Jun was deemed potentially infected. Consequently, he was only allowed to see his parents after 10 days of quarantine and numerous. After a long period of being bothered by the police, the press, and the media, Lee Jun finally returned to his normal peaceful. However, the system window that appeared before him was still there, but its content had changed slightly. You have received a. Make 3 friends to form a club. Reward: 10 ghost story points and system window unlocked. Current progress: 0. Lee Jun looked at it, still not understanding it. Just then, Lee Jun's mother complained, telling him to go to bed. Being a good son, he immediately obeyed, stood up and turned off. 3 years had passed since that entrance ceremony incident. Lee Jun was now nearing graduation and even transferring to a new school, but the system window was still there, appearing at his. Although he didn't want to open it often, fearing a recollection of that horrific scene, he had no choice. Lee Jun had also tried making friends and joining a club as the quest required, but nothing. He thought it might just be a hallucination he created himself. But the moment the clock struck midnight, Lee Jun's thought immediately vanished. The system appeared and announced, "Graduation day has arrived. The Demon King has been revived." Jun suddenly woke up at this. Opening his phone, he saw an emergency disaster warning message from the government, urging citizens to quickly gather emergency supplies and evacuate as outside the city. A giant monster was wreaking havoc across Seoul and its surrounding area. Lee Jun rushed out to the balcony to. He couldn't believe his eyes. This giant creature must have appeared near Naxiong High School before the trip. This meant the system hadn't lied. Demon King was. And the moment Lee Jun accidentally met its, he suddenly died in an utterly inexplicable, bad ending. Consequence of ignoring every reason. Escaped without completing the tutorial quest and did nothing until the Demon King initiating regret. Lee Jun once again returned to the starting point. His seat on the first day of the school's announcement speakers still blared with the same Everything about the first tragedy continued as before. The announcement echoed throughout the school. Announcement from the broadcasting room. The school is currently experiencing a power outage, and it's unclear when power will be restored. Since the TV cannot be used, our school's entrance ceremony will be held on the school grounds. All new students, please proceed to the school grounds to gather. Upon hearing this, all the students looked annoyed. Oh my, how annoying. Why do we have to go outside? At this moment, only a few students remained in the class. Jaeyoung-won stared intently at the broadcasting speaker in the classroom. The announcement still hadn't stopped. Repeating, the school is currently experiencing a power outage, and it's unclear when power will be restored. Since the TV cannot be used, our entrance ceremony will be held on the school grounds. All new students, please proceed to the school grounds to. In contrast to Jaeyoung-won's calmness, next to him, Lee Jun was trembling, tightly clutching. Starting again. His face was pale with fear. He thought he could have overcome it, and even if he was reborn, he could face it. Why does everything seem so vivid? As if it just happened yet. Just then, the classroom door slid. Won walked in, reminding them, "You students, why haven't you gone out to gather?" Hearing her voice, Lee Jun stopped, looking toward. He thought to himself, if I recall correctly, it was this same teacher who urged us outside last. One softly said, "Hurry up, stand up and go outside. And please call the students sitting behind you." At this moment, only 4 people remained in the classroom. Both Jaeyoung-won and Suna simultaneously looked behind. Lee Jin-hee was still her head on the desk. She seemed to be asleep. Both Jaeyoung-won and Suna looked off. No one spoke up to wake Lee Jin-hee. Seeing this, Lee Jun wondered, is there something wrong with those two? The teacher asked, but after looking behind him, he immediately had his answer. Lee Jun let out a weary. These two classmates are typical herbivores, ordinary creatures, while that girl is like a predator, a carnivore. That's why those two reacted that. Although our bodies are the same age, my soul has lived 3 years longer than others. For someone already at an adult age like me, these two classmates are quite It seems I should display a bit of calm adult capability. As he thought, he walked towards Lee Jun-hee. Lee Jun slowly reached out his whole body suddenly stiffened like stone. His mouth stammered, unable to form words. Excuse me, classmate, excuse me. Hey, we need to go to the school. Jae-young-won and Suna listened, then both looked blankly, frozen in. Despite this, Lee Jun-hee remained motionless, lying there. She didn't budge. Lee Jun's face darkened as he thought, I forgot I'm just a failed virgin. I can't even talk properly to a. Immediately after Lee Jun-hee slowly said, she stared at him with wide gaze made him shiver involuntarily. Sweat poured down like. She didn't say a single word. Then she leisurely walked. Lee Jun stared blankly after her. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. I thought I was done for. After that, all 4 of them followed Won out. She walked. She carefully observed each classroom. It seems that's all. There are no more students hiding in the class. Once you're outside, remember to quickly find your respective classes. While Won was reminding them, Lee Jun was the slowest. He paid no mind to her words, instead thinking worriedly, what should I do? Even though 3 years have passed, I remember everything very clearly. If things continue like this, everything will definitely be the same as last time. I need to do something to create a variable. He mustered all his courage and called out, Teacher. Won heard his voice and immediately turned around. Actually, I have anemia. I can't stand outside on the grounds for 2. She asked skeptically, Anemia? But you don't look sickly at all.
Lee Jun flinchede, avoiding her gaze.
That's a misconception. The two are actually unrelated. Perhaps. Won furrowed her brows and, seeing this, he panicked internally. Is she suspicious? I need to find a way to convince her. My parents can be overly concerned. If I faint during the entrance ceremony, they might immediately rush here and cause a Won was still hesitant. That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Lee Jun thought excitedly, just as I expected. Teachers are always wary of getting involved with students. All right then, they'll take you to the Before leaving, she carefully instructed the other 3. Oh, and you 3 still need to go out and attend the entrance ceremony, all right? Understood? Yes, scene change. At the Lee Jun peeked his head out into the hallway. That girl. She finally quickly went outside. The infirmary. I can't just lie here and wait to die for a third. Normally, if this were a game, the clue would definitely be at the start of which is the class. Even if it weren't a game, any normal person would think the same. He walked straight back to the classroom. Without hesitation, he opened the. But then he stared blankly inside. Still in the class, replied embarrassed, well that. Right after the teacher left, this girl came back to the class. We just followed her. He murmured in awe, oh my. I didn't expect you guys to be quite daring. Jae-young-won cleared his throat and spoke up. What about you? Are you feeling better now? You said you had anemia. Jun stated plainly. Oh that? It was a lie. What? You're even more daring than. Whatever. We're all accomplices. Why don't we talk? Subtly frowned, thinking, good. Searching alone might not yield anything. What if talking leads to more? The time I will definitely survive, no matter the cost. Lee Yu. The 3 of them sat gathered together. He was the first to introduce himself. Family name Lee. Given name Jun. Just 1 syllable. What about you? One replied coolly, the other awkwardly. Jae-young-won. Suna. Lee Jun thought to himself after hearing this. Does his name really mean glad? Is he really like his name, then? It seems neither of you intended to go out to gather from the start. Did you? Why is. Suna stammered in reply, well that. I'm always slow and sluggish at everything. So. Immediate system announced your understanding of Suna has increased by 5. You can check more detailed information after unlocking the system. Lee Jun's eyes widened as he looked at the text boxes before him. It really was like a game system. Jae-young-won also replied without hesitation. I didn't go out because I suddenly remembered a ghost story related to the school's and hearing this, he stared blankly at Jae-young-won's. Thanks for watching the. He pointed upwards and said, look, the school has a power outage right now. That's a very famous ghost story. Don't you know it? A ghost. This is the key. He shot up, his voice filled with impatience. Can you tell me more about that story? Jae-young-won was startled by his sudden reaction. Sure, if I remember correct. The story goes like this. One day, the school suddenly lost power during an evening study. Darkness suddenly enveloped everything, making the students pay. But right after that, an announcement was made. Due to the power outage, students, please quickly pack your belongings and gather on the school grounds. The school will dismiss early. While other students were eagerly preparing to leave, the top-ranked student in the school remained seated. The second-ranked student saw this and asked, "Why are you still sitting there? Do you really want to keep studying under these conditions just to maintain your—" The top-ranked student replied, "Don't you see? Make an announcement over the speakers during a power outage." At this point, Jae-won stopped. Lee Jun and Suna, who were listening intently, asked, "That's it? Is this the first time you've heard of?" He frowned slightly and said, "No. I think I might have vaguely heard it somewhere before. Is that really?" Scratched his face and replied, Probably. There are a few other variations, though. That's how ghost stories usually. For example, there's a variation that says when the two of them looked out the window, they saw the entire school grounds stained red with. June couldn't help but flinch. School grounds stained red with is just a ridiculous ghost story. Why are you taking it so seriously? He also realized his reaction was overly enthusiastic just now. That's true. But aren't you the same as me? Staying in the classroom because you take this ghost story seriously. Jae-won pointed at himself. Me? It did influence me a little, but the main reason is still the power. The speakers can't be used. The school will definitely send students back to their classrooms, right? So I just stayed put. He even laughed loudly after saying that. Lee Jun secretly thought, in short, it's because he's lazy. Jae-won looked at Suna and continued, what if the public address system is still working because it's connected to a different power source than the school? If so, then the speaker system could still function, right? Anyway, he couldn't help but think. This guy seems really excited. Perhaps he's the type who likes to show off his intelligence. Earlier, he also saw Jae-won telling a ghost story with a cheerful attitude. Immediately after, the system displayed another notification. Your understanding of Jae-won has increased by 5. You can check more detailed information after unlocking the system. It didn't stop there. Another, rather long notification just appeared. Hello. Congratulations on enrolling at Naxeong High School, a school full of mysteries. Explore the hidden secrets around the school. Fight against urban legends and ghost stories to collect points and equip yourself with special abilities. Time until graduation. Gather teammates to collectively prevent the revival of the Demon King. The world is in your hands. Click to proceed to the next.
Lee Jun frownede.
He particularly noticed 4 ghost stories, as expected. These things indeed had some connection to each other. Just
Suna SHYLY spoke up.
Actually, I also found that to be a very interesting. He wondered inwardly, what's wrong with this girl all of a sudden? So sluggish and slow means this? I didn't expect it to be this serious.
Jun quickly realized.
Is it because I was looking at the system window that she misunderstood I was staring at her? My apologies. I didn't mean to pressure you to answer. Immediately after, another voice rang out from outside. Dear new students of Naxeong High School, I am very pleased to meet you all here. First of all, I congratulate and welcome you all to the school. Lee Jun immediately became frantic. Starting now, based on the ghost story, I can survive if I stay put. That should work, right? The voice continued. I'm the principal of this school, and my name. His heart pounded faster and faster. His whole body was submerged in, but the pervasive dread still haunted his mind. Lee Jun tightly closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, the principal continued speaking. Our Naxeong High School is one of the schools rich in cultural tradition and with a long history. The school was founded in 1984, and over 40 years of operation, the school has nurtured many talents. As future leaders, you must diligently cultivate good moral character and creative thinking to lead in global connectivity. Lee Jun's face went blank. He stared outside in astonishment. The system displayed a notification. You have encountered and survived the low-level ghost story. School announcement. You have received 5 ghost story. He slumped wearily onto his desk, his whole body drained of strength. Jae-won, startled, asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly sighing so? Happened. He merely gave a wry. Forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe. The system windows continuously appeared. You have received 1 quest. Tutorial quest. Make 3 friends to a club. Progress 3/3. Reward. 10 ghost story. System window unlocked. Quest complete. You received 10 ghost story points. The system window has been unlocked. A final word before we conclude the entrance ceremony. Please return to your respective classrooms, from Class 1 to Class 10. Students immediately poured into their class. Lee Jun was still fumbling with the system. System window unlocked. His information panel then appeared.
Lee Junior protagonist.
Age 17. Nature, two-faced. Click to expand. Trait, last minute. Special ability, couldn't help but exclaim, getting more and more like a game now. Huh? But it doesn't show stats or anything. Curiously clicked on click to expand on the window. Is there more to expand? Immediately, a long text box appeared. Nature, two-faced. Feels lonely when alone, but uncomfortable when with others. Appears lively at first glance, but is actually an introvert. Usually cautious, but sometimes very impulsive. Due to your two-faced nature, conflicting thoughts frequently appear in your mind, leading to impatience in completing long-term goals. However, in return, you can view a problem from many different angles, allowing yourself to quickly handle unexpected situations with various strategies. Lee Jun looked at the block of text and thought, in summary, I'm an inconsistent and erratic person. Am I really that? Clearly implying that I'm too weak, which is why I've become a slave to my personality. My only strength is the ability to use stratagems. Is this system provoking a... The system isn't wrong. Although I can put in effort to do something, I've never thoroughly completed anything. The system just made me realize an undeniable truth. It seems to understand me better than I understand myself. He glanced towards Jiayong-won. Can I use this on status? Immediately, Jiayong-won's information. Jiayong-won, Living Dictionary. Age 17. Nature, overly explanatory. Click to expand. Trait, understanding, 20/100. Special ability, unknown. Nature, overly explanatory. A person who always considers himself intelligent. Enjoys situations where he can show off that intelligence. His sharp tone makes others mistake him for an Lee Jun finished reading and concluded, indeed, not far from what I thought. But what does Living Dictionary? Didn't stop there. He continued to look at Suna. What about... The status board appeared again. Suna, poor girl. Age 16. Nature, unknown. Click to expand. Trait, unknown. Understanding, 5/100. Special ability, unknown. Nature, slow and slow. Jun subtly frowned, thinking, this girl is 16? Is she a year younger than me? They'll have to ask her more clearly next. Compared to Jiayong-won, her information is significantly less. Is it because her understanding level is low? What about someone I haven't spoken to yet? This time it's Lee Jin-hee, the delinquent girl sitting in the 17. Nature, unknown. Click to expand. Trait, unknown. Understanding, 0/100. Special ability, unknown. Target's understanding is too low. Please interact more for more information. So that scary girl's name is Lee Jin-hee. Huh? As expected. There's no useful information. However, it's clear that the system provided information far beyond my knowledge, including the names and ages of others that I knew nothing. This means that this system doesn't operate based on the information I possess. To summarize, for some reason, ghost stories have actually come true in real life. And I have to survive by playing the roles of the characters in those ghosts. There's something like a game system window that only I can see. And just like in a game, I can revive and start over if I... There's also something called points here, though I'm not sure what they're for. The system's features are exactly like those including how the system activates quests like the quest to make 3... Two of them are definitely Jiayong-won and Suna. As for the last person, could it be that girl?
Lee Jun glanced towards Lee Jin-hee.
She was still quietly slumped over her desk, just as she had been from the start. Would she become my friend? It makes no sense. He couldn't help but fall into deep. But the thing a guy like me has to be most wary of, how that person uses a friend's generosity. Lee Jun even imagined a scene where Lee Jin-hee would constantly order him around. Use our friendship fund to buy me 2 packs of 555 cigarettes. The friendship fund is my money. Then I mean use your money to buy. Scene change. A moment later, a mature and elderly-looking teacher walked into the classroom. Hello, class. I am Park, your homeroom teacher for this year. Each of you will take 1 sheet and pass the rest to the person behind you, please. The papers contain the school rules. Remember to read them carefully to avoid penalties. Lee Jun passed the papers back. He thought his name is really clever. Small note. In Korean, the word daemum also means homeroom teacher or... He looked wearily at the paper filled with text before him. It's probably just generic rules like no alcohol, no smoking, uniform, neat hair and all that. My brain is already overloaded. It's best not to cram anything else. Other students reacted with surprise when they held the paper. Excuse me, this... Everyone glanced at each other, confused. Immediately after, the announcement speakers blared, Hello, 1234. An announcement from the broadcasting. Quickly collect them. Repeating. The printed documents distributed to students. Homeroom teachers, please immediately collect them back. Teacher Park Daemum hurriedly ran into the classroom. He spoke. Students, these documents are those in the back rows. Please stand up and help me collect them from the bottom up. Lee Jun immediately felt curious and looked down at the paper. What's wrong? There's something strange here? But before he could read a single, the paper in his hand was snatched. Why did they collect them so whatever? I can ask Suna and Jaeyoung-won. As it turned out, Jaeyoung-won had the same thought as him and hadn't read the content of the paper. My apologies. I thought it was just all those common regulations found everywhere, so I didn't. Both stood silently, looking at each other. Just, Suna softly spoke up, well I did read it.
Lee Yun immediately
Closer to her. Oh really? What was it about? Suna suddenly, she avoided his gaze. Actually, the printed document itself wasn't faulty. It's just, the content was a bit strange. Both he and Jaeyoung-won asked in unison, what was strange? I didn't read all of it, but, in the school rules section, there was something about being careful of it said to be careful of the laughing. The laughing also detailed how to be careful, but, my apologies. Jaeyoung-won continued, probably, but it seems to be related to the recently popular horror manual type of ghost. Flinched, looking at Jaeyoung-won. Another ghost story had appeared so soon. This couldn't just be a coincidence. Lee Jun asked in a low voice, hey, what's a horror manual? Jaeyoung-won looked a bit bewildered by his question. Huh? It's a new trend that's recently appeared on social. Took his phone out. Wait a moment. They'll just send it to you so you can see it fast. We just exchanged contact info. They'll create a group chat. Then he'll send the picture there. Alright there. Take a. Immediately, Lee Jun's phone opened his phone. Inside was a message from Jaeyoung-won. The image content was an acceptance notification. Well, to Clover Corporation. If you wish to apply for company apartment rental, please follow the instructions below. 1. Overview. Requirements. Target. Employees accepted in the year 20XX with good health status. Application period. From 2020. Month X, 20th Monday to month X, 20th Friday. Please adhere strictly to the deadline. Required documents. Health certificate. Tuberculosis. Hepatitis B. 1 passport-sized photo. Send an email to the responsible department at Clover before commencing work. Mandatory. New employees must call Human Resources to verify data before submitting an application via vote. This apartment is built exclusively for employees of Clover Corporation. Please cherish. If someone in your family is religious, your application will be immediately rejected. Before submitting documents to the responsible department, please hand over all personal items that can be used to tell time to the security. And after moving in, cancellation is not permitted due to health reasons such as hallucinations, auditory, and visual disturbances. To ensure safety, the rooms at the end of each hallway will always be left vacant. If you see lights on or hear strange sounds emanating from them, simply ignore. This apartment does not have a 4th floor due to spiritual reasons. If you see the elevator stop on the 4th floor, commit suicide before you are discovered. Stair use is prohibited at night. If absolutely necessary, remember to move by crawling. The content of the image ends. Lee Jun was a little pensive after reading it. Jaeyoung-won saw this and asked, do you have a general idea yet? Ignores blatantly strange notes for a moment. Why should employees applying for the apartment contact the pharmaceutical department if they have questions? Are they perhaps conducting direct experiments on new employees? Jaeyoung-won heard him say this and replied, oh, that's a very interesting explanation. So what's the correct answer here? Huh? The yes. He looked at the image again. This is a rather strange document. But if it's a ghost story, there should be an ending. Well, Jaeyoung-won hesitated a bit, looking at Suna sitting next. Well, listen. Ordinary ghost stories don't have an end. That document was secretly posted by a new employee working for Clover Corporation. It's not like a story created with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Lee Jun then, it's not that I don't know the end. He replied with a smile. My apologies. It's my fault for not knowing much about this genre. Inwardly, he thought, does he seem to hate being misunderstood as not knowing it? So, in summary, silently inserting strange warnings into official documents, making others imagine something vague, that's what a horror manual type of ghost story is. Huh? Exactly. You're new, but you grasped the main point quite. Jaeyoung-won praised him in a low voice. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chem. Horror manual. The laughing. I have a bad feeling about this. Scene change. In another class, strange sounds continuously emanating. Looking out from the hallway was a woman with hair covering her face. In her hand, she held an extremely sharp utility. She wore a monstrous smile, revealing perfectly white teeth. Along with it were haunting guttural sounds. In classroom 3, first, alright students. Homeroom teacher Park Damon stood at the podium, speaking to the students in the class. Today's class ends. Remember to take home the newly distributed textbooks. And prepare your notebooks according to the temporary schedule for Immediately after, students began cleaning up their belongings to leave. One by one, they filed out. Damn it, these textbooks are so heavy. What are we studying to? June remained in the classroom. He watched their retreating backs and smiled, thinking, What adorable it. As someone who's already completed 3 years of high school, let me tell you guys a truth. Bringing all those textbooks home will only clutter your house. You're better off stuffing them all into the school lockers. Then Suna's voice suddenly rang out. She spoke with hesitation, unable to form a complete sentence. He heard her and looked at her, then quickly understood. Do you want to walk home together? Suna immediately replied. About Jaeyoung-won. Did he leave already? She pointed ahead and said, Jaeyoung-won is over. Following the direction of her finger, Jaeyoung-won was currently standing with another friend. The two of them were especially cheerful as they Jun silently watched in that direction. He put on a serious expression but thought to himself, Zayn and Sunyo? No. It's Nobita and a chubby version of Scene change. Outside the school grounds. At this point, only a few scattered students were emerging from the building. Jun, Suna walked side by side, chatting animatedly. What do you think of our homeroom teacher? I think he's very— Suna, you live in the Dugong apartments, right? That means you'll turn left at the school gate. He added, I turn right. So our paths home are different. What a shame. Jun thought to himself with a serious face, understanding. Although the system doesn't provide data on my 2-tier stats, requires me to work more to increase my understanding. He glanced at the silent Suna beside him. My understanding of Suna is only 5 out of 100. What can I do to increase my understanding? The Dugong apartment building where Suna lived was a severely dilapidated apartment about 30 years old. Because there were rumors it was about to be renovated, many people had moved there. But now, only those from the lowest strata of society lived. From that, it was easy to infer. Suna's family must be particularly struggling, right? Suna is very poor. Suna isn't well. The two of them walked quietly side by side. Jun was still lost in his thoughts. That's not it, is it? Suna isn't well. Suna is a poor devil. Suna has no money. Suna is dirt poor. Suna is a beggar. Things don't seem that. I need a more effective. Suna reacts slowly. And she's also very cool. One could say she's an introvert. But if she was born and raised in such an environment, it's not surprising. Suna's timid personality was shaped by her family. Because of her poor family circumstances, Suna struggled to make friends at school. These difficulties gradually eroded her self-confidence, and the ultimate result is the person she is now. Immediately after, a system window appeared. Your understanding of Suna has increased by 30. He couldn't help but feel it worked. It really worked. Besides, Suna quietly called out to him. You had now reached the school gate. We're here, aren't we? We're at the school gate already. Next, a security guard was observing each student. Hey you, do you know that slippers are forbidden at— Seeing this, Jun thought it's that school guard just like Saboro's that time. It's been 3 years. The two quickly separated in 2 directions. I'm going home. Be careful on your— that. He recalled his earlier thoughts about her and couldn't help but feel a pang of— I'm sorry. Suna looked puzzled, not understanding why he said— Jun ambled down the path home, which felt both familiar and strange. He thought to himself, 3 years have passed. In my previous life, after the series of head-exploding accidents, this area, including Naxeong High School, was sealed off. This is the first time in 3 years I've returned to this. This is really interesting. Feels like coming. I forgot something important. Jun stood dumbfounded in front of his apartment. He gritted his teeth, wondering, what was the password to my old apartment complex? Just the building's glass door suddenly opened. Slowly stepped in perfect time. He slipped past the woman, then fumbled door for a— He finally managed to open the door to his home. Jun glanced around the room. All right. At this time, my mother was still working as a cashier. With my parents for all 3 years of my previous life. But on the day I died for an unknown reason, my parents surely couldn't have had a good ending either. Just thinking about it chokes me. Entered the room and only then noticed. Note left on the was a 10,001 bill. Today is the entrance ceremony, so you'll be home early, right? Mom won't be back until 6 p.m. If you're hungry, take this money to buy some chicken and eat. Jun couldn't help but smile. Mom, where can you find chicken for 10,001 these days? At least 20,001 would be enough. After finishing his meal, he tiredly slumped onto the sofa. Being home is the— Jun silently gazed into the space before him. At least today went well. But I still put down my guard at school. Finally, I can relax. He tightly closed his eyes. The scene before his death once again appeared vivid. From now on, will I have to face those— New chapter of high school life was about to begin. Even though I've already experienced 3 years of high school once, it feels like it's only truly starting. He tiredly sighed. That means I'll have to go through the grueling university entrance exam period. Time passed. The sky was now late after. Outside the door, a continuous beeping and rustling sound. Jun, who was playing on his phone in his room, heard the sound and sighed. Thanks for watching the He called out somewhat flustered. Dad. Mom. Both of them were stepping inside the They heard his voice and smiled, asking, what's wrong with you suddenly today? You're acting strange. What, did you just see a ghost or something?
No.
It's just, his mother asked with concern. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Eat anything Mom cooks. Oh my, what's gotten into you? Lee Jun once again entered his room. He intently looked at the system window before him. Main screen, 11:03 p.m. Monday, March 4, 2019.
Lee Junior Rule 2.
Guide section. Ghost story points 13. Karma ratio, 2%. 1. Status board. 2. Club management. Locked. 3. Statistic 4. He tapped his foot as he read. So this is the main screen, huh? There's a lot of stuff. What does rule 2 mean? If the first rule was when I first exploded, and the second rule was when I saw the Demon King, then I should be on rule 3 now. Whatever. He'll just skip anything too confusing. I also don't know what this karma ratio and ghost story points are. I've already used the status board. And that club thing is still. June continued to tap on statistics. Another window immediately appeared. Statistics. Total time. 3 years, 0 months, 0 days, 23 hours, 3 minutes, 57 seconds. Sleep time. 1 year, 2 months, 12 days, 7 hours, 30 minutes, 23 seconds. Time at Naxiong High School. 11 hours, 21 minutes, 42 seconds. Time spent talking with friends. 83 hours, 48 minutes, 37 seconds. Total times returned to checkpoint. 1. Demon King Resurrections. He couldn't help but sigh. Look at all this. Isn't this like some kind of stalker? The last one, settings. Graphics options. Audio options. Control Let's see. I guess I'll have to experiment. The next morning. At school, Lee Jun began to concentrate his thoughts. Alright, let's summarize last night's settings. And I'm definitely not doing this because the class is too. First, there were a few options that appeared after I opened the settings. Graphics, audio, and control Graphics options allowed changing brightness, contrast, and gamma correction. I thought it might help me see better in the dark. But when I tried increasing the brightness, a pure white filter appeared before my eyes. And it certainly didn't help me see any. Audio options seemed a bit better. Lowering the volume helped reduce real-life sounds. It worked as effectively as a pair of quality ear. Control options? How should I put it? It was the most useless. I could customize it so that when I wanted to move my hand, my feet would move instead. Or that feeling like I'm moving, but actually not. The feeling of struggling to get this malfunctioning body back to normal was truly At this moment, at the front of the classroom, the homeroom teacher was assigning seats to the class. Alright class, today we'll be rearranging our seats. Starting from the first row, come up here and draw your seat. Lee Jun also went up accordingly. The number he drew was 20. Put on his bag and looked at the teacher's diagram. 26. Is that over? Jun slowly walked to his new. He moved to the assigned. A girl was already sitting at the adjacent desk. A girl too beautiful to talk to. And of course that's just a dream scenario. Reality is often crueler than. This protagonist of yours doesn't have that kind of luck. He greeted his new deskmate.
Hello.
We're deskmates now. Let's help each other. The friend heard him and glanced over. Lee Jun only then realized. Oh, it's the otaku guy Jiang-won was talking to yet. A system window unexpectedly appeared. Your understanding of Duhun has increased by 10. Next to him and said, let's talk a bit. Do you remember that faulty printout we got yet? Lee Jun frowned and thought, although I've heard some information from Suna, it's still better to gather as much information as possible from Suna. No, from Duhun heard this and replied, that faulty printout? You're talking about the laughing woman topic.
Desuka.
Note. Desuka is Japanese for, is that right? Or isn't it? Lee Jun couldn't help but think. This guy is only now speaking Japanese? I really want to tell this guy how strange he looks. For the sake of information, it's better to hold. He continued, if you see the laughing woman, never act like you've noticed her existence. Oh, never act like you can notice her existence.
Duon replied, sou Jizuka.
Meaning, is that so? Damn it. Playing Jun found him increasingly difficult to understand. This guy is truly hard to talk to. I should go find Suna and no sooner said than done. He immediately went to Suna's seat. She saw him and softly called out, Jun. He asked in a low, I saw you were late for school today? My grandmother forgot to wake me up today. Jun glanced at Suna's new deskmate and asked, have you gotten to know your new deskmate yet? She looked confused and followed his gaze. Huh? Not. He showed a friendly expression and greeted the girl.
FD.
The girl, who was engrossed in reading, heard him and to look at him. June couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Seriously, can I switch desk mates?" The girl smiled and replied to him, "Hello, I'm Howen. Sorry for suddenly striking up a conversation with you. But do you remember anything about yesterday's faulty printout? It's to have some pretty strange warnings in it." Haeun quickly replied, It was very strange. If you spot a woman laughing maniacally at school, try to put on a normal face and pretend nothing's wrong until she passes. It was something like, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Doesn't it?" She smiled and glanced. June was startled and astonished after hearing her. She remembers every detail. Is this one of those ghost stories the system mentioned this time? What should I do now? Go look for the laughing woman? But the warning clearly stated that if you see her, you must pretend not to. And I don't necessarily have to go looking for her myself. Just then, a loud growl came from Suna's. Both Haeun and Lee Jun simultaneously looked. Suna hadn't expected this. Face quickly turned like a tomato. Lee Jun softly asked, "Didn't you eat breakfast? Suna? Want to go to the cafeteria together during the break?" At the same time, at the school cafeteria, a laughing woman, with a utility knife in her hand, slowly a series of strange sounds echoed along. At this moment in the school cafeteria, Lee Jun and Suna went down there together. "Oh my, but there are so many students crammed in. It's too crowded. Will we manage to buy something before the break ends? Not just go in. We've already come all this way anyway." Then, the two of them squeezed their way in. He picked up the only remaining bread on the shelf and, "I'll take this. What about you?" Suna replied a bit flustered, that. Just then, another loud voice cut in. "Damn it! What the heck?" Both of them simultaneously looked towards the source of the stare. Two students were grumbling to each other. "Hey, stop pushing. There's no more space in front." "It wasn't. Who's the jerk pushing from behind?" he said, turning his head to look behind. But unknowingly, the laughing woman, with her towering, imposing body, had already squeezed into the cafeteria. All the students saw her cautiously backed away. Who is this woman? This abnormal height? She must a mentally ill old. As soon as he finished speaking, the burst into maniacal laughter. Following that, something slashed the student's face with the utility knife. He didn't even have time to register what had just happened. Before the woman beheaded him with the knife, her face faintly appeared from behind her long, disheveled hair. She certainly lived up to her name, the laughing woman. Her eyes were wide, and she laughed loudly, with an indescribable. The cafeteria became more and more chaotic. All the students there took a few minutes to react to the horrific event that had just occurred before their. Lee Jun and Suna stared wide-eyed. Suna was so scared she froze, covering her. Other students frantically tried to run outside, but it was difficult to move due to the crowd. Screams continuously erupted. "What the heck? Blood! Someone's dead! Run!" But of course, their running speed couldn't compare to the laughing woman's beheadings. In just a few seconds, she again used her knife to sever two more heads. The situation became increasingly chaotic. June stood in front, trying to protect Suna. Stammering, "Suna, that's her. Must be the thing mentioned in the faulty print." The laughing woman laughed maniacally. Then she killed people without batting an eye. One person after another died by her hand. The cafeteria was now covered in red blood everywhere. June quickly grabbed Suna's hand and pulled her along. "Running is the best strategy. Suna, run. We have to run to the window behind the counter." Thought in fear what was written on that paper. Lee Jun couldn't help but glance behind. The hell am I supposed to do that? She was still maniacally killing everyone he couldn't afford to be any slower. Lee Jun helped Suna climb out through the. "You go first, Suna." But she suddenly froze. "June!" He heard her and instinct turned his head to look behind him. At that moment, laughing woman had moved to his. Her eyes were wide, her mouth smiling from ear to. The utility knife had stabbed straight into one of his. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. "You have died. You will be returned to the previous check." Loading. He looked around fearfully. He was still sitting in his class. June looked down at his hands. "I just returned to the day of the entrance ceremony." He frantically looked up at the classroom ceiling. The lights were on. "So that's not." Then he quickly took his phone out of his pocket. It was 7:55 a.m. Tuesday, March.
Leon frownede tightly.
Tuesday, March 5th. "So I've returned to this morning. The check has changed. But what was the condition?" He couldn't help but recall the scene before his death. One of his eyes throbbed in response. Indeed, the sensation from then is still very clear. This is definitely not a dream or hallucination. It's reality. Forced to face this, Lee Jun tried to remember Do-hun's and Haeun's words. "If you see the laughing woman, never act like you've noticed her existence." Lee Jun tried to recall the words of Oh Do-hun and Haeun. "If you see the laughing woman, never act like that." You must not acknowledge her existence. If you spot a woman laughing maniacally at school, try to put on a normal face and pretend nothing's wrong until she tiredly sighed. How the hell supposed to meet that requirement? Once again, the homeroom teacher, as usual, randomly assigned seats to students by drawing. All right, class, draw your seat now. This time, he still drew number 26. Lee Jun stared blankly at the paper in his hand. 26 again? I drew the same number twice? Is it just a coincidence? Deskmate. He glanced to the... Everything was exactly the same as last time. His deskmate was still... He looked at the object in Duhan's hand and couldn't help but feel contempt. All right, during the entrance ceremony, I did a great job of messing things up to survive. This time, they'll try to maintain the previous flow and maximize all the information I can. Everything to survive. This time, I will try to maintain the previous flow and maximize all the information I can. June awkwardly smiled and initiated conversation.
Hello.
We're deskmates now. Let's help each other. Let's talk a bit. Do you remember that faulty printout we got yet? If you spot a woman laughing maniacally at school, try to put on a normal face and pretend nothing's wrong until she passes. It was something like, oh my, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Doesn't it? Haeun smiled and looked at Lee. Everything happened exactly as before. He frowned and thought to himself, everything is still developing in the right direction. And next is, sure enough, immediately after, a growl came from Suna's stomach. Suna's stomach. In the previous timeline, I invited her to the cafe, but I don't think I can do much there. This time, he'll pretend not to know anything and just observe the situation from the clock now showed 10 minutes to 10. This time, June did not go down to the cafeteria. He stood in the hallway, observing the situation through the... From this position, I can observe everything well. If the laughing woman appears there again, he'll know where she comes. Immediately after, he widened his eyes in surprise. On the school wall, a pair of wrinkled hands were gripped. It turns out the laughing woman used her gigantic body to climb over. Entering the school, Lee Jun thought to himself, so she climbed the wall? But appearing so brave, climbing over the wall? But to appear so blatantly like... Just then, Jaeyoung-won's voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing, Jaeyoung-won? He continued to ask, looking at something out there? Is there anything? Lee Jun heard him and startled, stopping him. But May Jaeyoung-won knows more about ghost stories than I do. Asking him would be the right choice, wouldn't it? He frowned and pointed outside. Jaeyoung-won, do you see that tall, lanky person? He pushed up his glasses and said, oh, why is that woman so tall? Her hair is disheveled, and her face is... It seems that's the laughing woman mentioned yesterday. He asked seriously, tell me something. How can the protagonist in a horror handbook... Jaeyoung-won was surprised by Lee Jun's... What are you talking about? He repeated one more time, listen. Do you remember the horror handbook ghost story you told? What did the protagonist do to survive? Jaeyoung-won replied, flustered, well, that kind of story doesn't have a protagonist. You still don't understand? It's easy to understand. Without waiting him to finish, Lee Jun loudly cut in, I understand. I really understand. So how do the people who see it survive? He was startled by Lee Jun's serious reaction and stammered, since it's a handbook, wouldn't it be? Just follow the handbook to survive. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, what's wrong with him all of a sudden? Just act and think according to the hand. Lee Jun pressed his lips together, thinking as expected. But is this really the only option? Jaeyoung-won bluntly shoved Lee Jun's hand away. What's wrong with you? You've been acting strangely since yesterday. Do you really believe that silly joke from because of that strange woman? Come on. She's probably just a mental patient. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a series of screams continuously, both of them simultaneously looked outside. There, the laughing woman was facing them. Her knife straight forward, pierced through the striking Jaeyoung-won directly in the... He died instantly, right in front of Lee. He was completely unable to react. His entire body felt paralyzed. Blood from Jaeyoung-won's face began to stream onto the floor. Screams erupted alternately, drawing the attention of the students still sitting in the class. What's going on? What's happening out? Hey, what's all the commotion? All of them crowded together, rushing out. Suna also poked her head out, curious about what had just... But immediately after, Lee Jun suddenly ran over and grabbed Suna. He anxiously called out, do you want to walk around the schoolyard? Suna's face suddenly turned red. She was shy and didn't reply. Lee Jun frowned and thought to himself, Demon King or whatever, I don't care. The top priority now is to escape with... Outside in the schoolyard, the other students still had no idea what was happening. Someone sitting heard a scream. Hey, did you hear that? A student, engrossed in playing with a ball, didn't pay attention. Was happening? What did you say? I didn't hear just now. Did you hear a scream? Immediately after, Lee Jun dragged Suna, running for dear life out. Both of them ran forward with all their... Suna continuously noticed the desperate scream from inside the building.
Jun, il hinky hear screams.
He shouted loudly, reminding her, "Don't look back." Just June panted, thinking another scream. A similar bloody did it already happen in the cafeteria? Or perhaps before he could finish his strange laughter of the woman rang out, followed by a series of lives she took in mere moments. Other students were so scared they just ran head forward. "Quick! Call a teacher." "No. Call the police." Everything happened both quickly and horrifically. No one could expected this. In the hallway, blood. Many dead bodies Lee Jun outside was wide-eyed with fear. His terrified, he continued to pull Suna forward, desperately wanting to escape this horrific school. Am I doing the right thing? For now, well, escape by running out of... But what then? Continue spending 3 years of high school at another school? Then the demon resurrects again, kills me, and am sent back to the past. Is this really the correct choice? Damn it. Only by surviving can I do anything. But immediately after, the laughing woman's voice began to speak. Don't try to run. Each word slowly towards them. Liun Hu, and his heart leaped. Were we caught? Dead? At this moment, nothing but the word dead ran through his... But the school gate was only a short distance away from them. Thank goodness. The school gate is right there. This has given me more than enough time to climb out and escape. But life is a dream. In mere moments, the tall, lanky woman had upward. Suna stared wide-eyed behind her. She only managed to let out a scream. Li Jun immediately turned around. But at this moment, his hand was still holding her arm. Her body had been cut in half by the... He was so terrified he couldn't do anything. Suna, her body covered in blood, lay motionless on the... Li Jun fell backwards onto the ground, continuously scrambling. His entire body was still. Even speaking was difficult. Immediately after, something flashed past his... Without a sound, Li Jun's head simply fell to a system notification of, "You have died. You will be returned to the previous checkpoint." Loading. Everything happened again as before. The lights were still. The clock showed 7:55 a.m. Li Jun sat in one. His entire body trembled. He clutched his head tightly, his mind in extreme panic. Are you kidding me? How do you want me to deal with that a monster that can cut a person's head in half with just a utility knife? Damn it. Not even a Taekwondo black belt could do. Felt more exhausted than... Calm down. There must be a solution. The laughing woman from the horror handbook genre. Just like yesterday, the school ghost story was resolved by staying in the class. And the key to solving this ghost story is to act like nothing's... How can I pretend not to see something so grotesque? I'd be lucky not to wet my pants. And if I successfully ignore her existence, what about the people around? There will just be another bloody massacre. The only solution... I'll have to face the laughing... secluded place. And I think I'm going assigning seats to them. Class. Today we'll be rearranging our seats. Starting from the first row, come up here and draw your seat. It was still the familiar number 26. Everything happened no differently than the previous two. June held the paper in his hand. He thought, I've died twice already. Although I expect much, how can I randomly draw the same number 3 times? Is it truly just a coincidence? Well then, it's not a problem worth dwelling on right now. It won't be difficult me to be alone with the laughing. She'll climb the wall during the break after the first class ends. So I just need to climb the wall to where she appears and intersect. But the problem here is, how do I act like I don't notice her exist? I could cover my ears, cover my eyes. But would that count as notice? Then I can only do that without covering my ears or eyes. But there's no way to make that feat. Should I just walk past her? What am I thinking? She could ignore me and go to the cafeteria. His grew more and more desperate. Am I the only one who can do? This is a completely different kind of ghost story compared to the entrance ceremony. It's a woman instead of a shapeless mystical entity. So the police and military should be capable of handling this situation. At that time, I was caught so quickly because I ran too conspicuously in the schoolyard. If I'm more careful, I can definitely survive by running or hiding. However, even if I report it to the authorities now, I won't be able to save the students in the cafeteria. At least I can still save the school from being shut down like last. So, just this once, I'll pretend I don't know anything. That's right, what do their deaths have to do? After this event, I can continue with the system quest. Just then, Suna's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. You... Suddenly, Suna's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. She blushed and said that, do you want to go to the cafeteria? Me? I'm a little hungry, so I want to buy... He stared blankly at her face, the image of one of her arms being severed, Suna's dead body lying face down. The ground, still vivid in his... Li Jun remained silent, not answering immediately. He clenched his fist tight. Suna saw him just sitting there silently, not understanding.
Li Jun sighed inward.
If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made friends.
Don't follow me, Suna.
Stay in class. The cafeteria is dangerous. Me facing the danger isn't. His eyes gleamed with determination. Suna waited for a long time without a reply from Lee Jun, then asked again, Jun, you don't want to go? If you don't like it, you can But he still sat there silently. A lone wolf. I am open so, Lee Jun finally compromised. Let's go together, Suna. He asked himself, just going with her there is still okay, right? He'll still be a lone wolf when facing that. He'll only go with her to the front of the cafeteria. Only dazzling morning sunbeams shone down one by one on this somewhat gloomy. Lee Jun and Suna slowly walked together down to the school. He walked in a straight line towards the wall, which the laughing woman used to climb inside. Suna ambled behind him. She frowned and called out, Jun, the cafeteria is over there. Isn't it? Lee Jun forced a smile and replied, Suna.
I'm sorry.
But can you wait here for a moment? She heard him and asked what. He explained in a low voice, I want to climb over there for a bit. So I want you to keep an eye out for me. Suna looked at him with some hesitation. She looked right, then left. Then she looked at him with teary eyes. Lee Jun saw this and was momentarily startled. His limbs immediately stiffened. Suna, what's wrong? He suddenly enlightened. Damn it. I was so focused on the laughing woman that I didn't realize. But it seems I've unintentionally created a situation where a delinquent student is having a junior stand guard while he goes to smoke. Suna, it's not what you think. I just really have something to do. Lee Jun quickly climbed over the wall and out. He hid himself in a bush. He thought to himself, right now, the laughing woman will soon climb over the fence and head towards the cafe. Unless she can teleport or something, she must be nearby. With that height, she'll be easily. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, he was startled and looked straight. The laughing woman was approaching from the forest. Her hair hung completely covering her face. But moments after, she had just looked in this direction. No problem. I haven't reacted yet. The footsteps grew closer and closer. What should I do now? I still don't know how to deal. Unless I can blind myself or something similar. How can I ignore? Just then, he suddenly realized something. Blind myself. Lee Jun immediately opened the main screen of the system window. Current time is 10:54 a.m. Tuesday, 5/2009. He quickly pressed the settings button. Graphics options. Then he increased the brightness to maximum. For his eyes was now pure. Alright, now I can't see it, but I'm not exactly looking away. In some twisted way, I'm just staring blankly at the laughing woman. I bet that won't be considered a reaction. The woman's hoarse voice suddenly spoke. Seen you. Closer. That's right. Lee Jun continued to adjust to the lowest, so now, his ears could no longer hear her voice or laughter. Indeed, what the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Now I can't see or hear anything. It's like I'm meditating. Most importantly, knowing Suna is waiting for me on the other side of the out of sight, out of mind. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now he couldn't see or hear anything anymore. It was as if he were meditating. Most of all, he knew Suna was always on the other side of the wall waiting. Makes my heart completely at ease. Like a ripple-free. Lee Jun silently gazed into the space before. Not knowing what's happening around me makes me quite uneasy. Did she bypass me and head straight to the cafe? Let me adjust the graphics a bit and see. Immediate distorted. The large image of the laughing woman immediately caught his. Jun quickly adjusted the bright to maximum. His whole stiffened. Damn it. I died. That wretched hag. She poked her face in to make me react to her. Ignore a sight like this? What a vile. At least, in this state, it's a power even she can't resist. Somehow I feel a little superior. Even now, she's probably still lingering around me, waiting to see my reaction. Need to do is follow the rulebook and stand. Everything will be fine. Everything will. But right after, a series of brutal, murderous images kept flashing in his.
Lee Jun angrily punched.
Straightforward. Damn it. This is really driving me crazy. His punch landed squarely on the woman's face. She hadn't expected it at all. Her widened. And that wasn't. Lee Jun continued to rain down more punches. Face. Damn you. Why do you all have to linger around? He hit harder and Lee Jun thought to himself. It's working. This hag hasn't reacted yet. Meaning I haven't violated the rule. Look into my eyes. I'm not even looking at you. I'm just a normal high school student, secretly going behind the wall during break time to practice boxing with an empty head. He continued to punch her face. This one's for Jong Won. One is for my deceased grandfather. Lee Jun kicked the laughing woman squarely in the stomach. She was sent far away. What did I ever do to your grandfather? Huh? After she fell to the ground, Lee Jun's was still a blank. He panted continuously, a slight smile on his. This ghost isn't special. This one's for Suna. Behind the school wall, Lee Jun was continuously punching the face of the laughing. This one's for John. This one. He raised his leg, delivering a fierce kick to her stomach. This is for my deceased grandfather. The woman couldn't dodge a single blow, taking them all. She fell heavily to the ground. Li Jun's vision was still a blank. He panted, continue. This ghost isn't special at all. He breathed out, exhausted. He wondered to himself, how long have I been hitting this hag? Has break time ended? I'm still in one piece, which means I'm still following the rulebook correctly. But how much longer do I have to do? If it's a success, shouldn't I receive a notification like? Li Jun was startled and did she bypass me and head straight to the cafeteria? And what if, in the meantime, Suna climbed over the wall to check why I hadn't Jun looked down at his hands. Could it be? The wretched hag I've been hitting all this time is... Li Jun quickly opened the settings panel to adjust the brightness. I have to... Immediately, the face of the laughing woman reappeared. She was still standing there, staring at his every... He immediately dragged the brightness slider to maximum. Alright, confirmed. Seriously, I almost soiled my... Anyway, now that I'm sure... Jun continued to throw his fist, punching her face freely unleashing his punches and without having to worry about anything and continued like this, one attacking the other. The laughing woman quickly used her hands to block his punch. What is this excitement in this silent space? All that exists are these two fists and my sweating has never felt this good. I even want to hit her. Stepped back slightly, planting his feet firmly on the his innate boxing instincts were awakening. Li Jun's punches grew stronger with each The woman was battered and bruised. Immediately after, a beam of light suddenly appeared, shining directly. Then suddenly, the woman vanished without a trace. Jun was so tired he could barely frowned, wondering, did I collect her? Next, the system displayed a notification to him. You have encountered and survived a C-rank ghost story. The laughing. You have received 15 ghost story points. This time there's even a celebratory. You used your cunning to repel the woman in an unexpected. You have received 70 ghost story. You have accumulated enough ghost story points. Use them to unlock special abilities and develop your... Li Jun felt extremely excited after reading it. He shouted loudly to celebrate his victory. After dealing with everything, Li Jun quickly climbed back into the... stretched his limbs a bit. But this victory felt emptier than I... Just then, Suna softly called his name, her face filled with worry. Who was that? Who was cursing you so badly? I even heard... Stared blankly at her. Huh? The laughing woman? That hag? She must have cursed me a lot.
Li Jun smiled naturally.
But I completely defeated her, right? She can't do anything to me. He quickly fabricated a story to answer. Well, there was some crazy old lady over there, and I went and chased her away. But it's fine. Suna frowned with worry. You should have called a teacher. This is really dangerous. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine. My hand just hurts. By the way, Suna, how much longer until break time is? Scene change. At first year class, Dongwon frowned and asked them, where have you two been for so long? Class started almost 30 minutes, only the second day and you're already ditching class. Good thing this is a self-study period. Li Jun forced a smile and replied, I had something to take. He quickly changed the subject. Self-study? Isn't this Korean class, according to the... Dongwon explained to him. The teacher must have gone to a meeting. The beginning of the school year is usually very busy. The teacher reminded the class to think about joining a... He frowned at that. That's right. The school clubs are quite active too. So students are required to join at least. Afterwards, they were handed application forms for voluntary club membership at Naxiong High School. Below were some prominent clubs such as English, mathematics, physics, biology, invention, debate, volunteering, and many. Li Jun held the paper in his hand. He thought to himself, there are no classes on Friday afternoons, only club activities. The school really values these clubs. Let's see if there's a suitable club. Before he could finish, a system window suddenly appeared in front. Read. You have reviewed the list of clubs at school, but none of them appealed to you. At that point, you decided to establish a club of your... You have received a quest. Tutorial. Jun couldn't help but frown. What? I haven't even read anything yet. Why is it that none of them appealed? Moreover, a new quest? The entire classroom was silent at this moment. No one made a... He sighed, uncapped his pen, ready to fill out the form. Alright, what else can I just do as him? Li Jun wrote in the club application box, with his student ID and full... Quest he received was to establish a ghost story club. Reward. Unlock a club manager, 10 ghost story points, and at the Naxiong High School cafeteria, most students came down to eat during lunch. The cafeteria was always packed. At this moment, Li Jun was eating while looking at the system's main time. 12:32 p.m., Tuesday, March 5, 2019. Li Jun's Turn 2, Tutorial Ghost Story Points 105, Karma Ratio 4%. Club manager still temporarily looked thoughtfully at this karma ratio used to be 2%, right? Is this some form of experience point calculation? If it's too confusing, he'll just ignore. He continued to tap on the word status. Immediately, his personal information appeared. Name, Lee Jun. Age, 17. Title, Protagonist. Nature, two-faced. Special abilities, none. Trait, last minute. Lee Jun quickly noticed the word special abilities on the... I remember correctly, right after defeating the laughing woman, it said I should use points to exchange for a special ability. That makes sense. I mean, having to fight all sorts of supernatural beings without the system providing any combat ability would be really disappointing. The system continued to notify. You do not possess any special abilities. You can use 100 points to unlock a special ability. Unlock special ability or go blank line in original, possibly implying a menu. His eyebrows immediately furrowed. 100. All the points I earned from dying and coming back to life so many times have to be used up in one go to get a special. Lee Jun's entire body trembled. He slowly raised his finger. This is truly outrageous. This damn capitalist system. Oh my god. Seriously. Finally, he still decided to choose unlock special. You have used 100 points to unlock your first special. The system window quickly changed to a series of images with phrases like fate alteration, identity fabrication, lip reading appeared. These seemed to be the abilities Lee Jun could acquire. But right after that, the system started a random. Jun stiffened, watching it. What is? Don't tell me it's a random spin. I have to gamble for luck even after spending 100 points to buy a special. The more each name flashed by, the more anxious he became. What the hell is fast walking? And there's even fast. Please let it land on something good. Starting to slow. Oh, I beg you, system. Make that fast walking disappear from my... After a while of worrying back and forth, the arrow finally chimed. The ability it landed on was called Divine. You have received the special ability. Divine Luck. Rank. Condition for automatic activation. When all odds are against you, an unexpected stroke of luck will appear. This is a consumable skill that will disappear after active. Jun couldn't contain his excitement. S-rank. Even though it disappearing bothers me, an S-rank ability is truly amazing. Isn't it? This seems like a very favorable scene change. At MC Doria rest, three of them, Lee Jun, Suna, and Jong-won, were eating and chatting cheerfully. Jong-won was enthusiastically lecturing the other two. Don't you get it? The notion that eating hamburgers is bad for your health is just a false. In reality, it's a perfect meal. Bread, vegetables, tomatoes, and beef. How can they say hamburgers aren't good when they include adequate amounts of all three major nutrients? Because of food processing and additives, that's a stupid idea. Nothing has changed since the rumor that MSG is unhealthy. This country is still being led by the nose by the... Suddenly, everything in front of him spun and blurred noticeably. The power's out, but the lights in this restaurant are still on. Jong-won's words are constantly but just a few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Jong-won was still talking about hamburgers. If you don't eat French fries and soda, a hamburger is still a healthy meal. Jong-won was eating and replied, right. Glanced to the... Suna was touching up her makeup. Jong-won saw this and thought, Suna knows how to do makeup? She looks really... Jong-won still wouldn't stop. I just want to say that food is the easiest thing for the media to mess with. They've falsely accused food countless times on TV. But the worst are the gullible people. Those who... At this point, his head suddenly swelled. Jong-won fell from precisely landing on Lee Jun's. The system window appeared accordingly. Special passive ability. Divine Luck has been activated. He showed no reaction to Jong-won's death, only thinking, so that's what Divine Luck is like. I was looking forward to it. But I never expected it would only help me put on my glasses without touch. Turned his head to Suna. Suna, we should go. Before he finished speaking, Lee Jun's eyes widened in. Next to him, Suna suddenly used an eyeliner pencil to stab herself directly and blood splattered even covered her food. He called out in fear, Suna. She froze at the sound and turned to look at Suna, with her blood-stained face, suddenly gave him a grotesque. Then, she screamed loudly, lunging straight at Lee. At this exact moment, Lee Jun suddenly woke up. It turned out that everything until now had just been a... He was still intact, lying on his familiar... Lee Jun slowly sat up, his entire body drenched in sweat from... What a strange dream. Perhaps what I've been through has left me with invisible... It's understandable, after all. I've gone through this kind of thing too many times. He sighed tiredly, his emotion still in a tangled... Hopefully, nothing special happens. At the same time, at Naxiong High... In the boys' restroom, there was no one inside. Only gentle rays of sunlight shone in, dispelling some of the... One of the toilet stalls, the bathroom door suddenly... Inside, a blood-stained hand emerged from beneath the toilet. A horrifying human head also emerged. In the teacher's office at Naxiong High School, Demung said sternly, Jun, do you know why I called you here? I don't know. Next, Teacher Demung pulled out a piece of paper from a pile of items, placed it on the table. It was the club application form he had written earlier. He said in a low voice, There is no ghost story club in our... Since you wrote about a non-existent club, do you want to establish a new one? Lee Jun scratched his face and asked. Does that mean first-year students aren't allowed to establish... Teacher Demung smiled faintly and said, no, there's no such rule. It's just that no one establishes a club in their first year of high... Print a form for you. All you need to do is fill in the information and submit it to me before you go home today. You'll need at least 4 people to establish a club, so please find 3 more... Yet pointed to a nearby printer. Your form will come out of that printer over there. Oh, leave the advisor section blank and the school will assign it. Lee Jun bowed politely, thank you. He turned to leave the teacher's office. He thought to himself, who should I recruit? Suna. John. Before he could finish thinking, Teacher Demung suddenly called him back. Speaking of ghost stories, do you know about this, June? The first-year student's restroom, the east door, in the boys' bathroom, is haunted. Face became more serious than... June was slightly startled to hear this. By a ghost. He frowned, thinking to himself, more ghost stories. Always ghost stories. Damned ghost stories, why do they keep coming up every... He continued, the story goes like this. When you're in the 4th stall of that restroom taking care of business, we'll suddenly hear a strange voice echoing from... The voice whispers terrifying things into your ear. Do you know what it whispers? Lee Jun couldn't help but his face tightened as he looked at Teacher Demung. What does it say? He suddenly widened his eyes, lowering his voice. Do you want red paper or blue? Lee Jun's face went blank. I thought to himself, that story is way too... After that, he held the form and walked back to the class. Lee Jun frowned, contemplating 3 people. Suna and Jongwon are the only friends I have. Who else can I... Oda-hun or In Haeun? No, my conversation with them was before the regression. This time, I haven't had a chance to talk to them, because I was busy figuring out how to deal with that terrifying laugh. Then, in the hallway, both Suna and Lee Jin he were walking to class. Suna and Lee Jin he let out a breath. Looks like they just rushed to school because they were late. If I remember correctly, Suna barely makes it to class on... Wait a minute. Lee Jun glanced towards Jin. Isn't Lee Jin he the last person in the quest? She's one of the 3 friends the system Maybe she'd be willing to join the club? He smiled and raised his hand to greet her. Hello. Surprise, Lee Jin he walked straight into the classroom. She paid him no mind, leisurely stepping in. Only June and Suna were left in the hall. Suna shyly greeted him back.
You, millimatra, He
absent-mindedly convinced himself, that's right, I intended to greet Suna from the start. So it's not like I was Next he softly called Suna, you can see I'm trying to start a club. And I wanted to ask, scene change. At the first-year boys' rec, Lee Jun was inside taking care of business. He thought to himself, I'm glad Suna agreed to join. Hopefully, I can convince Jongwon without any... As for the last person, I'll try asking my deskmate Oda-hun. He seems close to Jongwon. Then, a voice suddenly spoke from inside the toilet stall. Hey who? June was about to leave. But hearing the voice, he turned back curiously. Do you... Stop playing pranks. Siri, he frowned and asked. What? What prank? I didn't say any... Voice echoed again. You've been asking about red paper or blue paper for a while. He was startled, recalling Teacher Demung's words. Red paper or blue paper? So that's the 4th stall? That means the story the teacher told is... This must be another ghost story happening, right? Red paper, blue paper? It's a famous ghost story that probably every Korean knows. The content is very... A ghost in the restroom asks the person using the toilet whether they prefer red paper or blue paper. No matter which they choose, they will... You're in the 4th stall of the restroom, taking care of business. You'll hear a strange voice echoing from... You've been asking about red paper or blue paper for a while. Lee Jun's face fell as he recalled the words of Teacher Demung and the student in the 4th stall. It must just be a coincidence, right? Can't be. What should I do? Should I avoid it and run away? Or try to fight? After that, the voice from inside the toilet stall rang out again. Hey, are you still there? Didn't you hear? The student sitting inside was a first year, class 1, named Jun Suk. He frowned and cursed. God damn it. What the hell is playing a trick? Jun Suk put his phone in his pocket. He wanted to go out and see who was talking. You stay right there. When I come out, you're dead. He suddenly discovered there was no toilet paper left in the stall. Only the empty... With no other choice, Jun Suk had to ask Lee Jun for help. Hey, could you get me some toilet paper from the next... He silently looked at the other stall. Then he replied playfully, what if I don't want to? Jun Suk had to plead. Oh please. I'm sorry for being rude, just... I'll buy you something at the cafeteria. Alright, if you say... But just as he was about to step past the 4th stall, a deep voice suddenly spoke. Do you want red paper or blue? Jun Suk was completely enraged now. He kicked the door hard. Damn this dog again. I told you to stop with that joke. What class are you in, you bastard? Jun thought in confusion. Just now I heard... He paid no attention to the curses. What should I do? Should I run away immediately? But if I do, I'll kill the guy in there. Jun Suk continued to shout loudly. I remember your voice. When I come out, you'll regret it. Lee Jun also wouldn't back down and kicked the stall door hard. Damn it. What are you cursing? The atmosphere then fell silent. Jun Suk was so angry he was panting. You, that's enough, you dog. You stay right there. Think about how you want to die before I come. He was startled to hear, is he going to come out without wiping? Holy cow. How disgusting. He quickly dashed outside. I should get out of here right. Unexpectedly, the restroom door suddenly opened. What are you students? Hoa-un walked in, hands on her. Jun saw her and stood dumbfounded. Teacher, this is the boys' rest. Hoa-un stated logically, I heard you two swearing at each other outside. The semester just started, and you're already fighting over. Stammered, unable to speak. That is, he wondered to himself. How am I supposed to explain this? Hua. Thanks for watching the video. Looked at him suspiciously. You're high school students. Are you going to beat each other up over something so true? That kid should have just taken the toilet paper when someone offered it, right? So why didn't he choose one? Lee Jun could only force a smile. But he quickly realized something strange in her words. Immediately after, Hoa Yun's face darkened. She placed her hands on the floor. In an instant, she scrambled onto the. He looked down from above at the fourth stall, where Jun Suk was sitting. He was slightly startled and surprised to see her. Hoa Yun's face was now distorted. Her eyes darted around. Her mouth groaned. How many times have I asked you red paper or blue paper? Which one did you want? So why didn't you answer me? You clearly ran out of paper. Her head even twisted backward. Her eyes wide, as if they would pop. Jun Suk ran out in a panic. He kept screaming. What the hell? What in the world is happening? No one answered.
Hoa-un stared wide-eyed at Jun.
She instantly crawled down from above, straight to her mouth bellowing. Just answer. Do you choose red paper or blue paper? Jun Suk's face turned pale with fear. Help. Lee Jun, observing from the side, was equally terrified. What the hell is He stood motionless, thinking to himself. I'm pretty sure she was the teacher during the entrance ceremony. Don't tell me she's been a ghost all this. She doesn't seem like it, though. Anyway, I'm not sure. But she looks more like she's possessed or something. Thinking that the ghost story about red paper, blue paper, I'm pretty sure the answer lies within the story. The story basically involves death in various ways depending on the answer. If I choose red paper, it'll bleed to death. And if I choose blue paper, it'll be strangled until my skin turns blue and damn it, nothing here helps. Lee Jun summoned all his courage to say white. Jun Suk, sitting there, was now so scared that tears welled up in his eyes. Jun's entire body was even though he was also scared. Lee Jun continued in a low voice, that's right. It has to be white paper. Bring out the white. He pursed his lips and thought. If choosing either way leads to death, then why not choose something completely different? I know this idea is childish, but there's no other. Ultimately, what will happen? Immediately after, Hoa-un slowly turned her head to look at Lee. She slowly paper. If so, then I can't help both you boys at once. You really want white paper? At this moment, her expression returned to as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. This left Lee Jun completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was. Hoa-un gently asked, you really want white paper? Lee Jun stared blankly into her. Inside, he was in extreme panic. What is this? What am I supposed to say? Red tissue paper will kill me and turn me red. Blue tissue paper will kill me and turn me blue. Will white tissue paper do the same? But what kind of situation is being turned white? Just Jun Suk seized the opportunity to run outside, screaming. Seeing this, Lee Jun was furious. He dared to run off by himself while I was distracted. Damn it. That ungrateful Hoa-un paid no attention to that and continued, so, what's your intention? Do you want to try some white paper? You blushed, thinking to himself. What would happen if I said? Jun couldn't help but. Next, he walked past Hoa-un. I'm sorry. Actually, I didn't plan on using the restroom, so, I'll just accept your good intentions, teacher. I apologize. After speaking, he feigned calmness and walked straight. Inside, his worry was ceaseless. Will this? Lee Jun glanced behind him to check the teacher's reaction. That pervert was the one in the fourth stall and attracted the ghost. Not me. Therefore, I'm not part of this. Hoa-un stood behind him, merely staring at his retreating figure, with no intention of. Lee Jun silently chanted to himself. Please, Mom, don't let her fall. Slowly turned the restroom door, then pushed the door open and walked out. Everything happened so normally that it made Lee Jun tremble with. But just a few seconds later, the system notification appeared. You have survived a C-rank ghost story, red paper, blue. You have received 10 ghost story. Only then did he relax completely. Lee Jun let out a tired sigh of relief. At least this time I solved it without dying. But what would the outcome of white paper change? At first year class 3. Wow. Life is truly amazing. Odahun, sitting next to him, excitedly told June. My deskmate initiated conversations at the start of the semester. I thought that only happened in anime or Gomanasai about your club invitation. Watashi is planning to join an anime club. His eyes at him. His entire face instantly went blank. After that, Lee Jun went to Jongwon. You're starting that's right. It's called the Ghost Story Club. Are you interested? Jongwon looked thoughtful. I was planning to join the book club or an academic. Hearing that, he thought, not surprising. He seems like he doesn't care about anything besides school. In that case, he lowered his voice and said, you see, joining those clubs isn't a good strategy for first-year students. They won't let you participate in extracurricular activities that would be beneficial for your He frowned at him. Huh? That's because of the upperclassmen. The school usually focuses those activities on second or third-year students who plan to apply for early university admission. Even if you've won awards in competitions, the seniors will still prioritize putting their names first. And only if there's leftover space, then it's our turn as first. Jongwon retorted. What are you talking about? Who do you think you are to give people advice like? June raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. Oh no, did I just hurt his ego? It seems he likes to instruct others but doesn't like others doing the opposite to him. What a rude system. Suddenly popped up a notification. Your understanding of Jongwon has increased by 5. Use the experience of a 3-year regressor to... He smirked and continued. I'm confident I have the right to give advice. Are you good at studying? At least better than you. June looked at his arrogant expression and thought. Look at the way he talks. Although I don't deny it. No, I won't accept losing a verbal sparring. Better than me? What was your high school ranking? Jongwon immediately replied, at least in the top. He pointed confidently at himself. I've always been in the top. Hearing that, he was utterly surprised. No way. Then why did you choose Naxiong High School? And not a prestigious... Didn't answer but asked, be honest, buddy. You came here for the same purpose as me, didn't you? Jongwon frowned, stammering, what Lee Jun said naturally, isn't it because you want to boost your resume? Instead of being obscure in a prestigious school, you want to be the top student here and go to Seoul University, right? He was slightly startled to hear. He retorted, I plan to go to Kai. You didn't even... Without waiting for Jongwon to finish, he cut him off bluntly. It's all this... Anyway, listen carefully. This isn't a bad suggestion. Firstly, as I said, it would be meaningless to join an academic club in your first year. Jongwon suddenly avoided his gaze. My mom never said anything like that. Lee Jun thought to himself, holy cow. He's 17 and still listens to his mom so carefully. I'm about to establish a new club with only first-year students. That means we'll become the first core members. What do you think will happen? We'll participate in every competition, every activity, and receive every support. Most importantly, there will be no oppression, and complete freedom will be guaranteed for all club activities. How about... Jongwon stared blankly at him and said, oh, you're sharper than I thought. I apologize for looking down on you. The ghost story theme sounds strange, but it's definitely not a bad idea.
Leon smiled, winking.
He can't refuse this offer anymore. At this moment, in front of him, the system notified, your understanding of Jongwon has increased by 20. I've almost got him wrapped around my little... Continued to ask a question. In that case, wouldn't it be better if I also started my own club? He was slightly startled and replied, that's very difficult. Because first-year students aren't allowed to establish. My bluffing skills are truly in... Jongwon finally compromised with his suggestion. Alright, he'll try joining. It's a deal. He'll write your name on the... June was full of confidence. I just need one more person, and the Ghost Story Club will be established. Anyone who has ever written a self-introduction letter for universities will understand that half the documents submitted to schools are... This moment, Suna was standing next to Lee Jun's... Suna hesitantly asked, June, are you done? Lee Jun quickly replied, I'm almost... June mumbled the things he was writing in his head. Studies on the impact of time through folk tales or ancestral stories. Alright, adding this much embellishment should be in... Suna looked at him, a smile on her face. Does that mean we can organize club activities ourselves?
Leon gently looked at her.
Only when we get one more person. But it sounds exciting. Suna happily clasped her hands.
Leon smiled faintly at her.
He thought to himself. Suna is very shy, so I think she'll be really looking forward to having a group of friends that makes her feel... At this moment, his and Suna's understanding of each other had increased by...
Leon reassured her. Don't worry.
I'm sure he'll recruit one more person before school. The classroom echoed with the voices of the two students. Then we'll help each other and have fun. Okay? The classroom clock now struck 4:15. Lee Jun's face turned to fear and worry. He looked at the clock. The feeling of anxiety in him surged. School was about to end, but he still hadn't recruited the last. The thoughts in his head kept conflicting. What should I do? Should I just write down any random name?
Yoon hesitated.
But that's not right. There's no other way. I can only talk to the teacher about. A voice echoed in the hallway. Class did great. Teacher back held the documents on the table. He gently reminded them, oh, that's right. This morning, a student fell in the restroom and got injured. Please remember to be careful, everyone. See you all tomorrow. The whole class replied in unison, yes. The class eagerly left. Laughter and chatter echoed through the hall. Teacher back was walking when he suddenly stopped, hearing a call. Lee Jun timidly offered him the documents in his hand. His voice became hesitant. This is the club formation application. But, teacher happily and quickly took the application from his hand. Surprisingly, Jun, you did well. He turned away, waving to Lee Jun. See you tomorrow. Despite Lee Jun still having something to say. Yes, teacher. Wait. Lee Jun called out loudly, his voice urgent. I have something to. However, teacher back continued to walk forward, leaving him.
Lee Jun sighed.
Is this teacher the type who's sensitive about working overtime? Because of the understanding between Lee Jun and teacher back increased by 5. Lee Jun and Suna's farewells echoed.
Junior goodbye.
See you tomorrow. Lee Jun walked out of the school. Thoughts kept swirling in his mind. I submitted the application, but it was missing one person. The system window indicated it was a quest. But what will happen if I can't complete it? Immediately after, he brushed away those thoughts. Whatever. It will probably work out somehow. Jun walked back. He was secretly relieved. This is the first day I haven't had to die even once. Luckily, I already knew the content of the ghost story. He wondered, do I have to study more ghost stories for the... But then horrifying images appeared in his head. That would be a bit exhausting. Suddenly he froze, sensing his mother. She looked down when she heard Lee Jun's voice. He waved to her, unable to help but wonder, Mom, you're home early today. Did something happen? His mother still stood there looking down without saying a word. Her face began to change. Lee Jun stared at her with wide eyes, his heart filled with doubt. Suddenly, his mother's face darkened. It looked very serious. Jun grew even more worried. What's wrong? Why is she staring at me like that? Could something really have happened? Made him rush upstairs. Open the door. He entered the house. He called out loudly, and Jun quickly scanned his house, looking for his mother. He looked around but saw no one. He then, out loudly, a sound came from a room. Lee Jun opened his mother's room door and looked around. His mother was nowhere to be seen. He then moved to another area of the house. Jun ran through the kitchen but still saw no. At this moment he felt both worried and puzzled. How strange. I'm pretty sure I just saw Mom. Jun opened the balcony door. He looked around the balcony. Where could she have gone? She was just here a moment. Lee Jun looked down from the balcony, unable to help but feel suspicious. It really is strange. Suddenly, at this moment, the space around him became truly bizarre. A head resembling his mother's slowly emerged from the washing. As if sensing it, Lee Jun froze. His eyes. He turned his head to the washing machine next to him. Staring directly at the head protruding from it, he was startled and terrified. The ghost mother revealed her true form. She stared at Lee Jun with a terrifying. He recoiled in fright, letting out a loud scream. Jun was scared. He fell back. Cold sweat poured down his face. Lee Jun gasped for breath, his brows furrowed. He still couldn't escape the recent great He stared blankly at the back. Said tensely, I just had a hallucination. The space in front of him was slowly enveloped by an eerie and haunted red. Suddenly, the horrific thing from inside the washing machine poked its head through the door, staring intently at him. Its neck was twisted. The sight before him was truly frightening and haunting. That head slowly spoke. How was school today? The scene looked truly terrifying.
Lee Jun backed away.
The ghostly voice echoed. How was school today?
So.
Jun opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth. Cold sweat ceaselessly poured down due to the horrifying sight before him. Looking at that creature, he was terrified and quickly ran. As he ran, questions kept ringing in his head. What is this? Is Mom possessed? Looking straight ahead, he muttered tensely. Am I not even allowed to rest when I'm at home? Lee Jun headed straight for the doorknob, reassuring himself. I need to get out of here first. Then, suddenly, the ghost mother screamed. Her face turned furious. More and more red blood vessels appeared in her eyes. You wretched son. Just like your father. Do you think you can escape? Her words made Lee Jun. Then he reached for the doorknob and quickly opened. Lee Jun flung open the door, hurriedly running out of there. Straight down the street without looking. His hand on a pole by the road. His mouth gasped incessantly from running too fast. Jun slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking back to what just happened. Damn it. What the hell is going on? He recalled standing below the apartment building, looking up at the figure in the house. This time it happened in my own house. I couldn't just run away like in the first ghost story. His hand on a utility pole, still unable to escape the thoughts of what just happened. But I don't want to go back there either. He was whoosh. June nervously looked up at the building. Is there no other way? I guess he'll just have to wait for Dad to come home from. Reached into his pants pocket to search. I have my phone, but my wallet is in my bag. Damn it. Did I really run out in my house? Lee June sighed in frustration, looking straight ahead. What should I do to kill? Sunset fell. In the twilight, the faint creak of a swing echoed. June sat dejectedly on a swing in the park. He sighed. Damn it. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped, lost in. Lee June suddenly thought of his friend Suna. For some reason, I suddenly thought of Suna. I mean, it's not because talking about being broke made me think. Pulled his phone out of his pocket, his tone thoughtful. Maybe I should try text. The message was sent. He stared intently at the message on his. Thinking something, his expression changed. He suddenly became flustered. This is the first time I've texted a. Mood changed. His hand trembled. Yeah, I didn't make any mistakes, right? Should I text a little more? The phone in his hand trembled along with him. What if she blocks me because I was too rude? Suna's arrived. Hey. June became flustered reading her message. His face relaxed. His mood blossomed with ease. So, this is her texting style? How cute. He immediately drafted a reply to her. So what doing? I'm just spacing. Lee June wondered, staring at the message he just sent. Space. He was confused, fumbling with his thoughts. What does she mean? Why is she spacing out? Is this some kind of girl language? The two continued their conversation. Oh really? I lost my house keys and am outside waiting for my parents. Boo-hoo. Seriously? That's rough. Where are you? I'm sitting at the playground below my apartment building. How long do you have? Wait, probably 2 hours. Really? That's quite a while. Aren't there any cafes or places to kill time around? The problem is, I just realized I didn't bring my wallet. A silence fell.
June pondered laut.
June was worried, staring intently at his phone. She still hasn't replied. Did I complain too much? Or is she busy with thoughts in his head battled each other? Should I change the subject? No, that would just make me look more pathetic. After a long, weary wait, his phone vibrated. Lee June's eyes lit up as he read something on the message slowly appeared. So, do you want to come over to my... His face lit up. A glimmer of joy. The message was sent. Sunset covered the entire... Suna timidly opened the door. She spoke. Hi. Suna smiled faintly. My house is a bit messy. Anyway, please come in.
June followed.
His face darkened. He gasped for breath, reassuring himself. Calm down. Lee June, I'm just going to a classmate's house to hang.
June switched.
I absolutely will not think about things like her having a feminine room or a nice... Looking at Suna's back, Lee June trailed behind. Looking at the surrounding items, he was utterly disappointed because the kitchen and study looked truly messy and Lee June's expression changed. He thought to himself, it's not like I had high hopes to begin. June politely took off his slippers and stepped inside. Sorry for bothering. He quickly searched for a topic. He asked her, but your grandmother isn't... Suna was startled. She slowly asked. How did you know I live with my grand... June replied awkwardly, didn't you say you were late because your grandmother woke you up late? His flashed back to the classroom. Suna's voice echoed. My grandmother woke me up late. Suddenly he was shocked and startled. Damn it. That moment was from the previous loop before I killed the laughing. Suna asked curiously, did I say that? Lee June quickly replied, yes, you said so yesterday. He thought to himself, I need to be more careful from now. Atmosphere became more stifling and awkward. Lee June quickly thought of something. He quickly changed the subject. Well, never mind. What should we do now, Suna? Do you play any game? Suna timidly replied, I don't have a computer. So,
Lee June understood.
Suddenly, he stopped when he saw something behind, pointed to the TV behind her. He asked, then how about watching TV? There's probably a good movie on. Suna became hesitant. My TV can only get broadcast. Hearing that, Lee June paused for his face changed color. Cold sweat broke out on him. Even a small slip-up could become a fatal blow. What would Lee June do to overcome this crime? Lee June intently looked at Suna's middle school photo in the album. Oh, you look just like you did in middle school. Suna just nodded gently. He continued to ask, how was your time in middle school? Hearing that, she stammered, not understanding why he... Thanks for watching the... I need to change the subject. Yeah. At this moment, he suddenly noticed another book on the shelf. What's this? An old book's title was super hilarious. Suna saw him holding the book and smiled faintly, saying, it's quite amusing. Hearing that, Lee June curiously, oh, let's see. Why does coffee taste like dirt? She quickly replied, Because it was dirt a few minutes ago. What do you call a criminal who lands a plane? Self-deprecating. That, you remembered all of them? Suna said a little shyly. Oh, it's nothing he thought to himself, I see. It seems there isn't much to do at Suna's. Suna had no friends. She had read this humorous book over and over so much that it was warm. Lee Jun suddenly covered his face. This isn't good at all. No matter what I do, I might accidentally put my foot in my mouth. There are too many. Suna saw his reaction and quickly realized. She softly asked, my house is really boring. Isn't it?
I'm sorry.
Actually, I called you over because I want to change this personality of mine. Anyway, I'm a high school student now. Unfortunately, I don't have anything interesting about. Jun just silently looked. Then he asked again, Suna, what do you usually do after? Very curious. Do you have any hobbies? Or what do you usually do? She tried to read what she had done yesterday. Yesterday, I went home and decided to change. Walked around the neighborhood. I think I fell asleep right after getting home and eating dinner. Very early in the morning. But because I couldn't go back to sleep, I just lay there and then dozed off again without realizing it. He sat beside her, listening intently. Is that why she's late for?
Suna added softly, I'm sorry.
But I don't remember what I did the day before yesterday. Jun called out softly, even if the Ghost Story Club isn't formed, let's join a club together. Suna was a little embarrassed to hear his. Then she smiled faintly in reply. The system window appeared accordingly. Your understanding of Suna has increased by. Scene change. The sky was now late after. Lee Jun stood solemnly in front of the apartment complex where he lived. It's time, let's go. His father, just off work, looked at his utterly serious face and asked, son, what's wrong with your. Jun spoke with some difficulty. I know it's hard to believe, but please listen to me. Something strange is happening in our house. Something is impersonating. Hearing this, he suddenly. When did you see it, son? I saw it 3 days.
Lee Jun glanced at him. Stop.
Jun furrowed his brow, thinking, if it was 3 days ago, that was the first day of. Flashback to late night 3 days ago. Father, still sleepy, walked out of the. Looked out. He suddenly saw his wife upside down on the living room table. His eyes in surprise. His mouth softly uttered. Lee Jun's mother didn't immediately reply, still propping herself up with her. Just a few seconds later, she twisted her head backward. Her eyes bulged. All other husbands pick up and drop off their wives. So why don't you do that? Yet another time. While still working at the company, he received a phone call from their home number. Lee's father didn't hesitate and pressed the answer button. Immediately after, his wife's voice echoed from the phone. A voice both strange and familiar drew closer to speak. Is your mother the only mother? I also want to go visit my own mother. That's the reason for the past few days. I've been waiting for your mother to come home in front of the door, even when I came home early from. Jun listened, then silently remembered. Come to think of it, the day before when he ran out to meet them both, his father had asked, did you just see a ghost or something, son? Jun furrowed his brow and asked, what should we do now, Dad? Sighed wearily. We can't let your mother be in danger. We'll handle this ourselves. Yes. Having said, both of them walked into the house together. The two crept inside. Jun lightly kicked the side of a cabinet with his. Inside there were a few umbrellas. He took one for himself. One for his father. Here. Although it was already late afternoon, the house lights were not on. Only a few faint rays of late afternoon sun shone in. Both were cautiously observing every corner around. They said nothing. The father and son understood each other's unspoken meaning through their eyes. The two slowly walked towards the. Sure enough, Lee Jun's mother was there. In one hand, she held an extremely sharp. As soon as the father and son stepped inside, both were overwhelmed by the current. Jun's eyes widened in fright. At this moment, could easily prop herself upside down with just two. Scene now looked extremely. Next, her whole body. She twisted her head back, looking straight at the two of them. You wretched father and son. Where have you been gallivanting off to, only to come back at this? The briefcase in Lee Jun's father's hand immediately. He raised the umbrella. His mouth roared loudly. If you're a ghost, disappear. But if you're a person. Both of them nervously watched her every move. Lee's mother said in a low voice, is it fair for one person to make a mess and cause trouble, while another has to clean up the consequences? We're so scared they didn't dare breathe, staring straight ahead with wide. Her face was now extremely distorted. Her eyes were bloodshot. She shrieked, why do you always have to make a mess and cause trouble? Why? She jumped down from the kitchen, knife in hand. She lunged straight at the father and son. Let this old woman breathe a little. Seeing that, they immediately moved into a defensive. Lee Jun's father quickly pressed the umbrella's opening. The umbrella immediately opened, blocking the mother's incoming knife. The sharp knife pierced straight through the umbrella, creating a sizable. He gritted his teeth. He the umbrella straight at them. Immediately, the mother lost her balance and fell straight onto the kitchen. The father and son remained vigilant, staring intently. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Lee Jun's father was startled and amazed by the sight before his eyes. Her twisted and contorted body, slowly, she growled each word in her throat. Honey, I can't live like this anymore. Let's all hang ourselves together. She stepped forward, protecting his son. June, something's not right. Get behind me. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. No one dared to make a. The mother slowly lifted her head. She stared intently at Lee Jun with her bloodshot, making him stiffen. She said in a low voice, Peng Jiangsun's mother says her child can focus intensely on studying for 3 hours straight. I shouldn't have given birth to a stupid child. After finishing her words, her feet that were on the ground suddenly floated into the mother's entire body hovered high up. Her posture was exactly like someone being hanged.
Everione.
Drops of red blood dripped from her. Next, the mother screamed loudly, her whole body lunging forward. Let's all hang ourselves, and both of them were terrified by her series of actions. Lee Jun's father quickly warned him, Jun, run. Lee Jun's eyes widened, looking straight ahead. Dad, his was quickly seized by his mother, her hand tightly gripping his.
Jun stod dumbfounded.
He watched his father struggling and fighting back against his mother. His hands tightly gripped the umbrella. Get that filthy hand off him now. The umbrella high, his mouth roared loud. Umbrella then violently struck the mother. Her head also dropped down accordingly. But just a seconds later, she lifted her face again. Her eyes were so wide they looked like they would pop. Lee Jun, seeing that, was extremely terrified. His anxiously shouted, back away, Jun. Let me handle. But he tightly furrowed his brow. Dad. Just at this critical moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out. What's all this noise? What's going on? 2 neighbors with worried expressions stepped inside. Lee Jun also recognized them as the aunt and uncle from next door. They frowned and walked straight into the house.
Mr. Jun, what's happening?
Let's resolve things with words, all right? Mrs. Jun, what are you suddenly? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flinched, looking at she, with her disheveled hair covering her face, also turned her head to. Her eyes were dripping blood. He spends all day babysitting and gambling. I can't live in this house anymore. We're all going to hang ourselves together.
Don't interférer ni.
The neighbor immediately froze. Since when did Mr. Jun babysit and gamble? Also, her eyes are. He turned his head to look at Lee Jun. What's wrong with your mom? Go to my house and call 911. He stammered in reply, but, Dad, father also growled out, just do as he says, Jun. He was desperate. He could only grit his teeth and run outside. I understand. Please wait a moment. After Jun went to their neighbor's house with he tightly shut the door, so tired he was panting heavily. Sitting next to him asked worriedly, what's wrong, Jun? I remember your parents got along so well. He said with difficulty, please wait a moment. Auntie. He'll explain. Lee Jun took his phone out of his pocket. He dialed 112. I have to call the police first. Just doorbell suddenly rang. Of them stared wide-eyed at the door. Jun, it's Dad. Open the door for me. The device's screen flickered, continuing, and his father's face pressed directly against the device. His eyes were blood red. His mouth had his tongue sticking out. Open the door, Junyo. His dad. Open the door, son. Open the door, Jun. Jun and the neighbor were both horrified to see his father's face at that. He cried out in panic, who are you? Where is my father? He then mumbled, business failed. Chased and hunted down by creditors. Eating instant noodles until I got severe acid reflux. Aren't you also sick of this life? Dad is tired. Dad hanged himself with your mother. You should also hang yourself and die. Jun, hearing that, his face turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? My father never ran any business. And since when do we only eat instant noodles? He didn't care about what Lee Jun said and just repeated, open the door quickly. Let's hang ourselves and die together. Struggled, reaching his hand forward. Stop talking nonsense. Who are you, really? What have you done to my parents? Just the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Jun quickly took it out. The caller ID showed Mom. His eyes, full of vigilance, but still decided to answer. Hello, son. Is something happening at our house? Hearing that, he was endlessly astonished. She continued. Mom just got home from work, and there's a crowd gathered in front of our house. There are even police here too. Himself, police. So someone reported the disturbance earlier. The neighbor standing next to him saw that and asked, your mom called? But just now. Your mom was. Without waiting for the neighbor to finish, he abruptly cut in, Mom, we're fine. So don't come in here, okay? And if the police. Saying this, Lee Jun suddenly froze. On the besides the old man's back, the mother also slowly. No, the number is truly enormous. June and the neighbor witnessed this scene and both turned, because at this moment, outside, all the people entering the apartment complex were hanging suspended in. Everyone's face was contorted because they couldn't breathe. He stared wide-eyed at everything. What about Dad? What happened to Dad? I have to do. June turned his head, looking around. Weapons. Something I can use for self-defense. He noticed some golf clubs placed next to the storage. June didn't hesitate and grabbed one. Saw that and asked worriedly, "Where are you going, June?" He replied in a low voice, "Please wait here, Auntie. I want to try." After that, he gathered all his courage to open the. June cautiously looked outside. He was startled when his father lying sprawled on the ground. "Dad." He hesitated and ran towards him. "Dad, Dad, are you? Dad, wake up." But immediately after, June noticed something abnormal. At this moment, the ghost mother was clinging to the ceiling, her eyes staring intently. June flinched and turned. However, it was too late. She quickly swooped down, her mouth screaming with malicious intent. "With your fat, plump body, who would want to marry you? You pig." He all his strength to wield the club in his hand and struck her hard in the face. The made an extremely loud sound. The mother's face also snapped. Just a few seconds later, she looked at him again with bloodshot eyes. The mother grabbed his neck tightly with her hand. Everything happened in an instant, giving him no time to react. The club in his hand fell to the floor with his whole body trembling. He struggled to speak. "Let go." June's face grew redder and redder from lack of air. Paid no attention to that. She continuously reprimanded, "You have no friends. You're always alone. All because of your wretched personality. How do you plan to live with that trashy mindset? Is studying really that hard? Do you know how hard I work out there? Is it really that difficult just to sit down and read a book? All day you just play games. You truly are a lazy, useless person. Content with this trashy life. Go hang yourself. Don't make your mother suffer anymore. Just die already." June's eyes rolled back as he looked at her. Consciousness slowly faded. Immediately after, the system announced, "You have died. You will return to the previous checkpoint. Be careful on your way home. I had a lot of fun." Everything went back to the time he left Suna's house. June still standing motionless and called out, "June." He said in a voice, "Suna, see you tomorrow." Him act as usual, she smiled faintly. Evening sky was poetic. The sun, peeking from behind the clouds, was slowly. June ambled down the road towards his hand held his phone, dialing. Just a few seconds later, a voice from the other end of the line rang out. "Hello?" He said in a voice, "I want to ask you something. Are you free?" Jhi Ong-won was currently sitting in class. Hearing that, he replied, "Free? Actually, it's break time at the tutoring." June frowned and said, "I want to know about a ghost story involving an entity impersonating one's mother in one's own home. Have you ever heard of such?" Jhi Ong-won completely unexpected him to ask about this. "Another ghost story? What's wrong? Why do you always ask such strange questions?" "Sorry, I just got curious. So, anything come to mind? If it's that type of ghost story, then, of course there is." June, hearing this, was slightly startled. There are stories about ghosts impersonating family members. But the most famous one, truly deserving to be called horror and not just a folktale, would have which mother to choose. He asked which mother to choose. What kind of story is that? Is there any way to escape it? A way out? On one fateful night, when I was studying on the second son, help me. Come down to the kitchen for a bit, son. My mother's voice called from the kitchen on the first floor, telling me to come downstairs. Protagonist immediately went downstairs. As he walked, he sighed. How annoying. As I was walking down to my mother, a panicked voice suddenly echoed from my parents' bedroom on the second. Wait, son, don't go down to the kitchen. I also just heard that. The protagonist looked awkwardly at the closed door. Huh? At that moment, which mother should I believe? That's the ghost story June is facing this time. Jhi Ong-won finished telling the story and said, "That's an American urban legend. You've grasped the general idea of the story." June was extremely anxious. Biting his nails, he asked, "The story is called Which Mother to Choose. So, no matter which mother you choose, it's not the right one." Exactly. He tightly furrowed his brow, thinking, damn it. When things come to a dead end, gathering more information is the smartest. Just like before, the clues are always hidden in the story. Asked further in a low voice, "You said it's a famous story, right? So, are there any prominent solutions proposed?" Jhi Ong-won immediately replied, "There are quite a few theories. From deductions based on the order of the mother's calls to deductions based on their location." June's heart was filled with worry. "I don't think this will help me in this situation, because it's clear I already knew who the real person was from the. Are there any other theories? Is there anything that helps find the real mother or a way to drive away the imposter? But Jhi Ong-won hesitated and said, break time is almost. Hearing that, he immediately said, I'm sorry, but you're the only one wise enough that I know to ask about this. Hearing that, he immediately became more arrogant. Is that so? Well, there's no other choice then. Sometimes people jokingly suggest something like news of a pregnancy or bad grades. All suggestions are to do something that would make your mother react as violently as possible to differentiate between. Lee Jun, hearing this, was slightly startled and Jhi Ong-won slightly furrowed his brow and said, all right, class is really starting now. He anxiously replied, thank you, Jhi Ong-won. Really, thank you. Have a good study call then. After that, Lee Jun walked solemnly on his way. He pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, I have a feeling that if I do that, something will happen. The important thing here isn't to find the imposter, but to make the imposter reveal its true identity. No, it's to make it so the imposter can no longer impersonate. As he was walking, he suddenly. Jun silently looked into the distance. He asked himself, will it work? I think it's possible. This isn't the time to hesitate. I've decided. I'll confront it. The sky was now almost standing in front of the apartment building. You saw it too. Ah, Yunyo. Yes. There's something impersonating Mom at our house. We have to deal with this before Mom gets back. His father heard that and frowned, asking, a plan? What is?
Leon hesitated slightly.
If I explain it now, Dad might not understand. Perhaps it's better to let Dad see it with his own. With his strong intuition, Hell realized what he needs to do right. He said softly, let's just go up there first, Dad. You'll understand when we get. After that, both of them quickly went to their apartment. Lee Jun raised his hand and pressed the door. His father saw that and asked Jun, why are you ringing our own door? He didn't reply and kept ringing the door. In his heart, he thought, respond. Respond. Sure enough. Just a few seconds later, a sound echoed from inside. The speaker turned on. It has respond. Next, Lee Jun slowly spoke. Open the door, daughter. His father next to him was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Not a sound came from inside. He sternly raised his hand and knocked on the door. Daughter-in-law. Open the door. I'm here because I know you're in there. Only you would dare to make your mother-in-law, over 70 years old, wait outside the door like. The door speaker remained silent, not making any. But this time, the sound of the lock sliding open. The door also opened a court. Immediately after, Lee Jun's mother's head popped out from inside. She stared at him with wide, bulging eyes. How can someone as academically poor as you still hold your head high and confidently step? Jun showed no fear at all. He crossed his arms and said, daughter-in-law, give me the main door code. I don't like feeling like I'm visiting a stranger's house, having to ring the doorbell and wait for the. She didn't reply and continued to scold. Why are you so stupid at everything you do? I truly don't know who you take after in this. He didn't care and bluntly cut her off. Do you have a problem with me wanting to visit my sons? The atmosphere immediately fell. His mother still didn't give up and continued to speak. Furthermore, didn't you say you'd do some housework? But look at you, have you done anything yet? Always hesitating. Never willing to do anything decisive. But this time, Lee Jun angrily yelled, is it wrong for me to say I want to enter my own house? Give me the code. Or are you so stupid you can't even understand humans? Both of them stared intensely at each. His mother's lips trembled slightly. She slowly walked out from inside. Her whole body cowered. Mother-in-law, why are you talking like? Lee Jun was secretly overjoyed, while his father was bewildered. That's it. It's working. I have to maintain this advantage. He deliberately raised his voice to scold the ghost. I bore and raised my son through pain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this house is mine, would it? Or do you want to Lee Jun pointed at her, making her more timid. What kind of person are you, so shallow in your thoughts? If you're a daughter-in-law, you should quickly open the door to welcome your mother-in-law. His attitude became increasingly harsh to apply more pressure. You don't want me here, do you? Is that? The ghost mother lowered her face and replied gloomily. No, ma'am. I didn't mean that. Lee Jun didn't stop and continued to scold. You didn't mean that. Yet you treat me like this? My family is truly unfortunate to have brought home a daughter-in-law who has no regard for her mother-in-law. She pressed her lips tightly together, then whimpered, no, mother. It's just a misunderstanding. The young man pointed at her to continue. You still want to deny it? Do you even know what day it is today? Just sitting around at home? What in the world are you? Ghost was completely subdued by him and could only. Suddenly, the ghost mother spoke again. What day is today? Lee Jun was dumbfounded by the sudden question. What day is today? The young man was a little scared, his voice trembling accordingly. You're only asking now? What kind of daughter-in-law doesn't know anything? Ghost mother suddenly pressed close to his. So what exactly? What day is today, ma'am? Lee Jun gritted his teeth, utterly stunned. What should I say now? It was clearly about to succeed. The flow was going well, but then it was suddenly interrupted. Under that immense pressure, he fumbled for a solution. I have to make something up. Should I say it's my birthday? His father then interjected into the conversation. Hey, today is the day you promised to pick up my child from. Both he and the ghost mother looked towards the. His father remained stern, arms crossed, after uttering those words. He began to ask with an angry tone, Sister-in-law, is your memory that bad? Or is taking care of another child so difficult that you deliberately ignore my. His intervention stopped both of them. Speak up. Am I? June was still surprised by their perfect coordination. The sister-in-law act. Dad understood my intentions completely in such a short. His eyes, his father now looked like a god. This was the aura of a pillar of the ghost mother. June was scared. Dear, how could you ask me to do that? Taking care of a child is really not. His father became even angrier, pointing at her. What's wrong with you? My child cried their eyes out at daycare because. Lee Jun's father held up 5 fingers to illustrate his words. I want compensation for the emotional distress you caused my child. Pay $500. She meekly replied to him. Dear, how could you? Why would you ask me to look after your child instead of you? You could hire an. Jun's father immediately pointed at his temple. A nanny? You're truly insane. How could I trust an outsider to take care of my child? The ghost mother stammered. So why did you ask? This answer was immediately refuted by him. Sister-in-law, am I an outsider to you? Are you ignoring us because you find it troublesome and want to be lazy? She was speechless by this insult. Dear, stop. He didn't let her speak further, shouting. Enough.
$500.
Hand over the money and get back to your parents' house immediately. The ghost mother was utterly bewildered. Why should I leave this? June, standing nearby, suddenly spoke loudly. You really dare to ask that question? Because this is my son's house. So it's our house, you wretched. She broke out in a cold sweat. Mother, what do you? The young man strained with all his might to chase the ghost away. Get out of here right now, you wretch. Get out of my. He played the role of the mother-in-law very authentically, continuing to pressure her. Go back to your parents' house. You've always wanted to visit your parents. Lee Jun yelled a single word. Scram. Get out of here immediately. His father also chimed in. Go back to your parents' house. Get out. The entire apartment building echoed with their curses. Scram. Go back to your parents' house. Go back to your parents' house. Go back to your parents' house. Go back to your parents. The ghost mother tightly clasped her hands, distressed by those words. Get out now. Go back. A wave of black energy enveloped her, making her begin to moan. Get out of here now. Immediately, her body trembled continuously as if on the verge of madness. Do you really not understand human language? Why are you still stubbornly lingering? Ghost mother suddenly clutched her head and shrieked violently. Her face cracked into pieces, her eyes wide and blood. Dazzling lights began to flash from the crack. Finally, the ghost vanished amidst swirling whites. Both Lee Jun and his father stared blankly for a moment. There was no one in front of them, only a lingering. Sweat trickled down Lee Jun's cheek from his. He quickly looked behind him, still out of. His father was in a similar state, returning his lips moved with each breath to steady his. Two of them high-fived in perfect sync to celebrate their. Just as they were celebrating, something echoed from inside. Their nerves were once again stretched taut with. The room door was pushed open by. The person outside also walked in with an exclamation. Lee Jun's mother asked, bewildered. Why are you two standing by the door like? The two men exchanged glances, signaling. He immediately hugged her. Mom, my dear. His mother, however, was utterly confused. What is it? What's wrong with you? Her entire family was bustling once again in the high-rise apartment. Wait, why are you two acting so? Lee Jun's system quickly updated his progress. The dual fate mother story and this ghost appearance story are not the same, only similar. You have successfully survived a B-level ghost story. The ghost. You have received 15 ghost story. June wearily lay down on the bed with a. Thanks to your shrewdness, you successfully repelled the ghost mother. You have received 70 ghost story points. Its screen continuously displayed a reminder. You have accumulated enough ghost story. Use them now to unlock special abilities and level up quickly. He looked at it wearily. I did it. I did it. The young man's eyes began to droop. He'll do it. Finally, he drifted into unconscious. This moment, in a place bathed in fiery red. A strange figure with 3 arms was silently praying. The Demon King proposes a truce. The notification board was now in a very dilapidated place. The Demon King proposes a truce. The person's vision suddenly blurred for a tattered young man was kneeling on the ground. He trembled, muttering indistinctly. Don't. The person grimaced and looked up. Don't do it. Before him was that notification. Massive, half-destroyed building blurred with the Demon King's silhouette reappeared. The Demon King proposes a truce. Do you Someone's sorrowful voice echoed at the question.
I'm sorry.
I must have always been such a scam. Person's finger pressed the accept. Young man suddenly screamed loudly in his strange scene woke Lee Jun from his sunlight streamed into the room from outside while he was still The young man's eyes were dazed for a long moment. What was that? A new day had just begun when the system appeared. Main screen.
3:53 am.
Thursday, March 7th, 2019.
Lee Junior Rule 2.
Tutorial. Ghost Story Points 100. Karma Ratio 7%. 1. Status Panel. 2. Club Management. Locked temporarily. 3. Statistics. 4. Quickly sat up and murmured to himself. I was so tired last night that I fell asleep without Jun put his hand to his hair. What was that dream just now? It was a little different from the nightmares I usually. The 100 ghost story points right before his eyes caught his attention. Anyway, yes, the old reminder reappeared. Ghost story points 1 have accumulated enough ghost story points. Use them now to unlock special abilities and level up. He was a little curious about the keyword the system mentioned. Special abilities. I have unlocked the special ability. Divine. The skill information appeared as he spoke. Divine Luck. Rank. Automatic activation condition. Ability. When everything is going against you, an unexpected stroke of luck will appear. This is a consumable ability that disappears after activation. Slowly reread the text. When everything is going against you, an unexpected stroke of luck will appear. Some terrifying memories of previous ghosts flooded his mind. I was on the brink of death countless times yesterday. If it didn't activate in that situation, then how crazy does the situation have to be for it to? His hand moved to the screen to control it. Well then, he'll know when the time comes. After all, it activates automatically. Jun's unease resurfaced, making him sweat. So what I need to worry about most right now is whether to get another special. The beautiful sunlight outside was still shining through the room window. Since the special ability I get might not be usable, should I just leave it like? His next destination for today was still his familiar. Lee Jun walked down the hallway, school bag slung over one. His eyes accidentally caught sight of a familiar. Asuna had just reached the classroom door when she stopped at the call. Walked in with her, cheerful. You're early today. The girl chuckled, responding. Yeah. Because I went to bed on time yesterday. He returned to his seat, still thinking. It's because I visited her house yesterday. But even so, I can't go play there every day. While deep in thought, he suddenly looked surprised. Im Haeun was diligently reading a book right next to Lee Jun was a little curious about her. That's Im Haeun next to Suna, right? Now that I think about it, I haven't talked to her in this time. The dense text in the book made him focus more. For some reason, it feels like shall join a club related to system suddenly popped up. Your understanding of Im Haeun has increased by 5. Just the teacher behind the door suddenly called him. My dear student. The young man immediately turned around with a sense of Park Dam-mung held a piece of paper, his face a little mysterious. Can you come with me for
Lee Jun secretly sweat trouble.
Finally, this moment has. They went to the teacher's office together. Lee Jun hesitated to speak first. Is something wrong? The homeroom teacher then sighed in frustration. He still held the paper in his hand and asked,
Junior,
do you think something like a ghost story club would be secretly gritted his teeth, feeling bitter. As expected, it still wasn't approved. The teacher outside suddenly continued. If you think that, then you're. He immediately opened his eyes in surprise. Lee Jun immediately asked him again. What did you say? Park Dam-mung happily said. It has been approved. Our school is very flexible with club activity. The young man secretly clenched his fist. Great. However, the homeroom teacher added. But, due to a lack of members, it was rejected not long after. The words left him speechless, only managing to respond. Park Dam-mung's cheeks puffed out from him. He leaned back and burst out laughing. Look at your expression. Did you really think it would be approved when you couldn't find the minimum number of men? Tears streamed down his face as he continued to point and tease. How do you feel now, Jun? How does it feel when newly budding joy is instantly extinct? Park Dam-mung fell onto the floor. My stomach hurts so much. I think I'm going to die. Jun was terrified by his teacher's attitude. Is he a human or an? The homeroom teacher's endless laughter left him gasping for breath. Oh my, enough. Gently curved his lips. I was just kidding, Jun. Actually, a student didn't submit an application to join the club. So I added that student's name to the list, and your request has been approved. Lee Jun was so delighted that his face lit up. But he immediately contradicted him again. Of course, Park Dam-mung laughed again, leaving him speechless. Oh my god, this kind of joke is so. The young man awkwardly turned away. Then I'll excuse myself. The homeroom teacher held out his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. It actually has been approved. I'm serious this. He unfolded the registration paper in his hand. Here, take a look. I've received the approval form for the ghost story. June cautiously. He stared at the paper to read the text and only 3 names clearly listed were Suna, Jaeyoung-won, and Lee Jin-hee. It really has another. The owner of the name he quickly thought of was Lee Jin. The celebratory fireworks from the system boomed. You have completed the mission. Tutorial mission. Establish the Ghost Story Club. Reward. Club management page unlocked. 10 ghost story points. Countless screens surrounded him, making him grin widely. Congratulations. You are now the president of the Ghost Story Club management page has been unlocked. Use ghost story points to develop the. You have received 10 ghost story points. You have received a club room as a mission reward. It has been automatically added to the.
Lee-jun secretly rejoiced.
I did it. I completed the. But after his joy, he suddenly paused because of. The young man asked Park Dam-mung. Wait, teacher. If it was approved as you, then why did you tease everyone like that? He gently adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Are you curious? The homeroom teacher didn't hesitate to admit. Actually, that's my. Thanks to this event, the system automatically added points. Your understanding of Park Dam-mung has increased by. He stood in the teacher's office and could only mumble. Fresh sunlight streamed down as if to celebrate. The Ghost Story Club. After a few spectacular twists, it was finally established. A new mission quickly appeared. This is the final part of the tutorial. Once again, congratulations on coming to Naxeong High School. A school full of mysteries. Uncover the dark secrets hidden within the school or fight against urban legends and ghost stories to accumulate more points. Unlock special abilities. Additionally, gather teammates to prevent the Demon King's revival before graduation. The world is in your hands. 7:53 a.m., March 7, 2019. Lee Jun, Rule 2, Ghost Story Points 110, Karma Ratio 8. In the teacher's office, a voice spoke up. Oh, and all. Park Dam-mung, sitting in his chair, turned to Lee Jun and said, this has never happened before. Although it's a bit much for a newly established club, the school has decided to grant you a club. Hearing his explanation, Lee Jun couldn't help but be astonished. He recalled the system's previous notification. You have received a club room as a mission reward. It has been automatically added to the school. He thought to himself, I knew this through the system, but I didn't expect it to happen so. Suddenly, Park Dam-mung hesitated and added, but to be honest, it's strange. The teachers discovered a room on the 5th floor that had never been used. He recounted, they say a student found it while doing morning duty. The problem is, no one knew of this room's existence until he was clearly a little puzzled and confused. Even though I've worked here for nearly 10 years, I didn't know there was such a room. How could that? Lee Jun thought to himself, this coincidence is too forced. Can the system influence things to this extent? In any case, not wanting to panic the students, Park Dam-mung said, anyway, the fact that a new room was coincidentally arranged to be the club room for a newly established club makes me a little jealous. That's why I wanted to tease you a bit. It's almost time for morning roll call, so hurry back to in class 1 to Jaeyoung-won and Suna looked at him with sparkling anticipation. Jaeyoung-won quickly asked, so what happened? Was the club Seeing their expressions, Lee Jun paused slightly. He hesitated. Lee Jun slumped, pretending to deliver bad. Sorry, guys, but our club application has been. At this moment, both of them were still not paying attention to the content of his words, misled by his demeanor. Suna looked downcast. Jaeyoung-won consoled himself. It's not surprising. After all, we're just first years. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something unusual. Jaeyoung-won asked him blankly, what did you just? Looking at their adorable, bewildered expressions, Lee Jun couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. He thought to himself, that blank expression. Now I understand how the homeroom teacher. Both of them realized. He also spoke frankly. It's a shame. But you kids will have to put up with me for the next 3 years. He added, I forgot to mention. We also have a free club room. The two of them were overjoyed. Suna sighed in relief. Oh my, that's a huge relief. Jaeyoung-won grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Your tone scared me to death. The 3 laughed and chatted happily while Lee Jin-hee was slumped over her. For a brief moment, his gaze fell upon. Lee Jun thought to himself. She's also a club member now. But I probably don't need to tell her right away. Do I? Disturbing someone's sleep isn't what a gentleman should do. He told himself. That's right. It's not like I'm scared or anything. Scene shifts to multipurpose room. Lee Jun, Jaeyoung-won, and Suna stood frozen at the room's end. He said, it's locked. Jaeyoung-won added, we could have predicted, he said. If we ask the teachers for the key, will they give it to us?
Lee Jun hesitated.
The teacher seems to have left. Suna was surprised. Left? The 3 reluctantly. Jaeyoung-won spoke up. Perhaps the club will officially start tomorrow. It's a shame, but I guess we'll have to go home today. Suna still lingered. I wanted to see the club. At this moment, Lee Jun glanced at the notification board. The system displayed. Do you want to open the club? Jang-won and Suna, looking crestfallen, left. He said, I guess that's all for. Suddenly, both of them turned back to. Jun had already opened the door. His eyes looked at the two, quickly made up an excuse to explain. The doorknob must be old. I just twisted it hard and it opened right up. Shall we go? Hearing that, the two innocent dear Jaeong-won and Suna immediately brightened. They replied in unison. Absolutely. Jun reached out and flipped the lights. Light flooded the room. Before them was a spacious set of tables and chairs, perfectly suited for me. The three were so surprised they froze, exclaiming. Sunlight shone through the window. The three discussed. They say this room hasn't been used for years, but it's cleaner inside than I will be operating here from now on. Jaeong-won touched the whiteboard, praising Lee Jun. To get a club room like this as just a first year, you're pretty resourceful, I have to admit. Hearing those words, Lee Jun could only give a forced laugh. Just then he secretly called out. Main screen. The system displayed. Main screen. 4:35 p.m. Thursday, March 7th, 2019.
Lee Jun, rule.
Go story points 110. Karma ratio 8%. 1. Status panel. 2. Club management. 3. Statistics. 4. He looked at line number 2 surprised. Indeed, the club management page was open. He reached out to select it. Let the screen displayed. Ghost Story Club Level 1. 1. Club status. 2. Member management. 3. Shop. Notes. Locked temporarily. 4. Clubs. Other content appeared. 1. Club status. Ghost Story Club Level 1. You can use points to develop the club. Next points to level up. 0/100. Features. Lee Jun rubbed his chin, pondering. So that means the club can also level up with points? I want to try it right. He looked towards Suna and Jaeong-won. He thought to himself, but since I don't know what will happen next, they'll have to wait until no one else is here to try. Then he pressed select. Alright. The screen displayed. 2. Member management. Member management. Suna level 1, 0/100. Jaeong-won level 1, 0/100. Lee Jin-hee level 1, 0 out of 100.
Gua un level un 0 sur.
Lee Jun looked at the data on the screen and couldn't help but think. I thought this system was copying a game system, but at this point it's no different from managing a guild like in some online. Pondered. Lee Jin-hee is the female student who likes to sleep in the back. But who is this? His curiosity grew. Is she the club's advisor assigned by the school? Does the system only consider her? Lee Jun reached out and tried pressing. What if I click on it? The detailed information panel appeared. Name, Suna. Age, 16. Title, Poor Family Child. Personality, unknown. New, press to expand. Special ability, unknown. Trait, unknown. New, press to display. Understanding, 50/1. He mused. So it shows the status panel I saw last time? I remember back then, I had to see the person to view this. Now it's much more convenient. He glanced at Suna, thinking. It seems like more information has been added as my understanding level increased. I should check it more carefully when I get. After that, he continued to select. Next is the information appeared. Shop, locked temporarily. This function will be unlocked when the club reaches level. Reading those lines, Lee Jun wondered. So I have to reach level 5? It takes 100 points to level up. Did some quick mental math. So that means they'll have to defeat 4 more ghost stories of the same level as the Laughing Woman? Oh my, that's quite Suddenly, Suna hesitantly called out. You said, what will we be doing tomorrow? Jaeong-won also asked. Right? Have you thought of any? Hearing that, Lee Jun began to outline his plan. Tomorrow, let's discuss all the horror stories we know. This way, we can share information and determine everyone's interests and understanding of horror stories. Not bad. Suna immediately became excited. Jaeong-won gently pushed up his glasses and replied. It probably take more than a day to tell all the ghost stories I have in mind. Finally, he said, then let's end today here. Both agreed and the three The golden sunset enveloped at Lee Jun's apartment. His information panel appeared. He lay on his bed with his feet propped up, reviewing. Let's see. Should I check that status panel from Then Jaeong-won's information appeared. Name Jaeong-won. Level 1, 0/100. Age, 17. Title, Living Encyclopedia. Personality, long-winded. New, press to expand. Special ability, unknown. Trait, unknown. New, press to display. Understanding, 70/1. Personality, long-winded. This character has an overwhelming narcissism. As the only son of a wealthy family, he received an elite education since birth. This makes him fond of showing off his status and his sky-high pride. He is particularly confident and proud of his own knowledge. On the positive side, if you know how to flatter his ego a little, he will be very willing to answer questions just to show how smart he is. However, having lived in excessive protection and rarely exposed to anything other than academics, he can easily panic when faced with supernatural situations beyond his imagination. The system announced, "Your understanding of Jiang 1 has reached 50%. You can check information about the characters. Coding trait information. Jiang 1's trait is reality. He selected name, Li Jinhe. Level 1, 0/100. Age, 17. Title, troublemaker in the back. Personality, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Trait, unknown. Understanding, 0/1. Your understanding of this character is too low. Please interact more to gain more information. Next person. Name, Guan. Level 1, 0/100. Age, 34. Title, older single teacher. Personality, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Trait, unknown. Understanding, 0/1. Your understanding of this character is too low. Please interact more to gain more information. Li Jun read through the list, deep in. Then he selected another. Name, Suna. Level 1, 0/100. Age, 16. Title, poor family child. Personality, unknown. New, press to expand. Special ability, unknown. Trait, unknown. New, press to display. Understanding, 50/1. Personality, super self-conscious. This character experienced a childhood in a poor family, leading to extremely low self-esteem. She is passive in everything and very slow to make decisions. She is merely floating through a reality she is forced to. Your understanding of Suna has reached 50%. You can check information about the characters. Uploading trait information. Suna's trait is scene shifts to a history class. The teacher slammed his hand on the desk. His voice boomed. That is why our country has become so. Teacher Shin Moon lectured passionately. Nowadays, history is not valued in university entrance exams. Do you know? People don't understand the importance of history. Filled with patriotism, he further asserted, "If there is no past, there is no future." These are the words of the late Shin. At this moment, Li Jun propped his chin, bored, thinking, when will this class? Looked at the clock on the distant wall. Just one more period and it's lunchtime. And this afternoon will be the club activities I've been looking forward to for a long. On the podium, Teacher Shin Moon was still enthusiastic. Furthermore, those wretched Japanese even tried to colonize our country to weaken our national. Suddenly, the class dismissed bell rang from the announcements. All the students, as if released, quickly stood up and packed their belongings. All right, lunchtime. Teacher Shin Moon flustered. Wait, helplessly watched the stream of students pouring out of the classroom, desperately pleading. I haven't finished lecturing. In the end, it was no use. He slumped down, sadly reviewing his materials. Li Jun opened the door to step out when he saw a group of students running wildly. He flinched. Oh my, why are they running so chaotically in the hallway? Everyone seems really excited about club activities this afternoon. At this rate, someone will be caught by a teacher and punished as an example. Suddenly, he saw Teacher Park Dammung from his face clearly showed a dazed craving, even drooling. He said, "Today's menu is tonk." Finally, Li Jun helplessly watched Teacher Park Dammung rush past him like a gust of. Among the hurried crowd, he was left speak. Scene shifts to another area. The delivery person handed over a bag of items and said, "Here is your order, esteemed customer." The girl received it and smiled, replying, "Thanks." Seeing that scene, Li Jun couldn't help but be surprised. Oh wow, students can even order food for delivery? Jiang 1 school actually gives students a lot of freedom during club activity time. That's why people order food from outside every. Suna, seeing this, quietly said, "I'm really." Hearing that, Li Jun replied, "Then next time, let's also order food and eat in the club." She quickly replied. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jun, my dear." Teacher Park Dammung walked over, rubbing his stomach, and asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" He politely greeted, "Ah," but a second later, his expression became dumbfounded. He wondered. He ran so fast to reserve a spot, but why did he leave even later? Seeing the food stains still clinging to the corner of Teacher Park Dammung's mouth, Li Jun couldn't help but wonder. How many times did he get He spoke up, asking, "Are you going to the club room?" He replied, Yes, we're going. Suddenly, his expression darkened, looking serious. About this, I have something I need to tell you. Jae-won and Suna clearly had question marks on their faces. Lee Jun was also confused. This tone. Is he going to say something strange? Park Dammung said. Right now, there's something very malevolent guarding your clubroom. That he held out an object, continuing to speak. To get in safely, you'll need. The object he held in his hand was. Park Dammung scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, I meant to give it to you this morning, but I forgot. Well then. Having said that, he immediately turned and Suna hesitantly spoke up. The door. It was already open. Jae-won added. Anyway, we need the key to lock the moment later. In multipurpose rooms, the three sat down to carry out their plan of telling horror stories. Suna started. Iker climbing a mountain got lost, so he had to spend the night in a wooden cabin. Inside, there were many portraits with scary faces, but when he woke up the next morning, he discovered that there were no portraits at all. They were all Lee Jun hummed when he finished. Is that so? Suna asked. What do you think of this? Then, it was Jae-won's turn. They say divers have many taboos they keep to themselves. Besides the obvious ones, like never going into the sea when it's raining, they also have a particularly strange, and that is, never touch a floating corpse on the surface of the. June continued to echo. So that's it. Suna also said. I understand. Next, another story. A group of friends went camping together. And there's a photo taken of all of them while they were sound asleep. In a certain area of Seoul, if you scan the airwaves, you might find a channel broadcasting a woman's incessant mumbling. However, no one can understand what she's saying. One after another, horror stories were told. She felt something strange under the bed. And when she bent down to check, or the conspiracy theory about NASA faking the moon, suddenly, Jae-won frowned and fell. He asked Lee Jun, club president, aren't you going to tell a story? Being questioned suddenly, he was a little surprised. Jae-won said, it's just been Suna and me telling stories so far. Or is it that you don't know any story? Lee Jun scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied, sorry, I actually don't know too many horror stories. On one side, I already had a hunch about. He was confused. But if that's true, then why did you decide to establish this kind of club? You don't know much about ghost stories, and you don't even seem interested. Lee Jun didn't want to hide it. He rubbed his face a little awkward. That's a bit hard to explain. How should I put it? I belong to the experience group. Jae-won was surprised. The experience explained frankly. You probably won't believe it, but ever since I was born, I've experienced many strange things. I believe that if I research ghost stories more deeply, I might be able to understand the root of the problem. That's why this club Hearing this, Jae-won realized the issue. He asked back, exactly what strange stories are? June found it difficult to refuse to answer. Sorry, but I can't say right. All three suddenly fell into silence. Jae-won was clearly very displeased. Then he seriously said to him, listen, as you once said, I lowered my standards and came to this school with the goal of being top in academics, which is why I fell into your club president. I know more about ghost stories than you do. Wouldn't it be better if I were the club president? That was my initial thought, and it still is. But because I acknowledge your abilities, I accepted you as the club president. He clarified the problem. But it won't last long if you continue like this. You don't have any plans or intent, not to mention your motivation is also vague. If that's the case, there's no reason for me to stay in this club.
Lee Jun remained silent.
Suddenly Suna spoke up. Guys, we've been talking for quite a while, haven't we? How much longer until the 5th period? Hearing this, Jae-won finally paid attention. I was wondering the same thing.
Lee Jun asked.
Isn't there a bell during club activity? As if thinking of something, he became uneasy. Lee Jun stood up and said, it's really too quiet. Jae-won was surprised. He opened the window curtain and looked out. It's club activity time. Response, there was only silence. Lee Jun felt even more uneasy. But why is no one on the field? The classroom hallway was deserted. The gymnasium was also silent. There was no one in the class. However, class 1 to 3 was different at this. A girl with long hair was sitting alone in the class. Her hand turned the pages of a, and that girl was none other than him. In the clear weather, the school was eerily silent, devoid of any academic sound. Suna looked out at the schoolyard through the window, her face anxious. Not a single. She also leaned her head out the window, observed outside, and affirmed, there's no trace of anyone outside in the hallway. Jae-won hesitated. Is there really? Lee Jun pressed his lips together. A chilling sensation enveloped his body. He thought, has school already ended? What time is it? Then he remembered. Main screen. But when he looked down, the spot was empty. The main screen did not appear as usual. Lee Jun's mind gradually sank into confusion. He thought, the system window isn't appearing. Did I just enter another ghost? Lee Jun hastily rummaged through his pants pocket. I've never faced this situation but took out his phone, then held his breath, looking at the
Suddenly, Lee Yun frownede.
His eyes stared intently at the screen as if he had discovered. He called out, "Guys, check your Jae-young-won asked back, puzzled. Huh? Also opened his phone, still wondering. Why should I? The other two were stunned as they looked at their phones. Jae-young-won stammered, looking at the 11:35 on his phone. The time. Is it still lunch? The classroom doors remained silently shut. The entire hallway was empty. This only emphasized the school's eerie side. Jae-young-won led the way out of the classroom. Thinking about it, this was probably normal. It was probably just some minor issue with the internal computer network. Suna asked again, "You mean everyone has gone home already?" Jae-young-won replied, "That's right. We just got so caught up talking that we forgot that." Lee Jun, who was walking behind, silently objected. "That's not." He pressed his lips together, a worried expression on his face. "I'm not sure about other things. But the system window not appearing is definitely a strange phenomenon. This is certainly a different kind of..." He looked at his two classmates walking ahead, feeling conflicted. But how can I explain it to them? Even if I mention the system window, they won't believe me. Even I don't believe. Just then, a sound came from another class. Jae-young-won stepped inside, noticing the source of the. All three saw a girl with long black hair sitting at a desk. Her back girl was Hae-eun. At that moment, she was quietly reading page after page of a book on the. Lee Jun looked at her with suspicion, trying to rummage through his memory.
That's Hae-eun.
Isn't she in the book? He stepped forward and spoke first. Hello. You're Suna's desk partner. Hae-eun turned around to look, smiled and replied, hello. Do you need something? Lee Jun, as if noticing nothing, turned his head the other way before asking, "Do you know where everyone went?" Hae-eun tilted her head, looking puzzled. "It's club activity time, isn't it? Perhaps they're in the club." Lee Jun recounted, "We just came down from up there, on the 5th floor. That's where all the clubs are located." Hae-eun asked back, bewildered. Lee Jun stated bluntly, "There's no one in school right." Pointed towards Suna and Jae-young-won. "So we're planning to go home now. What about?" Hae-eun pressed her lips together again and didn't reply, staring at the three of them with a somewhat strange expression. Jun couldn't help but swallow and think, "Ugh, what's with that unreadable expression?" Just then, Suna nudged Jae-young-won's arm, making him. She forced a smile and offered, "Would you like to walk home?" This time, Hae-eun looked blankly at. Why was she smiling back? If my desk partner offered, then and so all four of them leisurely walked out. Lee Jun brought up a topic for conversation. "You applied to join the book club?" Hae-eun asked, a little surprised. "That's right. But how did..." Lee Jun abruptly didn't dare to look at her. I just had a hunch. Actually, the status window revealed." Hae-eun's eyes crinkled as she praised. "Really? That's impressive. To be honest, I did apply to join, but I was rejected." Hearing this, Lee Jun exclaimed, The competition must be fierce." Huh? Hae-eun wasn't sad at all. She still cheerfully replied. The four continued walking towards the school gate. Since no one said anything to each other, only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the. Lee Jun pressed his lips tightly together, thinking to himself, "This is so." He was lost in his own thoughts. "Because in middle school I went to an all-boys school. So I've hardly ever had a conversation with a girl like this. Even after regressing, I still have the same old habits." Then he nudged Jae-young-won's elbow and whispered, "Say something. Suggest a topic or something." Jae-young-won also asked back in an extremely low voice. Huh? Jae-young-won cleared his throat, trying to rack his brain for a topic of conversation. He suddenly launched into an unrelated theory. "You don't get a cold because it's cold. Actually, there are no cold viruses in the Arctic." And Hae-eun still smiled in response. "Really? I didn't know." Lee Jun was dumbfounded, looking at Jae-young-won with a judgmental gaze. What the hell is he rambling about all of it? While Jae-young-won was still awkwardly searching for a topic, although most people are right-handed, polar bears are left-handed, Lee Jun was silently complaining to himself. "I told him to do something to get rid of the awkwardness. Isn't this atmosphere bad?" So he maintained an unnatural expression and continued walking with everyone towards the school. Under the gentle sunlight, the four arrived at the school gate. Lee Jun spoke up, he let out a difficult. Then Lee Jun opened his mouth to ask Hae-eun. "Hae-eun, which way are you going? Our group has to split up." Hae-eun had just opened her mouth to reply, when suddenly, a tremor and a loud sound. Lee Jun frantically turned his. In front of them, the sky turned dark. Only a patch of light shone threateningly overhead. The space became eerily dim. The loud sound didn't stop, but grew more and more. Lee Jun was startled, looking up at the halo of. His eyes widened, pupils constricted. His face was filled with extreme fear and doubt. It can't be. He looked at the image of the colossal demon king that had just descended before him. Why is the Demon King appearing at this? The Demon King remained in its posture, hands clasped, chanting Suddenly, the light from above became even more blind. June's group of 4 could only stare, motionless, at the entire. In that very moment, a massive explosion erupted, followed by flames bursting forth across the ground, shattering all structures. The illusions ended with the teacher's desk slamming sound. That is precisely why our country has become so corrupt. At this moment, Lee Jun suddenly woke up, his face still stunned from the recent. The teacher continued his lecture with fervent passion. Nowadays, history is increasingly disregarded in university entrance exams. Do you know, students? Everyone fails to grasp the importance of history. He then reminded them in a loud voice, if there is no past, there is no future. Those are the words of the great historical figure Shin Cha. Lee Jun didn't pay attention to the teacher's words. He started breathing rapidly and continued. He thought incredulously, I've regressed again. I was a bit worried because the system window wasn't working, but luckily the regression process wasn't. But what kind of ghost story is this exactly? Why is the Demon King, who should only appear on graduation day, manifesting at this? Lee Jun looked towards his friend near the door, secretly hoping Jae-young-won might. Because Jae-young-won was also looking at him with an equally startled expression. Lee Jun was confused, wondering, what's with that expression? Suna also had a similar expression. Both she and Hae-eun turned their heads to look at Lee Jun with stiff face. He gradually sank into extreme bewilderment. Can't be, all 3 of them have regret. The announcement for lunch break blared from the speaker. Students successively stood up, quickly leaving their seats to go for lunch. All right, time for lunch. The teacher, still standing at the podium, loudly called out to them, wait, students, I haven't finished lecturing yet. But none of the students listened to him anymore. The entire class poured out one by one. Only the 4 remained, heads bowed, sitting still without any movement. Finally, the teacher also had to walk out of the classroom in disappointment. Outside, students were happily running down the hallway. Today's menu has donkatsu. Everyone left, and the classroom returned to its original size. The 4, Lee, Jae-young-won, and Hae-eun all frowned with worry. All 4 of us have regret. Lee Jun slumped, covering his face with his hands. Who ruffled his hair, thinking, as someone with experience in regression, even if I'm just getting used to it, I need to do something to help. After that, Lee Jun stood up. Suna noticed his act. He spoke up, suggesting, let's go out. Lee Jun was a bit flustered but still spoke. Let's eat lunch. The scene shifted to outside the school gate. A delivery person handed over a bag of boxed food. Here is your order, Sir Slash. The students happily received it. At this moment, Lee Jun's group was heading out to eat lunch. Lee Jun raised an eyebrow, glancing at his friends. He secretly worried, still no one is saying anything. He observed and speculated. It seems they still don't understand the current situation. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Lee Jun, my dear. Mr. Damyong rubbed his round belly as he asked, have you eaten lunch yet? Only then did Lee Jun recognize him. Mr. Damyong asked, are you heading to the clubroom? Lee Jun immediately replied, no sir. We're planning to go back to class. But Mr. Damyong didn't want to let it go. But it's club activity time, isn't it? That is. His face became serious. I still have to tell you. Seeing this, Lee Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Here we go. Mr. Damyong, unaware of Lee Jun's thoughts, just reminded him. Right now, something very malevolent is guarding your clubroom. That. Lee Jun coldly raised his hand to cut him off. It's all right, teacher. We've already dealt with that thing. Goodbye, teacher. Watching his students leave, Mr. Damyong regretfully said, oh, is that so? What if in classroom 1 to 3, the members of Lee Jun's group sat together. All 4 were silent, not saying a. Suna was the first to speak. She asked with a worried tone, Lee Jun, what do we do now? He replied, for now, let's observe the situation in the class. Lee Jun made a suggestion. Before everyone suddenly disappears, we need to confirm whether they actually went home or if there's another. Suddenly, Jae-young-won asked, what nonsense are you talking about, President? Hearing this, Lee Jun couldn't help but feel confused. Jae-young-won uttered. His face looked like he was in a delirium. Something like this can't be reality. At this moment, his status window also displayed his characteristic. Reality. Jae-young-won suddenly climbed onto a desk, much to Lee Jun's astonishment. Then, as if insane, he spread his arms and shouted, ha ha ha, I've always wanted to do. Jae-young-won began jumping off the desk he was standing. Then he started jumping from one desk to another in the empty classroom. Seeing this, the other 3 not only didn't laugh but showed expressions of worry mixed with confusion. Jae-young-won continued to nonchalantly entertain himself by jumping on the desks and chairs. What are you guys doing? Don't just sit there. Come. Then, The overhead light suddenly flickered. Lee Jun was the only one who noticed. A loud crash and his terrified cry quickly resounded. Jae-young-won fell backward onto the floor, rubbing the back of his neck. Seeing this, the other three quickly stood up. Lee Jun asked, "Are you okay, Jae-young-won?" Suna also clutched her chest, startled. An announcement came from the speaker. Was the mechanical voice of the teachers. Announcement from the broadcasting room. The school is currently experiencing a power outage, so electricity cannot be. This will cause difficulties for many activities. Club activities will be held in the schoolyard. All students, please gather in the school. Suna was a bit hesitant. The schoolyard? Haeun also asked everyone's opinion. Do we have to go out? But Lee Jun reacted extremely sharply, shouting, "Absolutely not. Don't go." His reaction also made Jae-young-won, who was sitting nearby, stare. Lee Jun emphasized again, "Stay in the classroom. No one is to go out." Jae-young-won asked, confused, "What's wrong?" Jae-young-won's voice changed with his Bodis transformation. His head suddenly swelled grotesquely. Then, right before the other three's eyes, Jae-young-won's head, like a large ball, suddenly exploded. Fresh blood gushed up. The remaining three stood motionless, witnessing the gruesome, bloody. Then suddenly, all three of their heads also swelled up, exactly like Jae-young. The bloody scene continued to time seemed to reverse. At this moment, the sky was clear and blue with few clouds, ideal for bright sunlight to shine down on. The teacher slammed the table again, then delivered a concluding statement. "That is why our country has become so corrupt." Scene seemed to be repeating. The teacher was still engrossed in lecturing as before. Nowadays, history is increasingly disregarded in university entrance exams. Do you know, students? Everyone fails to grasp the importance of history. Just as the teacher was enthusiastically continuing, if there is no past, there is no future.
Lee Jun suddenly stood up.
He bowed his head low. "Excuse me." His face was pale. He spoke each word with difficulty. "May I please go to the rest?" In the men's rest, Lee Jun turned off the faucet at the. He leaned his hands on the counter, then let out a long. Looking at his murky reflection in the mirror, Lee Jun was lost in his own thoughts. "I can't believe the school announcement ghost story appeared in this way. Things are getting more and more complicated. I can't understand what's happening." And Lee Jun reached for the doorknob, feeling conflicted. How should I deal? As he stepped out of the men's restroom, he suddenly noticed someone waiting out. Jun was a bit surprised. "Suna?"
Hi.
He asked. "Why are you two here?" Suna spoke with difficulty. Haeun asked him directly for her. "Do you know?" Lee Jun hesitated after hearing that. "Why would you think?" Suna boldly stated her suspicion. "Lee Jun, you seem strangely calm given the current situation. If you know some." Lee Jun pressed his lips together, appearing hesitant for a long. He thought, normally, most people would react similarly to Jae-young-won during club activities, and consider my words unbelievable. Looking at Suna's and Haeun's worried and doubtful expressions, he thought, however, everyone has experienced strange things twice now. They'll accept the story I tell, no matter how fictional it sounds. Thinking so, Lee Jun pressed his lips together, trying to choose his words. Then he began to speak with difficulty. Well, actually, after Lee Jun's explanation, the two girls, unable to immediately grasp it, asked again. Lee Jun concluded, "In short, this isn't the first time I've experienced a situation like this." He recounted, "During the previous club activity, I mentioned that I was one of the experienced ones, right? The situation we're facing now is exactly." Suna asked worriedly, "So, you already know what we have to do now?" But Lee Jun shook his head, showing helplessness. "No, to be honest, I don't know much about." Continued, "The only thing I'm sure of is that if we die, we can regress, and a ghost story will become reality." Suna frowned, her expression becoming thoughtful. A ghost story. School bell rang at that very. Lee Jun also noticed this. He put his hands in his pockets and started walking. "Let's go." Suna asked blankly, "Huh? Where are we?" Lee Jun replied with a determined expression, "If we want to resolve the current situation, then we need to know which ghost story we're facing. We need Jae-young." Turning to classroom 1 to students were hurriedly running down the hallway. "All right, time for." Ran wildly in the hallway, cheering non-stop. "Today's menu has don." Seeing this, Lee Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, the hallway is practically vibrant." Just then, Mr. Daemyong suddenly appeared behind him.
Lee Jun.
He jumped, startled, and shouted, "Teacher, you." Then Lee Jun, bewildered, greeted him. "Hello, teacher." Mr. Daemyong friendly inquired. "Haha, aren't you going to?" Rummaged in his pants pocket as he asked, "You'll go to the club room after eating." Then Mr. Daemyong placed something in Lee Jun's hand. "Here, take this." He accepted it blankly. Lee Jun glanced down at the object the teacher had just given. In his hand was an object shaped somewhat like a heart. He wondered, what is. So Lee Jun wanted to ask the teacher, Teacher? But Mr. Damian quickly waved goodbye to them, leaving only a single instruction. Make good use of that. After that, he ran straight towards the cafeteria like all the other students. Lee Jun looked at the item in his hand, feeling suspicious. This is different from last time. What does it mean? Is it because I met the teacher at a different location? Or is it due to the influence of the ghost? He quickly put the item into his jacket pocket. First, I'll keep this. Jaeyoung-won is still in class, right?
Suna replied uncertainly,
He recalled the image in her memory. Because he just sat still in one place, holding his hands over. The three returned to the classroom together. Lee Jun guessed inwardly he must be really shocked right now. Huh? I can't believe his mental fortitude is even weaker than... He opened the classroom door and called out, Jaeyoung. When he looked inside the classroom, Lee Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes because he saw a female ghost floating in the middle of the classroom. Yet no one paid her any attention. It was the smiling woman. Jun got goosebumps witnessing this scene. Really? This hag actually reappeared in the... He secretly thought, thankfully, no one else in the class has noticed her existence. Lee Jun quickly became worried. What about Suna and Hei? Suna nonchalantly asked, Lee Jun, aren't you coming in? He immediately concluded it seems they're the same, so he clenched his fist, then reassuring himself. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've defeated this wretched hag once before. He turned to look at Jaeyoung-won, who was clutching his head. For now, just keep pretending not to know she... Lee Jun called out Jaeyoung, but he seemed to hear nothing, continuously muttering. Lee Jun hesitated a bit at Jaeyoung-won. He reached out and grabbed Jaeyoung-won's. Then Lee Jun shouted loudly at Jaeyoung-won. Snap out of it, Jaeyoung.
Lee Jun heard it. Listen carefully.
This is reality. He continued, we need your extensive knowledge of ghost stories. But Jaeyoung-won looked bewildered, not understanding. What are you talking? Lee Jun quickly explained, it'll be quite a long explanation, but right now we're trapped inside a ghost. He listed each problem in turn. Why did all four of us regress when we... Why is there not a single soul in the entire... That strange thing I mentioned when we were having our club activity. Lee Jun's expression was extremely serious. Now you understand, don't you? This isn't a dream or any... Jaeyoung-won was confused again. He voiced everyone's common question. But even if what you say is true, what kind of ghost story is this exactly? At this moment, Lee Jun suddenly had a realization. He quickly rummaged for an item on him. That's right. Do you know what this... Jaeyoung-won looked down at the item in Lee Jun. He asked, confused, this thing is? Lee Jun replied, I'm not sure either, but this could very well be an important clue to help us resolve the current situation. Jaeyoung-won was still a little doubtful. Even if you say... But then he suddenly remembered. Jaeyoung-won started laughing. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lee Jun quickly asked, what's wrong? Did you realize? Jaeyoung-won replied, you're wrong, President. Hearing this, an uneasy premonition rose in Lee Jun's heart. He was confused. Jaeyoung-won's expression was resolute. You were wrong from the start, President. This time you should figure out the answer yourself. He continued, you're the president of the Ghost Story Club, aren't you? But Lee Jun didn't understand what he meant. What nonsense are you talking? Just then, the smiling woman suddenly burst out laughing. Her laughter was sadistic and piercingly. Lee Jun quickly turned his head to... Both Suna and Hae-eun were also drawn by the... When they looked over, they immediately saw the smiling woman standing in front. Suna now finally saw this horrifying image. In that very instant, two sharp cuts slashed across the throats of Suna and Hae-eun. Before they could even... The smiling woman herself used her hands to sever their... Amidst her ear-splitting laughter, Lee Jun stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. Tell me quickly, Jaeyoung-won, don't beat around the bush. Now isn't the time to joke. You know something? Jaeyoung-won only gave a mysterious smile. Lee Jun was bewildered by his words. But before he could learn more, the smiling woman lunged and slashed his throat. While Jaeyoung-won, still smiling, repeated, prove your... His vision blurred. He saw Jaeyoung-won continuing, prove that you deserve this president position. The space returned to its original state. The teacher's lecture repeated. That is precisely why our country has become so corrupt. He lectured passionately. Nowadays, history is increasingly disregarded in university entrance exams. Do you know, students? Everyone fails to grasp the importance of history. But Lee Jun no longer had the presence of mind to listen. Jaeyoung-won's words still echoed in his head. Try to prove yourself. In the middle of the classroom, he clutched his head, deep in thought. He couldn't figure out this person's objective. His dark eyes blinked softly, peering through the gaps in his fingers. Jaeyoung-won, what the hell is he? He directed his gaze towards the young man sitting at the front desk, feeling a little annoyed. What's with proving myself? What does he want me to? Lee Jun fell into a spiral of bewildered and hopeless. He was certain. Jaeyoung-won had definitely realized, and the ghost stories I had overcome before are slowly reappearing. There's no way there's a ghost story like... Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped short. Wait a Li Jun rummaged through his memories. I haven't explained everything in detail to Jiang-won yet. Have I? I haven't mentioned the events I experienced or the two status when he once again glanced at the boy wearing thick glasses. He had a small hunch. That means this ghost story has nothing to do with those things. I need to think from Jiang-won's perspective. He narrowed his eyes and began to imagine. Let's see. From Jiang-won's perspective. The one who knows absolutely no conclusion emerged in his. Li Jun immediately stood up, this time drawing the attention of the teacher, who was enthusiastically lecturing at the student there. All eyes turned to him. Li Jun ignored them, walking straight towards the only person not looking. He spoke, "This place isn't reality." Jiang-won rested his chin on his hand, his eyes expectantly flitting over. "It's a dream." His voice echoed through the classroom. "Except for me, you, Suna, and Haeun, everyone else is." The two girls behind silently observed. Jiang-won seemed interested. "Do you have?" He replied gruffly. The history teacher awkwardly said, "Student, please return to your seat. All right? No matter how much you hate studying, you can't say this is a." Suddenly, Li Jun directly asked, "What time is it right now?" The teacher's face had a strange expression. "Why are you suddenly asking what time it is? Isn't it 3:60:5? This one statement made them all. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Jiang-won wore a knowing smile on his. Teacher in front of them retracted his. With a cold expression, he admitted, "I've been exposed." Reality check. The group gathered to listen to Jiang-won's explanation. This is a method used to determine if a person is in a dream. Normally, when dreaming, you can't perceive the strange things happening around you, right? That's because our brains become especially weak during. He held up his phone to prove it, especially when it comes to numbers. Right now, the time is stuck at 11:35. He placed his hand over half of the phone screen. But when you cover the numbers then he removed his hand. The time has changed to 5 hours 73 minutes. Suna blinked in surprise. The numbers changed. Jiang-won acted very knowledgeable. In a dream, the flow of emotions is still like real life. But anything related to mathematical logic becomes vague and inaccurate. Was still something that made Li Jun uneasy. Swallowed, looking at his classmates and the teacher. What's wrong? All their soulless, cold gazes were fixed. Jiang-won also felt a shiver. I wonder if it's because I vaguely heard somewhere that if you tell people in a dream that they're dreaming, they'll stare back with terrifying expression. He just repeated what he had read before. Is my subconscious trying to reflect those scary images? Li Jun found it a bit hard to say. Is that? Suna wondered at this point. But Li Jun, how did you realize this was a? Li Jun's expression was very serious. Do you remember our first club activity? She nodded. He recounted the strange point from their first meeting. If you think carefully, you'll see that things started to get weird then. Although it was our first meeting, the club advisor didn't even show up. Besides the three of us, there was one more member, but she didn't appear. Haeun pointed out the remaining mystery. So, the fact that time reverses every time we die is, Li Jun replied, just like in the movie Inception. That's a dream within a dream. Turned to ask the other boy's opinion. Am I right? Jiang-won smiled and nodded. Exactly. This also concludes all the events that occurred previously. That's also a common type of ghost story, where you think you've woken up from a dream, but the truth is you're still in a. Waking up from a dream is dying. But in this case, each time we die, we wake up from a dream, only to begin repeating that dream. Li Jun's face darkened. So what's the solution here? This made Jiang-won pause. Since we've reached a conclusion, the remaining task now is to escape this dream. Li Jun looked at his. You said this is a common type of ghost story. So there should be some helpful solutions, right? Jiang-won hesitated for a moment. His expression was hard to read. Truthfully, there isn't a single common method to resolve it. I was dreaming a nightmare when I suddenly woke up. All story endings are based on those lines. In general, you don't know the solution to this problem, you only know what you know. There are all cases where people think they've woken up and lived decades of their lives before actually waking up and realizing it was just a. They all fell into confusion. That's the worst case scenario, isn't it? Spoke again, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. But before that, Jiang-won, didn't you have something to say to me earlier? Jiang-won was a little surprised to be called. He flinched, remembering what he had said in the previous dream. He immediately spoke frankly. I apologize for what happened earlier. My pride made me act that. Jiang-won scratched his head, not daring to look directly. Honestly, I don't know how to apologize properly. Even if you hit me now, I couldn't justify anything. Unexpected. Li Jun replied, You're not. Looking again. Li Jun's face had darkened. Jiang-won looked at him confused. The sound of rustling. He took off his jacket and put it on the cabinet. Take off your glasses and clench your jaw. Jiang-won. He revealed, expression mixed with delight and anger. Let me punch you hard and get it over with. In the classroom, only Li Jun's voice was heard. Take off your glasses, Jaeyoung-won. I'm just gonna give you one good punch to feel. Jaeyoung-won was surprised by this situation. Suna at the side also looked confused.
Lee-yoon
Slightly bowed his head. Yet he took off his glasses and accepted. Alright, if this can appease you even a little. The two girls stood aside watching the two. Suna still couldn't believe it, her voice a little frightened. You're really going to hit him? Clenched his fist tightly. His lips, kindly reminding, brace yourself. Swung his fist, Jaeyoung-won squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the pain to arrive. His heard no sound and he saw nothing. Indeed, there was sound in the classroom. One felt strange. He slowly opened his eyes. The person in front of him suddenly flicked his forehead. One was bewildered. He then saw Lee Jun's hand come down. He strike, but instead held out his hand. With a friendly expression said, "Stop these childish tests. We're all in the same club, so let's help each other out. Okay?" This act left Jaeyoung-won dazed for a moment. As if realizing something, he sighed helplessly. The two men, hands, heard that. Let's help each other out. Okay? The ghost wandered the hallway, her pale face muttering curses. With that diseased, rotten brain of yours, it's very likely the child you bear will inherit the exact same illness as you. Quickly hid behind the door, silently waiting for the ghost mother to pass.
Suna stammerede. Lee-yoon, let's.
Hae-eun raised a finger to signal for silence. Shoo! Whispered a brief explanation. That's a ghost. He'll explain later. Thanks to his experience with ghost stories, he could conclude, indeed. Ghost stories appear randomly one by one. This is reflecting everything based on our memories. This further confirms the speculation that this is a dream. The four waited in silence. One suddenly spoke up, "So what do you think, President?" His vague words made Lee Jun not understand what he meant. Huh? Me? Think Jaeyoung-won had to state it directly. The way to escape this situation. We need to propose some feasible solution.
Lee-yoon pondered.
Even if you... Jaeyoung-won then had the inclination to confide. He admitted about himself in the simple-minded type. He'll take any information given and use that information with a bit of logic to try and solve things. That's why when you ask about some missing parts in ghost stories, I always get confused. Your explanations are always so scientific. There are blind spots to the story that you can't figure out just by considering what you know. But I believe you can come up with a solution. Made Lee Jun feel something different about Jaeyoung-won. I thought he was only used to being arrogant. But when he has to admit he doesn't know, he's actually quite comfortable with it. Won's eyes were resolute, waiting for his answer. We've grasped most of the information. From the fact that this is a dream within a dream phenomenon to the scary ghost stories from before. Lee Jun was lost in thought. Come on, be confident. The untold part of the story. Suddenly, thought of something. He presents his idea. What if we do the opposite? Even their parents wouldn't think of this. Lee Jun presented his speculation. Normally, every time we die, can't wake up in real life. Then it's considered entering a dream within a dream phenomenon, right? So, let's try the opposite and try to go deeper into the dream. By sleeping, wake plus try to escape, sleep plus try to enter. The others confused upon hearing this. Go to sleep, to go deeper into the dream. Lee Jun shrugged, his handsome, thoughtful. He also just said that this type of ghost story often ends with characters unexpectedly waking up for no clear reason. Could it be? He looked resolute to his friend's eyes. That the people involved were too exhausted trying to escape, so they accidentally fell asleep without even realizing it. He began to persuade everyone. If we already know that waking up isn't effective, then let's try going to sleep to go deeper. At this moment, Jaeyoung-won no longer had any doubts. That's really convincing. It's worth trying once rather than continuing to die and revive aimlessly like this. Suna spoke, but looking at her gazes, she only got goosebumps. We have to sleep here? They staring at us without blinking. This is both crazy and scary. Outside, the hall still echoed with footsteps. One also agreed. Unless we take sleeping pills, it'll be very hard to sleep here. Then Lee Jun present an idea. How about this? He brought his hand to his neck, miming strangling. You know that popular fainting game, right? What if we try to make each other faint by strangling like this? He was opposed by Jaeyoung-won. It's useless, President. He explained. Method is both dangerous and different from going to sleep. People don't dream when they faint. This was the first. Lee Jun had heard that. Really? One continued, President, the method you mentioned earlier happens because blood flow to the brain is blocked. When there's a lack of oxygen, the brain loses its normal function. Therefore, it's different from the deep sleep we usually have. There are stories of dreaming in that state, but it's usually just hallucinations they see for a brief moment before actually fainting. While Lee Jun was pondering, the quiet Hae-eun suddenly spoke up. I have a way. He turned curious gaze towards her. Un stood up before the gaze of her three friends. The important thing is just to be able to sleep, right? Her and demeanor were very serious. Then I have a way. Minutes later, it was still that classroom. Lee Jun lay on the ground, disoriented. What was this? What the hell was happening? He saw the girl's beautiful face. Why was he in an extremely awkward situation, being with a female classmate and exchanging breaths through a flute? Silently watching the flute draw closer, Sheen offered a gentle smile. This was too just then, and Hakeson's words echoed in the silent classroom. He had thought of the most feasible solution even before Lee Jun. The important thing is just to fall asleep, right? Then let's create a state of oxygen deprivation. Jun was confused. Oxygen deprivation. But he said fainting wouldn't work. Then he heard and Jianquin chuckle. And Jianquin clarified Lee Jun's confusion. Do you know how common accidents are due to drowsy driving on highways? There are many causes for that, but one of them is oxygen deprivation in confined space. He pushed up his glasses sagely. It's not like blocking blood flow to the brain. That's not fainting. It's almost akin to another state of These words surprised Lee. A clang rang. They all mobilized to put the locker. Lee Jun stretched out his aching. Suna also understood their plan. So we have to crawl in here and lie down. Huh? It's only enough for 2 people. Someone opened the locker, and Haishin suddenly remembered. Jun, can you get me a roll of tape? I think it's on the bookshelf. He immediately agreed. Then she looked at the other 2. You 2 hurry and get inside. It'll help you seal the gaps from the outside. A little hesitant, and Jianquin bravely stepped in. Lee Jun rummaged through the cabinet, looking for things. Inside was a pile of, let's see. Where's the footsteps approached? A soulless person offered something. Their tone was strangely unidentifiable. Erase the tape. Just take it. Lee Jun paused, wide-eyed, looking at this person. Is this our class president? Vaguely recalled. His name was in Jianquin or something. Having no other choice, he took it. Thanks. Is he helping us? But this is a dream. Is confused. The tape in hand, he turned back to his comrades. Haishin. Here. She took it, pulling out the tape and folding it at a 45-degree Angela method for easily tearing. Then she proceeded to seal the gaps in the locker one by.
Lee Jun exhaled.
He admired his handiwork. This should be fine now. The girl behind him nodded. He was a little confused about the next step. So what do we do next? Do we need to go to the next classroom to get more lockers? But Haishin disagreed. No, that creature is still wandering in the hallway outside. It's too dangerous. Even if it weren't, we should still stay close to the 2. And Haishin reminded him. Someone has to stay awake to protect those who are sleeping. Hearing this, Lee Jun suddenly remembered. Alright, if we all accidentally die, it'll all be for. Then he heard Haishin command. Lie down on the floor. Lee Jun thought something serious had happened. And Haishin closed all the doors and windows. Your problem is that you need to breathe air with low oxygen. She wrapped tape around the flute. So, it'll transfer my breath. Her face was calm. With this, her rosy lips touched the tape, pressing down with a little. And thus, the male lead found himself in his current predicament. Events unfolded too quickly for him to keep up. Lee Jun's mind became hazy. Is this? He dazedly looked at the beautiful girl holding the flute. Am I still dreaming? This statement was a bit unrealistic. Well, yes. I am really dreaming. Haishin placed the flute on his lips. You can't breathe normal air anymore. You must inhale the air I exhale. And when I stop blowing the flute, you may only Her gentle voice lingered in Lee Jun's ear. Understand the His face flushed as he nodded. Once the exchange was complete, she placed her lips on the mouthpiece of the. Lee Jun gently parted his lips to receive. He felt the warm air from Hakeson's lungs filling his own. Now I feel like a balloon. His eyes fluttered slightly. His mind was becoming hazy. What am I? He gradually gave in. Oh well, thinking too much won't. And Haishin suddenly. His action made Lee Jun, who was slowly drifting into unconsciousness, confused. What? Why is she A thin thread of saliva stretched as she pulled her mouth away from the mouth, and Haishin giggled. Her gentle face was the last image Lee Jun saw as he fell asleep. His brain could no longer function. His consciousness felt like it had been switched off. He slowly closed his eyes. The sky today was clear and Jianquin chattered while chewing. You know, the idea that eating hamburgers is unhealthy is just a baseless. He held up the burger, a pragmatic expression on his face as if he'd discovered a new truth. In reality, it's a perfect meal. Bread, vegetables, tomatoes, and beef. How can they say that hamburgers are bad when they contain sufficient amounts of all 3 main nutritional? His tone was comical. The 2 people in front of him ate without responding. Because of food coloring and additives. That's a foolish notion. Nothing's changed since those 2 rumors spread about MSG being unhappy. Jenkuin rambled on. This country is still being led by the nose by the... Suddenly, everything seemed to twist. The way Jenkuin spoke was also strange. There's a power outage right now. But the lights in the store are still bright. Bright, 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 bright. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. If you don't have French fries and soda, a hamburger is still a healthy meal. You understand? Li Jun licked his lips, enjoying his burger. He answered perfunctorily. Yeah. He unconsciously glanced at the person next. Suna was wearing makeup. He suddenly sobered. Li Jun shot up, yelling. This is a... Suna's cheeks flushed in shock. Jenkuin was also startled by his sudden outburst. President, what's suddenly wrong? Li Jun calmly reminded them. Snap out of it. We just entered a dream within a... These words made his 2 friends, and Jenkuin hastily adjusted his glasses, looking unnerved. That's right. Because dreams usually start in the middle of something. I forgot. Suna was confused. Why am I wearing... Jun awkwardly glanced at his friend. Damn it. Whether I want to or not, this is my dream. Is my subconscious implying that I find Suna attractive? He temporarily put that aside, focusing on the immediate problem. Anyway, this method really has hope. From now on, we will delve deeper into the... The 3 searched around the hamburger shop. As expected, there were no clues here. Subtly sighed in relief, looking around. Maybe it's because this is a dream, but it's such a relief that there are no employees here. You'll cut the gas line. Once you inhale the leaking gas, you'll unconsciously fall asleep. He outlined the plan. Then he'll take you 2 out of the kitchen. Li Jun and Suna both nodded, indicating they understood. Suna still had a concern. Wouldn't it be better if you went instead of me, Jenkuin? I don't think I can help. And Jenkuin simply exhaled softly and replied. My role is explained. The only thing I can do is share the knowledge I have. I'm not the type of person who's good at handling unexpected situations on the spot. Besides, the ghosts might appear again. Isn't it better to leave me here instead of a delicate girl by herself? After all, physical strength might be needed in the end. These words were reasonable and undeniable, and Jenkuin then hit her weak point. Of course, if the next dream also has no clues, Suna, you'll have to help bring the president to the next. He asked. You understand? Suna's expression indeed changed. She nodded, and Jenkuin smiled and looked at him. Well then, President, I'm counting on you for what comes. The 2 exchanged looks of trust. All right. Thank you. We will definitely be able to return to reality. And Jenkuin found a pair of scissors and neatly cut the gas. Jun woke up with a... felt as if he had just passed through a night. He quickly regained his composure. But the current situation was no joke. Before him was a long, winding line. The 2 of them were standing at the very end. This scene was so familiar. This is... Suna said in bewilderment. The sound of someone clearing their throat into a crackling mic. The principal, with a kind face, began his speech. My dear new students of Naksong High School, I am very happy to meet you all here. While he was focused on his speech. First of all, I would like to congratulate and welcome you to the school. Li Jun's expression darkened. Suna.
What's wrong?
The voice over the crackling speaker continued. I am the principal of this. Li Jun whispered softly, run, quickly. His voice echoed across the schoolyard. The principal's face began to suddenly explode. Without thinking twice, Li Jun grabbed Suna's wrist and pulled her. The 2 of them dashed out of the... Fortunately, they were in the back row. There were no obstacles in front. Suna was dazed by his actions. Li Jun hurriedly shouted, Don't look back. We have to escape from this school. Bit his lip. He was hurried and restless, just like he had done before. He took a deep breath and shouted until his voice hoarse. Mr. Security, the guard who was relaxing in his office, jumped out in surprise. What's going on? What's all this noise during the entrance ceremony? Li Jun pointed his... He intentionally shouted loudly. The guard has the key. We need to get the keys to open the school. The security guard froze at his sudden out. The crowd running behind him turned sharply. Hey, give us the keys. Hurry. The guard didn't even understand what was happening. Are you kids crazy? Get back there right. Jun was satisfied. Everything was going according to plan. Now he just needed to get Suna. Urged his friend. Suna, take advantage of this. Hurry to... But when he turned back, there was no longer anyone behind. Li Jun was stunned. She disappeared. She was clearly right here just a moment. The sound of running was still near.
Jun finally realized.
Oh no. She's heading toward the... How could a fragile girl like Suna squeeze into that place? Thinking that, Li Jun spoke up to stop her. Suna, it's dangerous. His words cut off before he could... He watched with wide eyes as the girl ran into the... Noticed she was hiding a box cutter in her hand. He knew it, yet he didn't. What is... The petite girl slipped through the crowd without any difficulty. Guard barked. Let go of me. You kids. Are you all... Suna suddenly lunged for... hand clutched the cutter. Thanks for watching the. Her face was devoid of any. She just stabbed down direct. My hand. My hand. Li Jun was restless with worry. What? What did Suna just? Before he could think more, Suna stepped. She was panting heavily. It seemed she had used a lot of strength. She smiled. With messy hands, she held up the key. Here. I got the key. Li Jun didn't know what to say. You did well. But what you just. Before he could ask, the screams grew close. Seeing the danger approaching, Li Jun quickly corrected himself. I have a lot of questions. But we have to get out of here. The two of them opened the school gate and escaped. After passing through a subway station, they finally stopped to catch their.
Li Jun breathed in rhythm.
It should be fine this far away. We need to find a place to sleep. He soon spotted a familiar hamburger restaurant. The two exchanged a quick look and walked. Inside was the noisy sound of.
Li Jun frowned.
There are too many people. The gas method is no longer feasible, right? There are employees here. He was a bit hesitant. He gathered his courage to ask. Suna. This request might be a bit strange, but could you? Suna tilted her head in confusion. The two sat at table 2. Suna puffed out her cheeks and blew into the. Li Jun held the other end of the straw in his. Two of them struggled to blow into the straw for.
Li Jun blinked.
What is? Compared it to when In Haeun blew the horn for him. Even if the situation was the same, the feeling, with her exaggeratedly puffed up face. Suna. You're nothing like. The atmosphere in the hamburger was. All eyes were on the young couple. They were performing an incredibly bizarre act. But since this was a dream world, they didn't care. Suna was still trying to blow air into the end of the. Li Jun finally couldn't hold. He burst out laughing. Suna caught her breath and looked at him in frustration. What are you laughing at all of us?
Li Jun smiled.
No, it's just. He hid his thoughts. He couldn't say that her face made him laugh or shed get. This time it was Suna's turn to. Face looked happy. It was a strange feeling. Even in a confusing situation like this, having someone to be with and laugh with made it. Suna closed her eyes slightly. The happy feeling lingered in her. She smiled and made a suggestion.
Junior.
When this is over, let's all come here and eat hamburgers. June was a bit surprised by this suggestion, but he happily promised. Sure. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Excuse me, an employee approached with a request. I'm afraid you two have to leave. We've received some complete. June, who was usually calm. They were forced to move elsewhere. A soft voice echoed from the restroom. June, is this going to be? They had moved to the restroom. There was no other choice. Li Jun explained. It's hard to find a suitable place to sleep now. Plus, to avoid the eyes of people around us, this is the only. But Suna was worried about something else. I didn't mean. Her voice trembled. This is. The men's
Li Jun finally realized.
He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Sorry. It'd be a bit much for me to go into the women's He poked a hole in the bottom of a paper. Looked up at the girl. That straw makes this difficult. So I brought a paper cup to replace it. You still remember the method I mentioned? He had to explain again. Suna, you'll have to breathe into this cup so I can inhale that.
Li Jun initiated.
Let's start. Suna was still a bit hesitant. She struggled mentally for a moment, then finally tucked her hair back and moved. The two performed what needed to be. Li Jun's mind gradually grew hazy. He began to close his eyes. Li Jun felt as if he were sinking into a vast. The sensation was so. He was delirious. Where is this? Feels like my body is. Why is it so He could vaguely hear a whisper. That voice. It's mother. Could it? He had guessed it. Is this place inside my mother's? A faint sense of safety. Every time he slept, he would travel back in time. But he thought he understood a little bit now. He wasn't entirely sure, but the dreams were taking him back to times that left him with severe. His mind was clear as he deduced what had happened. Starting from 4th period history, to the nightmare he had after fighting the laughing, to the entrance ceremony where he first encountered a ghost, and his first trauma, being, his body lay comfortably in the womb. Can what I've experienced so far really be compared to being? He floated in the water. Whatever. What should I do next? If I can fall asleep here, everything will surely end. But there doesn't seem to be any useful. A small hand reached for the long cord. Should I wrap the umbilical cord around my neck to cause oxygen deprivation? Tried to turn his body. Like this. Just enough to kill myself. Li Jun, in the body of a newborn baby, remained motionless for a while. He struggled out in frustration. Damn it. This way definitely won't work. Not to mention, if it works, it'll just be considered unconscious. He suddenly thought of something obvious. Wait, babies usually sleep all day, don't they? Is an unborn child any different? Let's just try to sleep normal. Thinking that, Li Jun began to hypnotize himself. Empty your mind. Relax your body. Fall back asleep completely natural. He told him just that everything would end. He finally sank deep into the dark. Sunlight shone through. A gentle breeze brushed against his. Someone's voice rang out. Why? Then came a confusing sentence. This has been permitted, so it will be fine. That was also when Li Jun woke. Noise erupted just outside the door. Someone had reported the two. Here. I saw those two high school students run in. A rhythmic pounding on the door sounded like a death, intermingled with shouting. Excuse me. Come out now. What are you two doing in there? Suna was terrified by the situation. What do we do? Li Jun was dazed by that dream. What was that? I think I met. He tried to remember. Someone he felt very happy to meet. And it felt like they had a very important conversation. Strange feeling crept into his mind. I have to remember. Time passed. Although his consciousness grew clearer, the dream became more blurred. I have to start waking. He reached out and grabbed Suna's. The girl was
Yun, you will.
Li Jun silently regained his determined. His eyes shone brightly. Let's go, Suna. Let's return to our reality. Suna was slightly stunned by his act. She nodded, trusting. The hamburger shop was still very cool. The guy looked somewhat. Jiayungan sat silently for a long. He sighed. The scariest thing is still not knowing what will happen. Jun suddenly opened his. He sat up abruptly, startling on Jiayungan. He hurriedly asked, "How was it? Did you succeed?"
Li Yun smiled confidently.
"Yes, I succeeded. Now let's wake up to." These words made on Jiayungan brighten up. He suddenly said, "Oh right, I thought everything over carefully while waiting. I remembered why we all fell asleep at the same time in reality." Thanks to that, Li Jun also reflected on the cause. Thinking back, how did all four of us fall? On Jiayungan smiled smugly through his glasses. You should look forward to it. It's quite funny. I bet you'll be very surprised. Hearing that on Jiayungan was keeping a secret. The scene, the dream shards scattered everything. Li Jun woke up from the. A hoarse whisper kept circling outside the hallway. I told you, go to the church. Locker door also opened after. All three of them woke up at the same time. Looking around the classroom, they asked, where did Haeun go? Where is she? On Jiayungan seemed very happy. This will be the last time we wake up, right? Now we're really about to return to reality. The light in the classroom was weak and
Li Yun suddenly felt anxious.
Suddenly I feel a bit. He looked at his two friends. What if you all are just part of a dream? And all of this is just part of my imagination. They both stared blankly at his. On Jiayungan let out a breath. You can only pray that doesn't happen. Suna just smiled, not knowing what else to say. They'll see you soon, and everything shattered again. Memory fragments gradually returned. Now I remember that. The scene gradually became clear in Li Jun's mind. I'm pretty sure it was when we were going to the club room after. Key was in someone's. At that time, Mr. Park Demung shyly handed over the key. I intended to give it to you this morning but forgot. There you go. Have fun. He hurriedly. The three were confused. The door was already open. On Jiayungan speculated, well, we need the key to lock the door. Suddenly, something jumped into the light in front of Li. A system window suddenly popped up. S-rank special ability. The God of Luck is about to activate. The system is adjusting reality. But before he could read it carefully, it suddenly disappeared. This is so strange. What was that? The system windowed. He brushed it off and went to the club with his two. They arrived at the library door. Many people were lining up, laughing, and June didn't know what was happening. Why is everyone lining up in such a big? Yet on Jiayungan knew exactly why. That's the book club. They have a lot of influence. And the atmosphere is quite relaxed, so it's very popular.
Li Jun grumbled in envy. Imso Gialos.
Can't they share some members with us? Suna smiled wryly here. Someone called his name. Looking over, he saw a chubby boy waving as he pushed through the long.
Li Yun seemed surprised.
Oh Du-hun, you're the guy who sits next. He shyly spoke up. The club you mentioned yesterday. Are you still recruiting men?
Li Yun answered, yes.
He tilted his head in question. But didn't you say you were going to join the anime? Oh Du-hun's voice grew smaller. About that. Something. Seeing Oh Du-hun's sad face, Li Jun didn't say anything more. Did he fail the interview or something? But I have no reason to refute. He happily said, okay. They'll add your name to the list. Let's go to the club room together later. Oh Du-hun looked adorable in an odd way. He jumped up. Just then, In Hai-hun stepped out of the classroom clutching a stack of. Time seemed to slow. Thinking back, it was an incredible coincidence. Li Jun organized the events. I instinctively tried to catch the. Then I slipped on the floor that someone had just cleaned to a. My leg made intimate contact with Jiayungan's flailing arm hit. And just like that, a comedy scene only found in old manga was perfectly reenacted by our group. The 6 dragons had been fully real. That messy scene was just enough to keep them from. But it was enough to make all of them fall asleep due to the imp. Li Jun woke up with a. It was as if he had just passed through a night. He quickly regained his composure. But the situation before him was no joke. In front of them was a long line of people. The 2 of them were standing at the very end of the. This scene was familiar. This is. Suna was puzzled. The school hoarse voice through a crackling microphone rang. The principal, with a kind face, began his speech. Dear new students of Naching High School, I am delighted to meet you all here. As he spoke intently, first of all, I wish you all welcome to this school.
Li Jun's face darkened.
Suna, what's wrong? A voice over the crackling loudspeaker said, I am the school's principal.
Li Jun whispered, Ron.
The voice echoed throughout the schoolyard. Principal's face began to suddenly explode. Without thinking, Li Jun grabbed Suna's wrist and pulled her. The two rushed out of the. Luckily, they were at the end of the line, and there were no obstacles. Suna was bewildered by this action.
Li Jun hastily yelled.
Don't look back. We have to get out of this school. He pressed his lips together, anxious. Like I did before. He took a deep breath, then yelled until throat was hoarse. Security guard, who had been leisurely in his room, startled and rushed out. What's going on? It's the entrance ceremony. Why all the
Li Jun point
deliberately yelled loudly. The key is with the. We need to get the key to open the school. The guard froze at his sudden. The crowd running after him suddenly turned. Hey, give us the key. Hurry. The guard didn't even understand what was happening. Are you all crazy? Get back in. June was satisfied. Everything is going according to plan. Now I just need to get Suna out, and ITLLB. He urged his friend. Suna, take advantage of this moment. Hurry to. But when he turned back, there was no one behind. June was stunned. She's gone. She was just. The sound of running was still near.
Li Jun just realized.
Oh no. She's heading towards the security. How could a frail girl like Suna push her way through there? Thinking this, Li Jun spoke up, wanting to stop her. Suna, it's dangerous, so his words were cut. He watched wide-eyed as the girl ran into the. He noticed she was hiding a box cutter in her hand. He knew yet didn't know. What is? The small girl slipped through the crowd without any hint. The guard yelled, Let me go, you brats. Are you all crazy? Suna suddenly leaped. Her hand clutched box. Her face was devoid of any. And he stabbed straight. My hand. My hand. Li Jun was worried and uneasy. What was that? What did Suna just? Before he could think, Suna stepped. She was breathless, seemingly having used a lot of. She smiled, her hands and feet dirty, holding up a key. Here, I brought the key. Li Jun didn't know what else to say. You did great. But just now, before he could ask, the shouts grew clear. Seeing the danger approaching, Li Jun quickly corrected himself. There's a lot I want to ask, but we need to get out of here. Two opened the school gate and quickly, after crossing an underground passage, the two finally stopped. Li Jun breathed in and out rhythmically. It should be okay after going this far. We need to find a place to sleep. He quickly noticed the familiar hamburger restaurant. Two exchanged quick glances, then inside it was bustling with conversation.
Li Jun frowned.
There are too many people. The gas method isn't feasible anymore. That's right. And there are even employees. He was a little hesitant. He bravely asked, Suna, this request might be a bit strange, but can you? Suna tilted her head in confusion. The two sat at table 2. Suna puffed out her cheeks and blew hard into a. Li Jun put the other end of the straw in his. Two struggled, blowing into the straw for.
Li Jun blinked.
What is? He compared it to when Haishin blew the flute for him. Even if the situation is similar, the feeling, with an exaggerated puffed-up face. Suna, you're really nothing like Hai. The atmosphere in the hamburger restaurant was. All eyes were on the young couple. They were doing something very peculiar. But since this was a dream world, no one paid much attention. Suna was still diligently blowing into the. June finally couldn't hold. Burst out. Suna, annoyed, caught her breath and looked at him. Why are you suddenly?
Li Jun left.
No, it's just. He kept his thoughts to himself. I can't say it's because her face makes me laugh. Otherwise, she'll get. This time it was Suna's turn to. Her face was happy. Such a strange feeling. Even in a confusing situation like this. If there's someone here to keep me company and laugh with me. Suna gently closed her eyes. The pleasant feeling lingered in her. She smiled and made a suggestion. June, when this is all over, let's all come here to eat hamburgers. June was a little surprised by the. But he happily promised. A voice suddenly spoke up behind him. Excuse me, an employee came to make a request. I'm afraid you two will have to leave. We've received a few complaints. June, who had been calm. The two were forced to move elsewhere. A faint voice echoed in the bathroom stall. June, is this? The two had moved to a bathroom stall. There was no other choice.
Li Jun explained.
It's very hard to find a suitable place to sleep right now. Plus, to avoid people's eyes, this is the only. Suna was concerned about something else. That's not what I. Her voice trembled. This is. The men's
Li Jun just realized.
He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Sorry. For me to go into the women's restroom would be. He poked a hole in the bottom of a. Looked at the girl. That straw is a bit difficult for this, so I brought a paper cup as a replacement. You still remember how I told you to do it? He had to explain again. Suna, you'll have to breathe into this cup so I can inhale that.
Li Jun initiated.
Let's begin. Suna was still a little hesitant. She struggled mentally for a while, then finally tied up her hair and moved to performed what needed to be. Lee Jun's mind gradually grew hazy. He began to close his eyes. Lee Jun felt as if he was submerged in a vast. The sensation was so he was in a daze. Where is this? I feel like my body is then, and Hai-shin, carrying a stack of books, came out of the classroom. She dropped. Lee Hun was a bit annoyed. The process. Did it have to be so troublesome? But there was no other way. Lee Hun stepped out. The hallway was completely silent. The system began to act. He could see changes through all the lights inside went out. Only pitch black remained. What was happening in there? He couldn't see anything. In just a moment, the system announced, "Club room successfully recreated." Lee Hun carefully opened the door and stepped in. He looked around in surprise. His gaze swept around, evaluating. If you don't pay close attention, no one would notice the room is larger. The room had changed. The position of the windows and some chairs had shifted slightly. If I utilize all the features, I might even be able to have a proper fight with that damn demon. Seeing that the work was done, he put his hands in his pockets. In that case, before that, he checked his information again. A series of information about him appeared. Currently, you possess no abilities. You can use 100 points to unlock an ability. He was used to this. Should I use the remaining points to try my... 2 days later, Lee Jun was at home. Let's go grocery shopping with Mom. Had just lost a game. He took off his headphones and asked, "Go shopping with Mom?" "Me?" His mother nagged. Why? You have to go so you can carry things for Mom." Lee Jun dared not argue back. His father, watching TV outside, chuckled. "That's right. It's the weekend. Don't just stay cooped up at home playing games. Go out and help your mother." Lee Jun's mother didn't spare his father. "What are you still saying there? Change your clothes and drive us too." Before long, the family arrived at the supermarket was always crowded. The beeping sounds of checkouts echoed continually. Lee Jun's family was waiting to pay. "The line is so long. This will probably take more than 10 minutes." He left the line and walked around. "Is there anything interesting to see around?" Shelves full of goods. People came and went. Lee Jun aimlessly wandered. He suddenly noticed it was Jaehyungan. He also recognized him. He approached him, seemingly surprised, to greet him. "I didn't expect to see you here. Are you also here to..." The person accompanying him spoke up. "Is this your friend?" Lee Jun looked at the man wearing glasses. "Is this Jaehyungan's..." He glanced at the woman also wearing glasses behind on Jaehyungan. "So that must be his mother, right? Those glasses. Is it hereditary?" The system immediately recorded. "Your understanding of on Jaehyungan has increased by..." Jun politely bowed his head. "It's nice to meet you both." "My name is Lee Jun," on Jaehyungan's father replied. "It's nice to..." From his tone, it was clear he was very strict. "How do you two know each..." On Jaehyungan introduced him. "We're in the same class. And he's my club president." On Jaehyungan's father went straight to the sensitive topic. "A club? What kind of club?" On Jaehyungan didn't really want to answer. "In participating in the story."
Yun immediately interjected.
"It's a folklore and ghost story research club." He added quickly, "We study traditional folklore and ghost stories passed down through generations in Korea. Through that, we understand how our ancestors lived their..." With his quick mind, Lee Jun grasped the psychology of the parents. Just one look and he knew the father was the strict and rigid type. Adding the word folklore would easily spark his Jaehyungan's father nodded. "I see. Folklore." Lee Jun cheered in his head. His eyes were sharp. "However, if you are the president..." Immediately caught the ambiguity.
Yun explained to her only.
"Actually, I'm the vice president. Our club has a president and a vice president, but we usually just call everyone president for..." "Indeed. Thanks for watching." The Jaehyungan's father became much more cheerful. He laughed heartily. As expected, our smart Jaehyungan would never settle for being under someone else's authority. He didn't notice his son's difficult expression. "Kid, if you've become a club president, you should at least tell your father." On Jaehyungan had to go along with it.
"I'm sorry.
I've been so busy since it's only the first week of school that I forgot to mention." Seeing this, Lee Jun bowed. "Then I'll take my leave." On Jaehyungan's father nodded in satisfaction. He left. On Jaehyungan turned. Lips moved. The special ability lip reading was activated. I didn't misinterpret. His words were automatically translated. "The president is truly amazing." Lee Jun looked at the system panel in surprise. New special ability he received that day, lip reading. He didn't know how it was activated. So this is how it works. Someone called Jun. Lee Jun heard his father's voice. He asked, "Are you and Mom done paying?" His father answered casually, "It's almost our..." His face looked a bit concerned. "I just heard. That club you mentioned. Did you start that club because..." At that mention, a distorted face flashed through his... Jun admitted frankly, "Yes, that's right. I think I need to find out more about..." Lee Jun's father appeared very supportive. "It's a pity I don't know much about these things. But if you need anything..." I'm always ready to help. He smiled. Yes. Thank you. Two returned to the checkout counter. Where did you two go? Just a little walk around, honey. In this peaceful moment I didn't know the ghost stories that I thought would only appear around were silently and slowly affecting the entire Republic of Girl group's music was released. A crescent moon peeked out from under the cloud. Moonlight shone through a bedroom. Girl in the middle of the room woke up in the middle of the her emerald eyes looked up at a corner in the school bell. In class 3, Lee Jun arrived at school and greeted hello. Lee Jun enthusiastically asked, "You're early today too, aren't you?" Suna smiled. He looked at the girl sitting next to her. "Hello, Haeun." He noticed a song playing over the students were laughing and talking in class. "Have you heard it?" "Oh, that." Lee Jun quickly noticed the abnormality. "Everyone's lively this morning, aren't they?" "Yeah, it's a bit noisy." His face darkened slightly. "I just noticed. It's been a while since I heard this." The memories surfaced.
Forenses oia.
It was the same in my past life. It was popular at this stage too. I think this was their debut. The music kept repeating. That meaningless chorus is still the same. Lee Jun was suspicious. The lyrics. Were they always like, on Jaeyoungan was tired. He slumped over the. All 4 people gathered in the clubroom. So comfortable. The clubroom is the. Suna looked around. She was puzzled. Our room. It seems larger. Hearing that, on Jaeyoungan agreed. You feel that too? In Haeun added, right? It does feel a bit more space.
Suna reaffirmed, im sure.
The room got. Jun was a bit uneasy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, besides Suna, no one else noticed it too. He didn't take his eyes off the girl. It must be because Suna often lives in cramped spaces. So she's more sensitive to small changes in a room than the system popped up then. Your understanding of Suna has increased by. He was lost in thought. Thanks to that dream within a dream, I was able to reveal my secret to some extent. But the fact that I returned to 3 years ago and that system is a completely different matter. He placed his hope in the future. But I believe one day he'll be able to confess on Jaeyoungan let out a. He took off his glasses and slumped down. He'll rest for a bit. Wake me up when lunch break is over. Lee Jun took the opportunity to call the club manager. He stared. The third function. I've always been curious about this thing's effect. But he'll probably have to buy items with points, right? I hope it sells furniture. Things that are too expensive to buy with club sub. He had a desire. Then I could expand the room and buy a sofa or something. This place could eventually become a. Finally, a soft sigh. I wish Friday would come fast. Time soon reached. In the music teacher looked over while playing the piano. Now 1 octave hummed softly for the class to sing. The voices rose in unison. Lee Jun was bored and didn't bother to open his mouth. Why is time moving so slow? The music teacher suddenly. She turned around and shouted. Stop. Who is it? Who isn't paying attention in class? Lee Jun was startled. Oh no. Did I get caught for not? The wrinkles on her face deepened. Who is making those weird? Hearing that, Lee Jun's heart relaxed. Oh, it wasn't me. Anyway, I haven't made a. There was absolutely no sound in the. Suddenly, there was music. She shouted loudly. Who didn't turn off their ringtone? Turn it off, right? A student at the front of the class fumbled with their phone.
I'm sorry.
The music teacher complained irritably. Seriously, why doesn't this weird school confiscate all students' phones during? Before she could start playing it, she turned back to the class. Who is it again? Who didn't turn off their? The students were buzzing. Oh my god. Who is it? This. Jun rested his chin on his hand. Another kid got caught. They really have no comments. There was still something weird. But I didn't hear anything. The music teacher couldn't take it anymore and walked down the aisles. I'm sure the sound is coming from. She asked around. Here. It's here. But I already turned it off. The music teacher pressed her ear. She spoke loudly. It's clearly making noise right here. Tell me. What's your. This made the naturally shy Suna jump in surprise. Eyes well. That moment, In Haeun spoke up to help. Teacher, I don't hear any. There really isn't any sound. The teacher was startled. In Haeun's expression was cold. There really isn't any sound. I think you might have missed. The music teacher was confused. No, I definitely heard music. She mumbled the lyrics back. Sounded like this. None of you heard any. She looked at the phone in her hand, bewildered. I can still hear it now. You all really don't hear it? Tone began to turn weird. It was like this yesterday too. I heard it all night. All morning. Even in the rest, the lyrics were broken and very hard. Language is this anyway. The whole melody is twisted together. They should have sung in Korean. So strange. I still hear the humming. The music teacher's ear had been scratched until it bled. Her face looked grotesque. Yo, listen up. Erase the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world and all day and all night and everything he sees is just blue like him inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around cause he ain't got nobody to listen.
Im blue yaba di yaba ya. Yaba di yaba ya.
I can definitely hear this. Don't you all? After that incident, everyone gathered in multipurpose room 3. That teacher is really strict. Lee Jun discussed the matter. Does she have a nervous problem? That's Jiayungan showed his knowledge. That phenomenon is called an earworm. You know? Catchy songs like Ring Ding Dong or Jin Jinja that keep the melody repeating in your... Lee Jun could imagine it. Oh, like those songs banned during CSAT exams. He received a confirmation. Exactly. But compared to the song that's trending now, OIA, those songs are still... Some people even say their daily lives have been disturbed to an unpleasant degree because of it. Hearing that, Lee Jun narrowed his eyes. Is it that? Park Damong suddenly shook his head, drawing everyone's attention.
IR.
Oh my god. I really can't understand some people's taste in music. Hearing his disdainful words, if you're talking about addictiveness, nothing compares to blue. Lee Jun had a concern. I'm sure there's something wrong with... Thoughts popped into his head. In my past life, OIA was popular for a while, but it wasn't popular to the point of exploding like this. Is definitely unusual. And I'm pretty sure the chorus used to be much more normal. It didn't have those strange lyrics that I don't even know if they're a foreign language. There's definitely a problem. Thinking that, his expression grew serious. Everyone, the situation is a bit abnormal. If possible, don't listen to this. He dangled a warning. I think there's a high chance this whole thing is caused by a strange phenomenon. Jiayungan didn't quite understand his point. Park Damong, sitting to the side, looked completely clear. Soon, the news broadcasted the latest report. The girl group Forenses and their song OIA have been banned from broadcasting on all media platforms. The reason given by the government is somewhat strange. The song is too addictive. Afterward, the management company spoke out in protest, calling it an absurd decision. Everyone still had to go to school every... Mr. Park Damong stuck his face into the class to announce. The music teacher isn't feeling well today and has taken sick leave. Third period today will be self-study. Okay, after saying that, he slipped away immediately. The reason was as expected. As I thought, the music teacher didn't come to school today. I'm pretty sure she's going for psychological treatment. From that day through the next week, the situation became increasingly strange. My mother, who works as a cashier at a store, said the store always plays the same song over. There were people who turned up the volume of OIA while walking on the street or even sang it out loud. The reason silently confirmed. This is definitely related to a ghost. The classroom was quiet. Students were diligently... No one noticed a student who was feeling uncomfortable. He gritted his... Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and jumped up. God damn it! Shouted loudly in class. Turn off that nonsense music right now. Who can study with all this But everyone looked at him like he was a mad... The person next to him urged him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Sit. This was the first-year class 3 monitor, Ban Jiayung. But his friend didn't listen and continued to shout. Who is it? Who keeps playing that music over and over? Please turn it off. This forced everyone to calm him down. Hey, sit down now. No one is playing any music. Suddenly, the public address speaker seemed to be turned. A crackling voice spoke over the speaker. Hello. The broadcasting room has an announcement for all students. This is an important announcement. So please listen carefully. Curious yet fearful eyes listened. All right, let's... Immediately after, the haunting music circled around. That friend immediately screamed. His head twisted crazy. The situation was extremely busy. Everyone in the class was... Friend grabbed a pen from the... He flailed around with his head tilted back. Each word came out in spurts. Please, help. Everyone was panicked. What? But he had gone insane and was no longer conscious. Turn off that music. Park Damong took off his headphones. What's going on? Lee Jun was also surprised. This is crazy. He quickly scanned the situation. This isn't good. Move to the clubroom. He called out to the other two. The situation was urgent. Suna and Haeun too. Go to the clubroom. They all rushed toward the classroom. Before leaving, he noticed one more. His gaze was directed toward the person still slumped over the desk.
Lee Jina.
Although they didn't talk much, she was still a member of the club. They should still bring her. Music intermingled with the chaotic sound. Call a teacher. He stepped forward to wake up Lee Jin-hee. Is he crazy? Jin-hee, the situation in class is a bit strange now. Do you want to come to the club with? The girl moved. She glared at him irritably. What? So noisy I could... Even Lee Jun was momentarily apprehensive. They moved quickly out of the classroom. The music was loud all over the first... The door to the broadcasting room on the second floor was locked tight. Who's in there? Open the... On the third floor, students seemed to have gone mad, dancing. On the fourth floor, they were even frantically biting and tearing at each... As soon as they entered the clubroom, they locked the door. Lee Jun breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lee Jin-hee. Thank goodness. Surprisingly, She followed us without saying a word. On Jiayungan looked puzzled. Is the broadcast not audible on the 5th floor? Maybe summing it up was a wave of confusion. What is all this? Everyone's becoming so busy. Lee Jun inhaled to catch his turn to look at everyone. Guys, there's still a bit of time before club activities, he suggested in a serious voice, but let's start the Ghost Story Club activity. Everyone sat down at the table. Now we will begin analyzing the situation. Lee Jun sat at the head of the table. Everyone agrees that this situation is very unusual, right? I believe all of this is caused by the song OIA. Surely everyone who has heard that song has a Jiayungan and Suna nodded without hesitation. The others didn't object. He spoke again. Last week we agreed not to listen to that song if possible. It's all over the internet every day. But I don't listen to it. I don't have a computer at home. Haeun was honest. I usually don't listen to popular songs. Park Damung smirked. I only listen to G.
Lee Jina as he
frowned and implied. Are you talking about that nonsense song on TV earlier? I've heard it a lot at my part-time. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. June fell into deep thought. Was my judgment wrong? Or is there a difference depending on each? He evaluated each strange event that had occurred. The music teacher showed strange signs a week ago. Being a music teacher, she might be more sensitive to sound than an average person. Besides, everyone's alertness and mental state can be glanced at Lee Jin-hee. From that, it can be said that her state is completely different. Finally, Lee Jun spoke up. Do you feel like your mind is in another place or that something is?
Jin-hee replied in confusion.
But Lee Jun didn't quite believe it. Think about it carefully. Do you feel hyperactive? Unable to control your behavior or anything? Lee Jin-hee began to get annoyed. No, I told you. Lee Jun began to suspect. Could it be because you're always in a grumpy state like the Incredible Hulk so you don't feel anything? This made Lee Jin-hee furious. What did you just? Lee Jun didn't realize and continued to press. I need you to seriously ask yourself. Do you suddenly want to turn green and hit the person standing in front of you? Or? Lee Jin-hee took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She lunged forward and grabbed his collar. Yes. I suddenly have the urge to hit someone. Lee Jun broke out in a sweat.
Don't.
Sorry. Jin-hee. Don't hit me, I won't do it again. Don't. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Rapid footsteps echoed in the hallway. Emergency. Emergency. Urgent. A student held up a phone. His face was pale. Florence's song is so freaking. He pressed his face against the glass door. Strange. The lights are clearly still. Everyone in the room hid in a blind spot. They heard the person mumble, I have to share this song with more people quickly so they can. Hearing the footsteps leave, Lee Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Jin-hee sat to one side, looking annoyed. What's with all the hiding? Just go up and beat him until he spits blood. Park Damung clutched his stomach and groaned. I'm so hungry. It's almost lunch. I wonder if we'll even get to. No one paid attention to Park Damung's words.
Lee Jun spoke up.
Sorry. He'll explain. He laid out the current strategy. Now we have to cover that glass pane. Does anyone have paper or? Suna raised her hand slightly. I do. Because I was preparing my books for 4th period just before we had to run. She didn't hesitate to tear several pages covered in writing from her note. Lee Jun's lips twitched as he watched her tape pages over the glass. She was using a history notebook without a hint of hesitation. If the history teacher would surely, a nation that forgets its history, he walked over to the large window. We should close the curtains too, just in case. Only a faint light remained in the meeting room. He spoke slowly. I'm certain this situation is related to a ghost story. Those who have experienced it will understand. The next thing we need to do is find out what kind of ghost story this is. Lee Jun first looked over to ask the most knowledgeable person.
Young.
Any ideas? The thing you mentioned before. The Jiayung was a bit surprised. An earworm? Really? That's not a ghost story. It's more like a scientific phenomenon. It happens when a song is so catchy it keeps repeating in your head, making you sing or hum it constantly. At most, it's just annoying. It's not as scary as ghost stories.
Lee Jun pondered.
That's a bit. He moved to another topic. Then do you know any ghost stories related to music or songs? It doesn't have to be exactly like our current situation. Anything will. At this moment, Suna spoke up timidly. There's a rumor that if a ghost is caught in a recording booth, that song is guaranteed to become a mass.
Young nodded.
I've heard that too. That's why there are rumors that successful musicians all have stories about seeing. He reached into his pants pocket and took out his phone. There are also things like, searched for something to confirm his words. There's often evidence of ghost voices being recorded in albums. This is one of them. Take a look. His fingers moved across the screen. A sobbing singing voice played. What will I do if I regret it later? After you are no longer in this world. But suddenly, a strange voice cut in. Does it hurt your... Yuna was startled and covered her...
Li Yun inquired.
Is this an official album? Jia Young knew a few things. The recording company explained it was the sound of a guitar, but I don't play the guitar, so I'm not... Suddenly, Li Jinhee exclaimed.
Li Yun noticed here.
I thought she would be distant and unapproachable, but surprisingly, she can get along with everyone. We've never experienced a ghost story dream together, but why does she feel so familiar? Noticing her furrowed brows, Li Jun felt a bit curious. It would be nice if she stopped making that grumpy face. Are those eyes just naturally like... Thanks to that, the system popped up. Your understanding of Li Jinhee has increased by... Park Damum adjusted his glasses heroically. It's my turn. He began his story. This happened when I went to see the MS movie. And it happened when I arrived at the... In that case, MS is the name of an idol group in the fly... The sun outside was still shining brightly as usual. It seemed as if the outside was not affected. Everyone listened very attentively. I was very excited by Miss Tori after seeing her chicken drumsticks. Then suddenly, some couple stood behind me and his way of speaking was a bit long-winded. This is not proper behavior in a movie theater. They kept whispering endlessly. At that time, I thought about whether to just kill them, but I was too focused on the story of those. Li Jinhee, annoyed, slammed the table. Get to the point. The main point. Damn it, why do you talk so? Park Damung timidly cleared his throat. Back to the main story. Anyway, I was trying to concentrate on the movie, but they kept whispering to each other, disturbing my idle fangirling. He sank into memories. I tried to be patient, but I couldn't stand it, so I turned around, preparing to give them a good scolding, and Park Damung made a scary face. There was only one person in the seat behind, and immediately after that, he received a punch from the person next. Li Jinhee was extremely annoyed. All that rambling was still just about himself. This weirdo, that damned The two were loud and boisterous. Ow, hey, likes to tell stories about himself. Li Jinhee's yell rose. Only a weirdo like you watches that kind of stuff. Suddenly, a faint silhouette appeared outside. Li Jinhee quickly noticed. Her hands, everyone looked towards the dark figure stood right outside A whispering sound rose. Is someone inside? Can you open? Not a single person spoke up. They didn't know what was out. June knew clearly. Even if we pretend no one is here, we were already caught red-handed. He gently pulled out a chair. It's also because we were too engrossed in discussion and forgot to lower our voice. Tiptoed closer to the door. Who? The voice softly echoed again after a moment of silence. It's me. This moment, Li Jun finally recognized. It was Miss Waun's. His hand rested on the doorknob. I want to open the door for her. But what if she has also become strange? The person outside whispered again. Closer. These words passed by quickly. Li Jun didn't hear clearly. Yes. I didn't hear what you said. The person outside spoke louder. Come closer here. Put your ear close. Li Jun, although he felt strange, still complied. What about my... Immediately after that, a breath brushed. His ear felt like it was zapped by electric. Startled, he jumped. A feeling of bewilderment overwhelmed his mind. What was that just now? There were clearly 3 layers of separation. How could it feel like she directly blew into my... He put his ear close again. There's something strange here. I'll try one more. The breath again felt like it was blown directly into his... June was ecstatic. He closed his eyes and sensed. It was just a sound, but I could feel that warm breath. Indeed, it's not wrong. The 5 senses of humans are all connected. Just by realizing someone is near, even if there's a glass panel separating the two, one can still feel the marvelous combination of touch, hearing. Li Jinhee interrupted. What are you doing that so Li Jun awkwardly stepped back, with paper still stuck to his face. It's nothing. Miss Waun wants to come in, but I'm checking to see if she has any strange symptoms. His gaze swept over the person out. The papers covering the door had fallen down with a... Li Jun's heart skipped. Slowly looked. His eyes... He only saw... Li Jun's voice rang out. He wondered if it was the person outside. Why? Why did you have to turn your face? The advisor did not... This was quite goosebump. Everyone tensely looked out. Li Jun frankly tried to dismiss her. Can you find somewhere else? The club room is... The person outside didn't agree. It's wide enough for you to fit in. Open the door and let... Li Jun spoke firmly in a louder voice. No, there's no more space. You know that already. Our club room is very... But the thing outside denied, not at all. It's even wider now than before. These words made Li Jun uneasy. He tried to appear calm. What strange things are you saying? How can the room be... Thing outside whined, no way. It's clearly wider than before. Finally, Li Jun had to resort to another tactic. If I have to be honest, it's because you're too fat for us to add. The words were too shocking. The entire room was... Everyone froze at his... The advisor outside did not... Li Jun waited for a while. What's wrong? this atmosphere, he felt as if he had grasped her weakness. The thing denied, I am not. Lee Jun was delighted to have accurately grasped the emotion. Exactly. The teacher is just like any other normal girl. All pay close attention to the system ridiculously acknowledged. Your understanding of Waun has increased by.
Emboldened, Lee Jun pushed further.
He pointed his finger and criticized mercilessly. Accept the truth. You are really. His words were very obvious. Then how can there be enough space for you inside? It's already cramped enough. He pointed his hand at Haeun. She got caught in the crossfire just by sitting there. Look at Haeun. She's as thin as this. You put effort into persuading the other person to leave. At least you have to be as thin as her to get in here. So please go find somewhere. Having said all that in one breath, he gasped for. The thing outside squirmed. Liar. What? How could it be? It left those words and then left. After I lose weight, it'll come. The system immediately congratulated. You have survived a low-level ghost incident. Possessed person. You have received 5 ghost story. Lee Jun breathed out a sigh as if he had just used all his strength and looked back at everyone in the eyes looked full of Lee Jun was still innocent, not knowing what he had just said. What's Lee Jun pulled up he sat at the table, surrounded by the members of the ghost story. Lee Jun silently analyzed the information he had obtained. Low-level ghost incident. Possessed person. Does this have anything to do with the OIA ghost He recalled what had happened. Just noticed now. Seems Miss Waun was also possessed once before, right? She once mentioned that she came from a sorcerer family. Is it because of her special physical constitution that she's easily The system announced. Your understanding of Waun has increased by. Suna spoke with concern. Will Miss Waun be okay? Lee Jun looked at her and honestly explained. I'm also a little worried. But the current situation doesn't allow us to take risks. For now, let's just stay here and gather more information first, he suggested. Jaehyungan read the information on his phone and exclaimed. Everyone's truly gone. He explained to the other members if it were before, we could still know the situation outside through newspapers. But now, even online news is just filled with OIA. Lee Jun wondered. Has anyone tried contacting their family? Park Damung and Suna replied. No one is picking up. Hun swore. Damn it all. What kind of cursed situation is this? Lee Jin-hee, next to him, also spoke up, half annoyed, half bewildered. What's happening? Are these some hidden camera? Lee Jun walked to the window and subtly pulled back the curtain while replying to her. Hidden camera pranks? I wish that he carefully looked down below. But what kind of prank is staged like? The students in the schoolyard had completely gone. Someone wailed desperately. Turn that music. Someone else sang crazily. Others attacked each other to the music. Oh yeah, oh. Lee Jin-hee and the other members also saw this scene and could only exclaim, this is really crazy. What should we do now, June? But a knocking sound interrupted their train of. All 6 people simultaneously turned their eyes towards the entrance. Knocking sound still echoed, and Waun's silhouette was reflected on the glass of. She muttered, I'm back now. After losing, the students froze, stunned for a moment. He approached and replied to her, don't lie to us, teacher. How can you lose weight in just a few hours? Waun honestly explained. I skipped. Silence once again enveloped. Suna exclaimed, I feel so sorry for the teacher. Jaehyungan continued her sentence. But what can we do? What if we let her in now and she goes crazy or sings like those people out? Lee Jun made the final decision. Let the teacher explained his thoughts. The situation is worse now. Sooner or later, this place won't be safe. If that's the case, we might as well extract some useful information from the possessed teacher. Interrogate, beat, or do anything, as long as we make her talk. He said with a firm expression. Lee Jin-hee was intrigued by his idea. Oh, you're pretty crazy yourself.
Lee Jun directly entrusted her.
If the teacher attacks, I'm counting on you.
Lee Jun smiled.
For several reasons, not so optimistic smile. And I feel you're very good at. She was stunned by this then sighed. She replied to him with a faint laugh. I've never seen anyone as crazy.
Lee Jun continued. Any.
I'm going to open the door. They all nodded in agreement. The door slowly opened. Teacher Waun stepped in. Lee Jun closed the door and they all stared at her inside. Lee Jun was a little astonished. He looked at Waun's condition and silently remarked, her eyes are blood. She began to sing. We're all astonished. Oh yeah, oh. But this was not outside his predictions. Indeed, the teacher would act like. Lee Jun quickly turned to Lee Jin-hee and asked for help. Jin-hee, hurry up. Restrain. The girl rolled up her sleeves, sneered, and asked again, are you really serious about this? So what should I do? Pin her to. She continued, then commented on Hound's singing voice. What kind of singing is that? It's so. Haeun continued to hum in her raspy voice, singing, dung, tongue. She tapped her and began to dance, singing and moving like a true performer. Everyone. Foreign set. Jaehyungwan exclaimed. Oh my! Suna, however, couldn't help but burst out. Jiangwan spoke up. It's a good thing teacher Heian doesn't know how to sing. I can't even tell what she's trying to say. Heian was still engrossed in her dancing, singing, dung. Li Jun looked at Hound's state, half smiling, half bewildered, and wondered, what do we do now? Should we try the method of fixing something broken, like hitting the teacher to make her normal again? Let's try slapping her. He turned to them and continued to ask, does anyone here want to try slapping the teacher directly in the face? Just once? What method can help the teacher so? The one who stepped forward was in Heian. This action couldn't help but surprise Jiang. She swung her, slapped Heian hard across the Hound's cheek immediately showed a red. She was slapped so hard she fell to the ground. System announced, your club member has used their excellent resourcefulness to reverse the haunting process. You have received 25 ghost story. Li Jun's mouth hung open in surprise. System continued to announce, and he wasn't the only one surprised. You receive an additional 10% bonus points for each participating members. Jiangwan, Du-hun, Li Jin-hee, in Heian. An additional 15 points, a 60% bonus, will be added to the 25 ghost story points already received. The entire room fell.
Yun awkwardly spoke up, Hein.
She didn't respond for a moment. Then she turned her head to look at him, smiling as she asked, is the school enough? In multipurpose room 3, also known as the club room, Hound's voice echoed. Why am I? She had sat down at the table, one cheek swollen but completely clear-headed. I was sure I was in the staff room. What's going on? Did I just have a dream? Or Heian recounted what she had witnessed. The principal and vice principal were doing handstands while naked, and the department head was singing and running around. She placed her hand on her cheek, puzzled, and continued, also, why does my cheek hurt? Heian smiled and replied, I think you might have just imagined it, teacher. Heian actually believed her, asking, Du-hun, next to Li Jin-hee, slumped his head onto the table and groaned. I'm so hungry. How much longer do we have to starve? Li Jin-hee angrily kicked his chair while scolding him. Damn it, you stupid otaku. If you can't say anything useful, shut your mouth. Can't you read the room? Are you going to die just from skipping one? She continued to scold him, while Heian reached out to intervene, saying, let's keep the peace. Du-hun still tried to argue, but what can I do when I'm this hungry? Li Jin-hee ignored Hound's reminder and continued to scold Du-hun. Do you look any different from a pig? Eat, eat, eat. What kind of situation are we in? And you're still only thinking about. Heian herself was also groaning from hunger at this. Li Jin-hee looked at her with a speechless expression. The entire room fell. It was only then that Li Jun spoke. In his role of presenting the travel route, Li Jun explained that to reach the cafeteria on each floor, they must use the hallway. As everyone knew, from bottom to top, each floor corresponded to first year, second year, and third year students respectively. He spoke while writing notes on the whiteboard. The club room happens to be in the corner next to the hallway leading to the cafeteria. Instead of having to go all the way around, we can use this third floor hallway to get to the cafe. But the problem is, the third floor is where the third year classes are, which means it's very crowded and dangerous. However, just like the other cafeteria floors, it also has a connecting hallway to the main. She continued to explain, however, because students are not allowed to use it, it has been closed. But it's not locked. There's just a wooden bar blocking the door. Li Jun and his friends couldn't help but feel this woman was special. She still didn't fully understand the current situation, but she was very proactive in searching for food. After listening to Hound's proposal, Li Jun said, if we go down to the third floor, we could also try this method on the fourth floor. The path is convenient, and also, the fourth floor houses various practical training rooms, so there won't be too many people. The cafeteria also has chefs there. Would it be safe? He asked, again raising his concern. Heian smiled and replied, it should be fine. The announcements aren't broadcast in the cafeteria. He listened and considered further. The cafeteria will definitely be safer than here, and there's plenty of water and food there. Since the incident happened before lunchtime, there probably won't be any student. He and everyone moved towards the main door, and Li Jun instructed them again, from now on we will have to move together, slowly follow me, and pay special attention to being visible. The door was seen from a safe distance. They hid on the stairs and whispered, discussing, indeed, there was only a wooden bar holding the door. We just need to remove it. Li Jun peered in while speaking, and it seems there's no one here. He moved, then he instructed them, they'll lead and remove the bar from the door. When the door opens, everyone remember to be careful. But then, behind him, a student, and it was one who had gone mad because of the OEs. The boy, with a dazed, possessed look, mumbled, and he hummed that song as he approached Li Jun, whose mouth hung open in panic.
Sai, dunk,
He thought to himself in panic. Oh no, he came out of an empty class. I should have observed the hallway more carefully. What do I do now? Punch him first? he thought, observing as the student sang Katavice Z and I. Lee Jun suddenly had an eye, stood up straight. Then he began to imitate the possessed person's movements. E-O-O. Lee Jun sang and danced, mimicking the movements of the possessed person to deceive the student. Dung, Atum. Like a true artist, he performed the O song with full. The other members watched with astonished. The student froze, nodded, smiling with satisfaction. He turned and left while still humming the melody. Everyone, forensis. Lee Jun carefully watched as the person left, then let out a sigh of. When he looked to the side, Lee Jun he chuckled teasingly. Hey, what was that? I thought you'd gone strange. Lee Jun scratched his head and explained. I was just trying to imitate Teacher Hayan. I didn't know it would be so effective. Alright, let's get. The door opened, and they soon arrived at another. Lee Jun gasped in surprise. This is unbelievable. In front of them was delicious smelling. They exclaimed, it's fried rice with spicy stir-fried pork. Look at the color. It looks so. Jiangwan clarified. President, that's not spicy stir-fried pork. It's spicy braised pork. As its name implies, stir-fried pork goes through a stir-frying process. Braising is different. Braising is when meat is cooked slowly in broth and sauce, stewed until it's tender. It can be considered a mix between stewing and roasting. Lee Jun he irritably cut him off. Just eat it. Already. Why talk so much? They had a meal at the school's nutritional. Lee Jun still couldn't stop exclaiming. Oh, this meal is amazing. I can't believe we get to enjoy such luxury in a situation like. He continued, absolutely delicious. Suna looked at him and reminded Jun, are you only going to eat meat? He joked back, only cows eat. Jiangwan tapped on his Then he lifted it for Lee Jun to see while explaining, President, can you take a look at the concert video of the group forensis? Don't worry, He continued, the movements you imitated from Teacher Hayan. I want to see if they're the choreography for the song OE or not. What do you think, Lee Jun carefully watched the performance. Then he commented, they look quite similar. I think the people in the audience were also doing the exact same movements. Jiangwan smiled and continued. Lee Jun continued to Then he spoke up, wait a minute. Lee Jun began to analyze this dance. Don't you see it's similar to the movements of those strange guys down there, but on the screen, forensis was They looked at the face of a girl in the youngest member of the group. The special ability lip reading has been activated. Someone please. Special ability lip reading has been activated. Someone please.
Lee Jun post.
What is this? The special ability lip reading just detected. Jiangwan spoke up, what do you mean, reversed movements? Are you saying they're dancing the choreography back?
Lee Jun explained. Let's write.
Those strange guys make hand movements upward as if they want to flip a table. But the actual choreography involves moving the hands down. Jiangwan placed the computer on the table and asked again. What do you guys? The entire club watched the performance and Suna spoke up. I'm still on the fence. Not to. Jiangwan recounted. The president successfully imitated the dance. Didn't he? What he says will be much more. Lee Jun he frowned in confusion and asked again. But what's the point of knowing this? Lee Jun was momentarily taken aback by her words. He honestly confessed, I don't know either. Let's just eat. The clock struck 3 o'clock. Lee Jun he slumped onto the table and fell asleep. Du-hun and Jiangwan were also. Suna had fallen asleep. Hayan was looking at an advertisement on the. Lee Jun's hands ceaselessly typed on the computer. He was searching for youngest member. Damn souls. Expression in the video was still cheerful as you. Special ability lip reading has been active. Anyone notices, please. Anyone at all. Help me. You're my fan, so.
Lee Jun frowned.
Is Damn Sol, the youngest member of the group form. He pondered, indeed, she's also trying to convey some message through other. Is she calling for help? But how can we help her now? Teacher Hayan suddenly spoke, cutting him off. Did you discover anything else, Jun? He was startled and looked at her, replying, yes. I'm not entirely sure, but please continue to rest. His concern, Teacher Hayan only smiled. How? He thought to himself, what a dedicated teacher. I sincerely apologize for calling you. Lee Jun coincidentally noticed something at this. There's a new video uploaded this morning. If it's a live stream, then it must have been recorded today. Immediately clicked. Video was titled Forensis 2019 Debut Stage Live. Special ability lip reading has been activated. Fans. Lee Jun frowned, continuously asking himself, what exactly does she want us to help with? This is frustrating. Soon found the end. I will be in the dressing room until the concert. So, please come and find me. Lee Jun was surprised by this discovery and continued to wonder. The dressing room. Where is the dressing room? Is it the one at the broadcasting concert? This location is. Lee Jun quickly typed on the computer. He chuckled, muttering with satisfaction. Immediately, Lee Jun woke everyone up. Wake up, is everyone? All eyes turned as Lee Jun proudly presented. I think I found some. Still at the school's nutritional. Lee Jun began to state his point of view. As you all may know, The cause of this abnormal phenomenon is the song released by the group form. If you continuously listen to this song, the lyrics will cling to the listener's mind, driving them. However, there's still a lot we don't know about this song. But there's one thing I want to point out. Jaeyoungwon. He called, and Jaeyoungwon looked at him immediately as Lee Jun continued. In those ghost stories about possessed people, is there anywhere the possessed person performs inverse act? Jaeyoungwon muttered in response. Possessed? But what does that have to do with this situation? He affirmed firmly when we got rid of the ghost story related to teacher Haeun, the status board mentioned possessed person. If the reason everyone is acting strange is because they're possessed. He pondered for a moment. Then he replied, there are a few stories like that. A couple visited a shaman's family for a fortune. They paid the fee and sat before the shamaness. The shamaness carefully read the girl's, but she was very dismissive of the man. In fact, the shamaness didn't take the money and returned their fortune-telling. They found this quite irritating, dissatisfied that such a shamaness existed. However, there was no reason to quarrel, so they went. On the way back, the man died in an accident. After arranging the funeral and suppressing her grief, the girl still decided to return to the shaman. She recalled the shamaness' unusual behavior. As soon as she returned, the shamaness immediately asked, have you finished arranging his funeral? Jaeyoungwon continued, you see, she knew beforehand that the man would die. She returned the money as a fee for the other. Why did she know this? She said she knew who would become a ghost in different. The first time they went there, the man entered by doing a hand. The entire room fell silent at this frightening. Jaeyoungwon adjusted his glasses and added, besides that, there are quite a few ghost stories where ghosts act inversely. Things like running around on their hands or clapping behind their. Haeun spoke up, now that I remember, some of my colleagues also moved around on their hands in the staff room. It's the same in class. And the first person who went mad pointed the pen behind his back instead of. Lee Jun gathered their clues while muttering, and what about the. Some people still act somewhat normal but just run around and blast music. Such exceptions make things even strange. Perhaps the problem lies in the song. He looked at the person who just. Lee Jin-hee clarified, the lyrics, I mean, you understand, right? They're like, utterly nonsense.
Lee Jun immediately exit.
Wait, what if we reverse the perhaps we'll discover the true meaning behind everyone. Jun scrunched his face. It still doesn't make any sense. He mumbled as he read it aloud.
Iso.
Ram Hewitt. These words mean nothing. Or are we guessing? Jaeyoungwon refuted. No, President. I don't think. He began to explain there's a method called blackmasking, where a message is recorded backward onto a piece of music that's usually played forward. Playing the song backward reveals the hidden message. And it's very different from reversing the spelling of Korean. If we rewrite the chorus as a Latinized transcription, then reverse the spelling as we just did, it becomes oiosystummetmkwcg nguai mese. Geo Sambian dg sinba. Dakmit tumutiois. Lee Jun stared hard at it. Geo. Sambian. I don't know. Reading it like this is really uncomfortable. Jaeyoungwon continued to tap on his phone. Then let's try to split them into individual syllables. Divide them into syllables. Then add a slash between. Geo.
Jam. Bien. D-A-F-G-S-I Ela Bosnia Herzegovina.
DAC. Mit. E-M-U-T-H-I-E-O. Is. Geo. I'm buried under room number 3. I am buried under room number. Everyone who heard it was astonished. Others were bewildered. Slightly. Jaeyoungwon reread what he had just translated while muttering, this. I think this is the real message hidden behind this song. So, we now have a direction to deal with this ghost story. He looked at them and continued. Lee Jun thought to himself, I'm sure we're close to the correct answer. But what kind of ghost story could this be related? Yoo-hun suddenly spoke up. He raised his hand and spoke. I just thought of something. Does anyone here know
Lee Jun replied, Sadako.
I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Is it the ghost from the movie The Ring? The girl who comes out of the well and crawls out of the TV? Doo-hun nodded. He continued, because some people might not have seen that movie, he'll summarize the content as follows. It's a cursed videotape that kills anyone who watches. Those who watch the tape continue to spread it, causing it to spread everywhere like an epidemic. Lee Jun silently deduced as he listened to Doo-hun's explanation. A cursed videotape spreading like an epidemic. If we replace the tape with a song, then this situation is indeed very similar. He immediately nodded. That's exactly. Jun asked, how does that movie? Doo-hun recounted, actually, the well in the tape has Sadako's body inside. I remember the movie's ending was resolved when they found the real location of the well and brought the body. Lee Jun continued, so that means we need to. Jaeyoungwon interjected. Find the body buried under the 3rd waiting room. But the number of rooms called room number 3 across Korea isn't small, is it? We don't even know where to start. He offered a solution, we just need to ask them directly.
Lee Yun smirkede.
In his hand, his phone displayed their location. I think I know where they are. It's the Forensic SBC Broadcasting Center. He instructed, get ready because we're about to go fight the... Lee Jun asked everyone again. Everyone has a weapon. The boys were also a...
Yun instructed again. All right.
Before we set off, there are a few things I need to make clear. Only those who can accept this can... I have the ability to turn back. They listened in silence as he explained. However, Du-hun and Lee Jin-hee couldn't help but be surprised. They looked at him with puzzled eyes.
Lee Yun continued.
Oh, this sounds crazy. But it's... Suna, In-haen, and Jayongwon have experienced this before. The phenomenon we experienced in that dream within a... When we turn back time after... That's the ability I have. That's why I'm not in a hurry to resolve the situation immediately. After discovering the truth of this damned event and figuring out how to resolve the situation, I will go back to the... That way, I'll be able to resolve everything before it can cause chaos. Jayongwon continued, sounding incredulous and confused. This is too sudden and unbelievable. Turn back. He turned his head while finishing, sorry. But we don't have time for you to process this info. Leave them behind. If any enemies block our path, we must use force to get... Even if someone dies, we must focus on reaching our destiny. Prioritize reaching the broadcasting center above all else. If you're ready, let's go, he said, opening the... Outside, a crazed student enthusiastically invited them. Friends, listen to this. It's super... The boy was given a hard... Lee Jun successfully demonstrated to everyone that his words were... The student fell before the eyes of the clubman. The phone that fell to the ground was still playing the song, and Lee Jun quickly smashed it. His head and asked again, you know what to do, right?
Don't hesitate.
The more you hesitate, the more dangerous it... Lee Jin-hee exclaimed, he's pretty cool. Isn't he? Du-hun mumbled, oh no. Do I have to fight? Other students screamed and rushed towards them. Everyone. For incest. Jung. Tongue. Turn off the mute. Lee Jun gritted his teeth in annoyance. He signaled his team members. It's time to fight. Well, push everyone back and head straight for the park. They immediately plunged into... Everyone fought with all their might to protect themselves and moved to... Teacher Haein suddenly felt scared and lost. Person stopped in front. It was another teacher. He was also holding a phone and continuously called out, Teacher Haein, listen to this song. Lunged towards her, roaring, if you know about popular trends these days, you might even get... Haein fearfully squeezed her eyes shut. Tree came... Lee Jun successfully pushed the man. The hounds astonished. Urged, Teacher, hurry to the parking lot. Leave everything here at the same time in the dressing. The Forensic members were filled with worry. What about the phone? It's still not working. A girl in the group wondered, what should we do now? Our manager. How did things end up like... Amsul looked. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Lee Jun's words struck Hound's ears. Please, hurry to the parking lot. Teacher. The car door quickly closed and let out a sigh of relief, feeling safe inside. However, another teacher yelled from outside, Teacher Haein. Listen to this song with me, teacher. Another crazed female student also pressed her face against the car window, enticing her. Big sister, do you want to hear this new song? Students and teachers all screamed at Haein. Come out and listen with us. Everyone. Foreign. Oh. She fearfully looked around, her mind chaotic with her own thoughts. What do? I can't drive with these people surround. Students and teachers climbed onto her. Ghost Story Club students were fighting fear outside. Everyone was determined to serve. This spurred her on. Haein told herself, calm down. The kids are still fighting out. The responsibility of an adult. Of a teacher. I will bear it. She made up her mind and pressed the gas. The car sped forward, flinging off the people clinging. She weaved through, ignoring people outside shouting. The possessed students were mowed down by Haein. Swerved. Lee Jun and his group watched in astonishment. The car window was soon splattered with blood. Slowly lowered the car. She said urgently, kids. The car quickly drove off once everyone was in. However, squeezing 6 students into a 4-seater car was a challenge, and Suna couldn't help but exclaim, Jun. He was flustered. Sorry, Suna. If possible, let's switch. Lee Jun then asked Du-hun, how's the navigation? He explained, I'm trying to find the way, but the internet is too... He looked at Haein. Teacher, the first challenge ahead is the main... Since the incident happened before lunchtime, the gate is probably still locked. To open the gate, we might have to leave someone behind. Lee Jin-hee looked at him while suggesting, or... Lee Jun cut her off, we can't do anything. Suddenly remembered. Then he glanced over and saw the security guard on the other. This person was, surprisingly, fumbling with the lock, allowed car to drive out smooth. Lee Jin-hee asked in surprise, did the security guard just open the gate for us? Lee Jun's mouth hung open in agreement with her. It seemed he himself found it strange. Why would the security guard, someone so responsible for guarding the gate, suddenly Could it be that he'd been safely hiding in the guardroom all along, and we arrived just as he was about to open the gate to it? Students screamed and ran towards them. Where are you all going? Stay and listen to music with us. Hin had already made up her mind. She pressed the accelerator, charging forward. Ignoring the voices outside shouting, they ran off after hitting. The car screeched on the road, making an extremely sharp turn before heading onto the main. The city was no better than the people were all noisy and chaotic. Everyone, Forensis, Ian made up her. She bulldozed through, hitting everyone in her way. Lee Jun was a bit concerned. Teacher, are you sure you're going the right?
Anield, don't worry.
I know exactly what him. Car ran over dozens more people on it. Lee Jun looked at the woman in front of him, unable to suppress his worry. Oh no, this woman seems to have lost her. A 34-year-old spinster. No brake could possibly hold this person back. Town's red car sped forward, hitting people it encountered, crushing objects. In Heian, however, burst into cheerful laughter and exclaimed, "You're really something." She let out a hearty laugh, making Lee Jun-hee look over with a fearful expression. And Lee Jun wondered to himself, has Heian also lost her? The car was splattered with blood and soon came to a halt at their destination, and it was unbelievably battered. The hood was flung open, and smoke billowed. Heian panted as her ride of a lifetime had. The students also couldn't help but breathe. Suna trembled. Lee Jun-hee looked over anxiously and spoke. Hey, what's wrong with him? He's completely cold all. Jiangwan's detached state made them constantly. Someone asked if they should leave him. He immediately refused. No, for someone like Jiangwan, even if we have to carry him, we must take him. Because we still don't know what kind of bizarre ghost story we're facing. We really need Jiangwan's. At the same time, inside the building, the commotion was no. The battered car stopped in front of their destination. Lee Jun let out a sigh of relief. Glad to be alive, he looked around, silently calculating. We've arrived at the broadcasting center. But things are just getting started. Continued to ask his friend sitting in front. Du-hun, carry Jiangwan and come with the group. Okay? Du-hun immediately agreed. Okay. Leave it. Heian trembled. Smiling, she looked at him and spoke. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go with you anymore. My arms and legs are completely. Lee Jun couldn't help but feel concerned. He looked at the two girls next to him. What about you two? Are you all? Suna and Heian nodded simultaneously. Lee Jun-hee was also fine. Only Jiangwan was about to kick the. He frowned, then gave the order, then let. Inside the building, everything was in room. Long-legged ladies moved, turning their heads 180 degrees. They smiled eerily and spoke. Welcome to the broadcasting. The two girls approached Lee Jun and his group. Lee Jun-hee reacted. She rushed forward to block their fists. Lee Jun-hee delivered a full-force blow to one person's. The possessed girl must have been very surprised to be hit, as her cheek was swollen and red on one side. Thanks to Lee Jun-hee's eyes did not let down their. He followed up with a knee strike to the other possessed. Kicked this person directly in the. In just 2 blows, she took down both of them in a. She let out a sigh of relief. 5 people who witnessed the scene all fell silent, taken aback by surprise. However, another possessed person was running toward. This person shouted loudly, making Lee Jun and his friends look over. It's very dangerous. Everyone stepped, yet the phone in his hand was playing Forence's song. Oh, he shouted. Not listening to this song is very dangerous. Everyone.
Forensis, oh yeah. Oh.
He lunged to attack Lee Jun. She took a defensive stance, couldn't help but clench her teeth in annoyance and curse. He pinned her down, pushing Lee Jun. Lee Jun cried out worriedly. They quickly moved forward with the intention of help. Lee Jun kicked him repeatedly while asking the other members. Guys, hit this guy until he lets go. Released. The crazed man kept mumbling, telling her to listen to the song with him. The song. Listen to this. Lee Jun muttered a curse in annoyance. Damn it. This guy isn't moving. Lee Jun-hee yelled at him. Are you crazy? Just leave me here. And run ahead, you. Lee Jun gritted his teeth when he heard Lee Jun-hee's declaration. He immediately turned around and left with them. Let's go. The elevator soon reached their. They all gasped for breath as they. Lee Jun heard a strange alarm. Overloaded. Overloaded. The last person, please exit the elevator. Han spoke up in confusion. We only have 5 people. Is the elevator broken? Lee Jun looked around and muttered. What do we do? Are we gonna have to split up? Heian was silent, like someone about to. She slowly stepped out of the elevator. Under the astonished gaze of the other, Lee Jun watched her as the elevator slowly closed. Heian smiled, looking at him. See you later. The elevator door closed. 3 people inside fell silent. Suna sadly spoke up. Even Heian. Lee Jun mumbled in agreement. His eyes suddenly noticed. Then Lee Jun spoke. Guys, this what floor is it trying to take us to? The floor displayed is 0 to 0. He asked them. Has anyone pressed a floor selection button yet? Du-hun shook his head. Not me. Suna also replied, me. They gradually realized something was off. but I clearly feel the elevator going up. Something's not right. Lee Jun began to pant. Why does it feel harder and harder to... They breathed with difficulty. The number on the elevator display was 40. They soon couldn't stand steadily, and Lee Jun thought to himself, annoyed. I seem to be suffocating. Is there really so little oxygen in here? This is unbearable. Teacher Heian, Jin Hee, and In Heian all sacrificed themselves so we could get here. Is this really our... Du-hun gasped for... Suna, surprisingly, she slowly stood up, making Lee Jun look on in disbelief. Suna snarled.
Don't.
She, surprisingly, choked Du-hun while screaming. Don't breathe all the oxygen that belongs to Du... Suna furiously choked Du-hun and screamed. Don't breathe all the oxygen that belongs to Du... He screamed, trying to gasp for air, and Lee Jun witnessed this scene, unable to suppress his question. Why is Suna choking Du-hun? Damn it. I can't think clearly, and his arms trembled as he crawled. Lee Jun's determination was clear. He had to open the door. If this continues, all of us will suffocate. His arm reached for the door and began to pound.
Lee Jun weakly whispered.
Oh, gritted his teeth, trying to pry the door open. Damn it. Open quickly. Jungwon suddenly regained consciousness amidst the lack of oxygen. He looked around, muttering, assessing the situation. What's happening? Jungwon soon felt difficulty. Lee Jun turned to look at him, his body trembling. Jungwon were trapped in the elevator. If this continues, we'll all suffer. He breathed with difficulty, silently repeating the facts Lee Jun had just provided. Trapped in the elevator can't be life-threatening, President. The story about airtight elevators is just a... He shouted loudly, making Lee Jun look over. There's no elevator in a modern city that's completely airtight. They are designed with a structure to always have air circulation.
Lee Jun froze.
His mouth agape, he exclaimed in surprise. The system's announcement echoed, you have survived the C-grade ghost story. Elevator suffocation hoax. You have received 10 ghost story. The surroundings blurred, returning to reality. A perfect number 3 displayed the floor they were. The door immediately opened, and Lee Jun looked outside, still trying to stabilize his... He was momentarily astonished and frightened. Jae-young-won explained, this is a ghost story created by misunderstanding. Like the story of someone trapped in an unplugged freezer, yet still freezing. Lee Jun sighed in relief and replied, thank you. Everyone's survival is thanks. He looked around, still with that worried expression. Du-hun, he seems to have lost consciousness. Jae-young-won looked at him in agreement. Perhaps. Otherwise, he would have woken up since we pulled him out of the elevator. Suna remained silent, not replying, feeling guilty. Lee Jun continued to wonder, I don't want to, but we have no choice but to leave him. He looked around before continuing to speak. It's quite quiet around here, so he should be fine. That's right. But that doesn't mean we can lower our guard. Lee Jun added, let's continue on. Our footsteps echoed in the quiet hall. He looked around before continuing to speak. It's pretty quiet around here, so he should be fine, right? But that doesn't mean we are allowed to let our guard down.
Lee Jun added.
Let's keep... Footsteps echoed in the quiet hall. Jae-young-won remarked as he walked. There really should be a map for each floor. How are we supposed to know where to find the third waiting room now? And the forensics group is in the dressing room, right? Though I don't even know where the dressing room...
Lee Jun silently sensed something.
Indeed, something was... Until now, ID only had to face one ghost story at a time. Once one was resolved, the next would have... Now, besides this haunted song ghost story, we're facing 2 more low-level ghost stories. It's as if something is deliberately trying to attack. Suna stammered, calling out. She pointed. That's the dressing room. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed, and he spoke, try opening it. Reached out and twisted the door. He immediately realized, there are people outside. What should we do now? He suddenly heard voices from inside. Lee Jun informed his 2 friends, there are people inside. Jae-young-won immediately asked, is that the forensics group's voice? He continued knocking on the... Then he spoke. There's someone in there, right? Please open the door. This fell silent for a moment before someone replied. Who? Lee Jun explained, well, we're students from a nearby school. Naxyong High. The forensics group asked back, slightly confused. Students? Why are there students here? Lee Jun replied to the voice, regarding the music program scheduled to be filmed tonight. I heard the stage for that program is here. The other person asked again. Did you come to watch the stage?
Lee Jun nodded.
Voice inside spoke again after a moment of silence. Then prove it. He was startled. Huh? The side continued. How do we know if you're in a normal state of mind? Prove it. Lee Jun asked again. But how do we prove? Suna spoke up. You're the forensics group, right? We're here to rescue you. Voices inside fell silent. Inside, the girls were no less anxious. What do we do now? They said they're here to rescue. What if these people are all crazy too? No. The girls of the group discussed among themselves for quite a while. The dressing room door slowly opened. The person who looked out at them was the leader. She spoke. Her expression was serious. The whole slowly Forensis girls were extremely cautious. The first meeting between Naxiong High School's ghost story and the girl group Forensis. Yunski looking at the youngest member of the group, Damseol. The beginning of a long-term bond between Lee Jun and his group slowly. 5 girls inside brandished weapons. Lee Jun and his group were no less vigilant. The Forensis members were terribly vigilant. He looked at one person and exclaimed as if he recognized Damseol. This is the girl I saw in the. Lee Jun began to explain. We don't intend to harm anyone or anything. So please calm down. You are all members of the Forensis group and sang the song OIA. They nodded. He continued. As for the situation outside, you all probably know the cause originates from that song. The short-haired girl replied, that's right. It might indeed be the source of everything. But didn't you say you came here to save? Lee Jun explained, there's nowhere safe in the entire Republic of Korea right now. We came here to find the root of the problem and solve it. They asked again with skepticism, solve it? Who do you think? Lee Jun ignored this comment. He looked around curiously. Excuse me, who is the leader of the group? The group leader was speechless. You came all the way here and you don't even know that? Clearly introduced herself, that would be me. Although I don't know what kind of detective role-playing game you're playing, I will certainly cooperate and answer all the questions I know. If you're not serious about helping, then stop. Lee Jun began. Do you know anything about the current situation? The group leader stated, I don't know. All we did was receive the new song and do our best in the group's activity. He questioned further with doubt, you really don't know anything? The group leader repeated, crossing her arms, slightly annoyed. That's right. Honestly, we're very confused. He observed their attitudes and secretly concluded, it seems the girl group Forensis is not the culprit in this. Lee Jun continued, what about the lyricist and the composer? The group leader recounted, this song was written by a famous lyricist and a composer chosen by the company. We also met them a few times during the recording process, and they were all very normal. Nothing strange. Lee Jun asked again, puzzled. How can you be so? The group leader was silent for a moment before answering, because they were the first ones to go. She recounted, the composer committed suicide by stabbing a drill into his ear. People say he was driven mad by the song constantly playing in it. As for the lyricist, he wrote and rewrote the reversed lyrics until his fingers started. After being discovered by his family, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. June, Jaeong-won, and Suna couldn't help but feel it. The Forensis leader continued, our manager also went mad this morning. He knelt down, caused a huge scene, and begged us to turn off that song, before being dragged out by Lee Jun raised a doubt. Isn't that very strange? She asked back, what's strange? You girls are the ones who have had the most contact with that song. To be blunt, you are the ones who directly sang that song. So why hasn't anyone gone? The group leader replied irritably, how should I know? Is it because this thing doesn't want us to go mad so the song can spread more effectively or? He paused at her speculation. That's not wrong to say. The group spoke up, hey. So far, you've been asking all the questions unilaterally. We also have a few things we need answers to. How did you know where we were and come find us? He avoided her gaze. Well, Jun took out his and began to explain it's because after seeing the video posted this morning, I was able to lip-read the youngest member of your. Damseol was astonished. The leader turned to her and asked, is that true? Damseol said excitedly, yes. I think some viewers will know. She smiled slightly, relieved. I trusted that if they were fans, someone at least one person would. The group leader covered her face and sighed. Good heavens. You've left me speechless. Were you waiting for Prince Charming? Now it's clear. If you still have questions, feel free to ask. She can. And Lee Jun didn't hesitate to ask, so, do you know? If you reverse the song's chorus, there's a hidden message within it. Is the whole group exclaimed in disbelief. There's such. He explained. Were those lyrics written by the lyricist? The group leader stated about. She recounted, he essentially had no such idea. Actually, there's a strange rumor at the broadcasting. If you walk alone within the broadcasting center, you can hear a young girl's. One day the lyricist heard it. Feeling drawn to the words, he composed them into the chorus. She scratched her head. Well, that's what I heard from.
Lee Jun frownede.
Is it from that place? The third waited. The group leader froze, surprised that he knew this information. That's right. How did you know that? Jun looked at Jaeong. Then he suggested, can you lead us there? They flatly refused. No. It's too dangerous. That room is on the 5th floor. Almost all the rooms on that floor are used as waiting rooms, so they're packed with singers waiting for their turn to broadcast. Of them are singing OIA in their beautiful voices. He thought to himself, this song has really stirred up the music industry, and she continued, but why? Is there a problem with that waiting room? Lee Jun struggled to find the words to explain. She didn't wait for him to continue, speaking up. Anyway, we can't go with you. Well, continue to hide here and wait for the military to come rescue us. As the leader, I must prioritize the safety of my members above all. These words made Lee Jun feel a sting of self-reproach, for he was the leader who had sacrificed 4 of his members. He thought to himself, perhaps this is her rule for life. After all, they can't turn back time, but I still understand the principle that special situations require special solutions. Is there no way to persuade them to our side? 5 sacrificial pawns. It would be a pity to let them.
Lee Jun glanced.
Then he saw Dam Seol staring. She was silently mouthing words to him, communicating through lip. The special ability lip reading has been activated. Did you notice? Please pay attention to it. Lee Jun thought, confused. Pay attention to what? What is she trying to? Don't you see? Forensis. Jun was startled. His eyes. Leader, confused by his attitude, spoke up. What's this? Why do you keep staring at our Dam Seol? Is she? Lee Jun immediately admitted, yes. She's very. Dam Seol couldn't help but blush at the compliment. One spoke up, concerned president over. Suna, on the other side, exuded a menacing. Forensis leader scoffed. Oh dear. So why don't you guard the door outside to protect us? Like a knight protecting his prince. Lee Jun agreed, completely oblivious to Suna behind him growing even more jealous. That's a good idea. However, that not to prevent outsiders from coming in, but to prevent those inside from escaping. All 5 girls froze. Huh? At his friend. Suna, can you guard the door for me? Don't let anyone hear. She nodded at the task just as. Then she immediately moved. With a knife in. Suna said, if anyone dares to come near, I'll kill. He looked at her, a little confused. Suna stammered, raising the utility knife. If anyone dares to come near, I'll kill. Duplicate. Suna stammered, raising the utility knife. If anyone dares to come near, I'll kill. Lee Jun turned his head to look at her. His expression blank. He couldn't help but think a utility. Now that I think about it, even in that dream within a dream. Wait, why would she carry something like? Jaeong-won spoke up, President. He reminded himself, just pretend you don't see anything. I'm also getting used to this new reality. He cleared his. And he demanded, from now on, no one will be allowed to leave. Please cooperate. The forensic leader trembled with rage. You crazy bastard. So you finally show your true colors. She yelled, accusing him. Now you want to play your depraved games with us, don't you? Damn you, you lecherous. Lee Jun was surprised to be accused of The world around him cracked for a moment. Lee Jun yelled, what kind of outrageous nonsense are you spewing? Damn it. The group leaders repeated, there's a rumor that if a ghost is caught in the recording studio, that song is guaranteed to become a huge. Lee Jun repeated, is that a story passed around among singers? The group asked again. She nodded, that's right. That story is quite famous. He continued, can you please put down your weapons before we... He pointed, explaining, so what happens if the ghost's murmurs are written into song? The group leader froze, wondering how does that concern... Now, the entire Republic of Korea is playing along with VOE. If interpreted in a certain way, that song could also be considered a huge... Putting the clues together, you didn't just simply encounter a ghost. That ghost is here, singing along with
Lee Jun did said.
And his words infuriated the group leader. What? He pointed to emphasize, for clarity, one of you here is a... The group leader was terrified. She commanded, girls, get your weapons ready. Just as this guy has also gone mad like those other... Lee Jun raised his hands to reassure them. Seriously, I told you to put your weapons down. Don't you girls understand yet? The group asked again, what's there to understand or not understand? He glanced at Jaeong-won. Jaeong-won, how many members are in 4 minutes? He stammered. Huh? Aren't there about from Miss Knight? Probably 9 people. And the groups Jujo and got 7? 9 and probably 7. About forensics then. He continued to, and Jaeong-won immediately understood he agreed, right? Although there can be exceptions, the normal number of members should match the number in the group. So what? You see our group has 5 members, so you want to say one of us is a ghost? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? The leader asked again. She was determined to defend the members. We've been practicing and working together for a whole month. Borum, Sarayan, Dam Seol. I know exactly who is who, and I remember everyone's name. Lee Jun crossed his arms and retorted. Then it must have infiltrated your group as early as last month. Didn't it? The group leader interrupted him. What do you know? Members changing is normal in this Lee Jun questioned. A newly formed idol group already has member changes? As far as I know, you girls have only just Faced with his argument, she was forced to pause, with no choice but to agree. Dam Seol stood on Lee Jun's side. He's right. We clearly only have 4 members. The leader looked at her in surprise. Dam Seol confessed. At some point, I started feeling like something was wrong. I thought that's strange. Why is there one more but no matter what, I can't remember who snuck and who the real member. That's why I've always been looking for someone who could realize it. Our popularity keeps increasing, and our activity schedule gets denser every day. But the thought that someone who isn't a member is living with us frightens me. Damseol spoke with a trembling voice. Someone please. The group leader still insisted. Even so, all 5 of us have been performing the entire schedule together for the past month. Throughout that time, no one showed any suspicious signs. So, how are we supposed to tell who the ghost?
Lee Jun frownede. Considering her statement.
That's a tricky problem. If even those who have lived together for a long time can't tell, what am I, an outsider, supposed to do now? He up then asked them, do you know this? When ghosts operate, they do the opposite of living. So from now on, we'll use that to try and find the ghost. However, since your daily activities don't show any abnormalities, we'll need you to do things differently from your usual. Group leader asked again suspiciously, specifically. Lee Jun rattled off a list. Stand up, sit down, spin around in place before walking forward. Or do something that's the opposite of normal, like crawling in a wheelbarrow position. Or reciting the multiplication table backward, for example. You could also stand by doing a handstand. They silently listened to him. The group leader trembled with anger. You bastard! Are you telling us to put on a show for you? Why should we listen to such ridiculous nonsense?
Lee Jun moved closer.
Are you defying me? Yes. So what?
Jun sneerede.
Then he accused her. Only a ghost would want to argue with me to prevent its identity from being revealed. No wonder you've been so talkative. If you were human, you would have cooperated. She yelled, her face red. So I'm supposed to silently endure your depraved hooliganism? Lee Jun yelled back at her. Shut your foul mouth. She shrieked. Who are you calling? He grabbed her. She, not to be outdone, grabbed his. Both lunged at each other. Lee Jun continued to accuse. I hit the nail on the head. Didn't I? There's the ghost. Show your true form now, you damned bitch. She also cursed at him. Die. You damned. Jae-Won quickly interjected to stop them. President. Stop it right. Seol also tried to stop her. Annie. Stop it right. Suna stood to the side, watching with the fright of a fawn. The two growled threats at each other. And she finally agreed with him. All right. Damn it. Let's go all the way then. Drop dead. After a moment, she trembled with angry curses. This is going to happen. You damned lecherous. The sky outside was unusually gloomy. In the room, June panted, his clothes disheveled, suggesting, let's end this here. This isn't beneficial for either of us. The group knows better. You want? June asked them, so, from now on, will you girls cooperate? She retorted fiercely. Is there any other? And with a face red with anger, she warned. But if you dare to try your depraved tricks on us, it'll kill you. Lee Jun said, confused, why do you keep jumping to that conclusion? He tiredly rubbed his head and he asked them, all right, everyone gather here. This won't be. Jae-Won's words came back to him. There are quite a few ghost stories where ghosts act in reverse. Things like running around on 2 hands or clapping behind their backs. Clap. Lee Jun's command echoed in the dressing room. Now everyone clap your hands. The girls acted smoothly. He observed, his gaze thoughtful. Stand up, sit down. They followed, counting the rhythm as they did so. 1, 3, 4. He loudly reprimanded, hold on. You there. Why are you standing while everyone else is? The group leader pointed at. She defiantly yelled. Are you stupid? I was just 1 beat late. Tongue twister. They also recited it smoothly. Sticky rice is village sticky rice. Rice layers upon layers make her heart flutter. Spin around. Everyone closed their eyes and complied, passing the test. Singing the national anthem backward. Damseol, beside her, tried to mumble. The country's heart is saved. The heart saves the country. But the leader girl crossed her arms and asked irritably, are you messing with me? If you're so good at it, you do it. She looked at him and continued, is that enough? Because I think this is more than an. Suna looked at him. Jun Jae-Won also awaited the next brilliant idea from this person. President.
Jun pondered.
Then he spoke, suggesting it's no good. In the end, it still has to be a handstand. No sooner had these words been uttered than the group leader froze, gritted her teeth, trembling as she exclaimed, you, just as she accused him. I knew you had that intention from the very beginning. Then she, her hands to shield her body while cursing. You damned lecherous. Lee Jun lost control of his words and cursed back. Damn it, there it is. What do you watch all day that your head is only filled with those kinds of. She indignantly retorted. You're asking a bunch of girls in short skirts to do handstands. Who would believe there are no dark intentions? Sighed, rubbing his. Then he declared, I apologize. This will be the last request. One last cooperation. Please. If we still can't find the ghost, you can literally beat me to. Damn Seol comforted her. It'll be fine. We're all wearing shorts under our. Just do this last request, please? Okay. Faced adorable pleading, the group leader couldn't refuse. Tremblingly clenched her. Then she agreed with a warning, alright? But if nothing happens, he'll beat you senseless before throwing you.
Lee Yun.
Seol asked back. Yes. I just need to lean my legs against the wall, right? He'll try first. She propped herself on the ground, then leaned legs against the wall. Her legs were perfectly straight. The pulled down by gravity, revealing her safety. Damn Seol looked at them and asked, like this? Is it? June nodded in approval. Alright. Nothing unusual. Seol landed on the ground. She looked at the other members and reminded them. Now it's your turn, Unis. The girls were still confused. Had no choice but to comply. The next person to step forward was a girl wearing shorts. Then I'll go next. This put her hands on the ground, raised her against the wall and did a hand with June approved of this person. Still nothing. You can stop. This girl immediately stopped the hands. He glanced at the group leader. So next it should be the leader's turn to enter the fray. She looked, then she gritted her teeth again. Lee Jun continued his attack. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. It's you. Even if you're wearing shorts under your skirt, every time a handstand is mentioned, you get riled up. You're the number one suspect because you never cooperate. Yelled loudly, trying to defend herself. That's not the reason. Don't run your mouth when you don't know. Lee Jun sarcastically pointed at her face and retorted. Then why do you keep hesitating? If you're so good, prove your innocence right now. The group trembled. Then her face, she agreed to his request. Fine. Open your eyes wide and look. If you dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for killing. She put her hands down, lifted her against the wall. The slowly fell, revealing an extremely dazzling Lee Jun in the. He found himself drifting into another, surrounded by a rabbit. A white with red eyes. He secretly, in a field of pure white snow, a rabbit is. Turned out, the group leader wasn't wearing safety shorts. Trembled indignantly. Jun still mused in his thoughts. A rabbit in a field of white snow. Although it may not be something created from an artisan's blood, sweat, and teeth, but the strangely neat stitching of an industrial product gave that white rabbit an overwhelming presence. Jun was suspended amidst highly scientific thoughts. In front of him was pure white underwear with a rabbit woven on top. Unexpected from. Thanks for watching the. Within the building, a scream echoed. Damn it. You bet. Lee Jun was grabbed by his collar by one of the. Her whole body trembled with rage. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you damned. Lee Jun heard this and was puzzled. Pervert again? Don't you think you're being very rude? Normally, people wear shorts under short skirts before going on stage. So who exactly is the pervert? The girl immediately yelled an explanation. I just temporarily took them off because I felt too. He then wondered. Is that so? If that's the case, where did you throw your shorts? She snapped. Is that what you should be curious about? You damned Then the atmosphere there fell into tension. After that, the girl coldly warned. Just you wait. Once this is over, he'll beat you to a pulp and throw you. Lee Jun frowned and replied, you don't need to keep repeating that. Next, let both of the remaining two go at once. Let's try to finish this. At this moment, the blonde girl and the blue-haired girl seemed to have made some After that, both girls moved towards the. Two of them bent down to the floor, placing their hands. Then they sprang and casually did handstands in front of everyone. The group leader now closed her eyes and sighed help. Then she crossed her arms and turned to Lee Jun. So, are you finally satisfied? Now clench your jaw and offer your. Suddenly, everyone's expressions turned shocked. The girl was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you all reacting like? Then she also turned around. Her eyes narrowed in. The blue-haired girl, currently doing a handstand, asked, is this? Lee Jun replied seriously, you can stop. This moment, hurried footsteps. The group leader immediately yelled a reminder. Borum, come here quickly. The blue-haired girl, called Borum, looked over in confusion. What's wrong? Why does everyone have that expression? She was speechless. What's your name? The blonde girl, still doing a handstand, had her face oriented correctly. She looked very eerie staring at The leader asked again that, what's your. Seol was worried. Oh Annie, don't get too. She turned back, smiling. It's okay. She's been with us for a whole month anyway. It'll. Then she bent down in front of the blonde girl. Are you a ghost? How long have you been with? Do you need our help with anything? If so, just tell us. The blonde girl pursed her lips inside. Then her two hands left the. Her face remained impassive, looking. And it began to change. Her face distorted. Then her body seemed to naturally flip itself. A moment later, it became a normal upright. The leader still smiled brightly, asking, is this incident caused by you? Why did you do? Blonde girl silently looked at Then she pursed her. Then she opened her mouth again. The girl's mouth seemed to be pronouncing something. Total of 4 moves. The leader now speculated, foreign. Then she answered herself, right? We are foreigners. We're friends, so you don't need to hide anything. Just tell us. Well, the blonde girl continued to move her mouth. She opened her mouth as if pronouncing something silent. The leader speculated again, idol? Is it something related to I? Suddenly, the girl looked towards Lee Jun and she unexpectedly smiled. Then she pursed her lips again, continuing to. The system quickly displayed a notification. Special ability lip reading has been activated. Lee Jun received the information. At this very moment, the blonde girl disappeared from the. You have survived the E-rank ghost story. The ghost of the idol trainee buried under the ghost has let go of its regret and transcended on it. A moment later, a voice echoed in. That girl was buried under the floor of waiting room number 3. Lee Jun immediately replied, this is just my speculation. But it seems that girl was murdered and buried immediately afterward. Could be said that she was one of the idol trainees who hadn't debuted. The group leader was utterly shocked to hear this. How can that? Lee Jun continued. Then that girl turned into a ghost and began to wander around the waiting room. When her murmurs were compiled into lyrics, the OIA song naturally became a song of resentment. Or simply put, it became a cursed song, similar to the cursed tape in the movie. The short-haired girl was confused now. So all this time, we've been cheerfully singing a cursed song over. Lee Jun then continued, I already mentioned this, didn't I? There's an urban legend circulating in the Korean music industry. If you see a ghost, it will help the song become a huge. The murmurs, full of resentment, were compiled into lyrics for a song that received an incredibly enthusiastic response from everyone, far exceeding expectations. The curse grew stronger and stronger, reviving the buried trainees. General flow of events can be described like that. But the details of what happened might be slightly different. Now that I think about it, that girl never ate anything or used the who knows what her true self was. Jaeong-won chimed in, President, actually, in haunted ghost stories, it's quite normal for us not to notice abnormalities until everything becomes. Can only be said that all 4 of you girls have also been. The group leader calmly asked again, so, is this over yet? Can we go outside? Jun replied thoughtfully, not yet. He secretly calculated in his heart. Fortunately, if this were to end here, it would be very troublesome. I want to turn back time and then solve this. Anyway, the system window displayed a ghost story unrelated to that song. Instead, it's a story related to a ghost. You have survived the E-rank ghost story. The ghost of the idol trainee buried under the floor. Does that mean these are 2 separate ghost stories? After finishing his calculations, Lee Jun announced with a serious expression, we need to help that girl dispel her resentment. That's the way to resolve this. In this moment, Jaeong-won spoke up again. President, this is something I read in a book written by a master sorcerer. It states that there are many ways for a ghost to even if the resentment hasn't been fully resolved, as long as some lingering attachments are somewhat appeased, it can still help the ghost transcend. Perhaps that girl left with some satisfaction. Lee Jun asked again, but the resentment contained within the lyrics is still there and hasn't been resolved. Jaeong-won thought for a moment before replying, that's right, and we still have to carry out the original plan. Go to the 3rd waiting room and search for the girl. Then hold a proper funeral or apprehend the culprit to appease the resentment and put an end to. Suddenly, at this moment, there were muffled knocking sounds outside. Then loud calls echoed. Is anyone in? I'm here to guide every. Your friends are. At this moment, the floor number on the elevator displayed a fragmented space. A voice echoed. Oh, young lady. Why are you? Please forgive me, but it's very dangerous here. You should still evacuate. On the floor were pale, bruised corpses. Inside, there was also a bald man cowering before. He spoke with a forced, pale smile. If there's nothing else, they'll take my leave. The person opposite remained. Immediately, 2 pairs of feet ran. The bald man was restrained by 2 people wearing black glass. Cried out in panic. Enno, what is this? The scene shifted to the club room. The knocking sounds on the door continued to. Then there were also calls. Is anyone in? I'm here to guide. Your friends are waiting. Everyone inside remained silent. No one spoke. They just stared intently at the. Lee Jun wondered. Who is it?
Lee Jun straightforward
Said, that's your man. She could only sigh, gathering her courage. We'll go there ourselves. So, manager, please go wherever you. Outside, the urgent voice echoed again. Then we'll call someone. Lee Jun looked towards the door with a serious expression. Then a moment later, muffled knocking sounds came from the door, making everyone in the room jump again. The knocking grew more urgent with each passing, and it was accompanied by a voice. It's me, singer Yong. I'm here to guide everyone. Senior Yong. Jaeong-won exclaimed with a serious face, Yongjil. It's music king Yong. Voice from the door continued, your friends are waiting. I've been ordered to take everyone to the 3rd waiting. Jaeong-won's face was terrified. The 3rd waiting room. Lee Jun's expression darkened as if he was calculating something. It seems we have no choice but to open the... Jaeyoung-won turned to him, worried. Will it be okay? Yeon-sun was also tense. Isn't it very dangerous out? Lee Jun immediately stood up and replied. If we refuse this person, someone else will come. ITLL never end like this. We have to go there. And girls in the forensics group looked at each other in confusion. Then the leader spoke with a determined expression. WL go with you too. For some reason, we feel we need... The whole thing originated from us. And Lee Jun was slightly surprised. Then replied. All right, you lead the way. Then the door opened. The forensics group stood in. Before the door stood Po Eon-jin, with a lifeless, corpse-like expressionless. The entire forensics group bowed in unison. It's an honor to meet you, senior. We are forensics. We've always hoped to meet you just... Lee Jun secretly thought at this moment. Such chaos has broken out. Yet they still bow and greet? It seems the hierarchy in the entertainment industry is extremely... Suddenly, the group leader seemed to realize the person in front of them still showed no expression. A gloomy aura surrounded... Suddenly, Po Eon-jin opened their mouth and spoke. I've been ordered to guide everyone to the third waiting room. Please follow this elsewhere. At this moment, the elevator display showed the number rising to the fifth. Two people were walking on the... In front of everyone was a pile of figures standing on top of each other, all with expressionless faces. The leader girl was startled and confused. What? Why are there so many people here? How are we supposed to get... The group stared. At this moment, the footsteps of the... began to... They went about their work in an orderly fashion. Their vacant eyes still gazed straight. A moment later, a gap appeared in the hallway, separating the two groups of... Jaeyoung-gun exclaimed in surprise. This is... Lee Jun continued. They want us to go... People look more like puppets under tight control than possessed. Jaeyoung-gun's face was solemn. Indeed, this place is the mother entity. The mother... Jun heard this and was puzzled. Mother and he explained, the mother entity is what's spreading the ghost stories like a virus. And now we're being led to that. A short while later, they arrived at waiting room. The group forensics stood anxiously out. The bald man was now tied to a chair and his eyes were vacant as he constantly mumbled. That's why. I did it. It was... The leader girl then exclaimed. He's the CEO of the broadcasting... Lee Jun suddenly saw... On the floor was a body covered by a dull... Faintly visible beneath it was a strand of blonde... The CEO of the broadcasting... The bald man kept mumbling, that's why. I did it. It was... Lee Jun turned and asked, do you know this person? The leader girl replied, he's the CEO of the broadcasting... It's not that I see him often or anything. But every time I met him, I felt his lecherous gaze fixed on my legs. So I specifically remember... He continued to mumble, the thing is, I promised to help that girl debut.
Lee Jun stepped forward.
The bald man's whole body was still said ID help. I lured her. Lee Jun observed his expression. I've somewhat figured it out. He's the one who caused everything. He spoke. I followed the instructions because I heard a friend was waiting for. So you arranged everything. Both the mastermind and the place where you were. Then Lee Jun looked down at the cloth covered. He continued, even with the ability to turn back time, I couldn't save you. Truly. After speaking, Lee Jun fell silent for a moment. He turned back to the old director and asked, do you want to imprison this scumbag? Unfortunately, I can't do that immediately. None of the law enforcement officers are in a clear state of mind to work right. How does it feel? To become the #1 idol of the Republic of... Has it lessened your resentment? The space once again fell... Lee Jun looked at him again. You have proof that you killed... The director mumbled even more. My DNA must still be inside her. That's the... Before he could finish, he was immediately... The leader girl screamed. Damn you, you green pervert. You're worse than... Daesum pressed her lips together anxiously.
Jun walked closer to...
Then he asked, Daesum, right? Can I have your phone? She was confused. My phone number?
Lee Jun replied, alle.
Then Lee Jun turned and called, Jaeyoung, could you help me watch over this body and this CEO? I have something I need to... Jaeyoung-gun asked, puzzled, are you going to do that? The time reversal thing? He replied. Jaeyoung-gun immediately became serious. All right, President. But I have one request. The first phone I ever bought was a Clover AMOLED screen phone. If you use that to convince me, you might actually succeed in making me believe.
Lee Jun nodded quickly.
You'll remember. The scene shifted to outside the building. Dusk had... Lee Jun looked at his phone and said, the youngest member of the group's phone number. Jaeyoung-gun's phone. Okay, I've memorized. Just then, someone... Un-sun called. Lee Jun. He turned around in surprise. Sana, you should have waited inside. Why did you come? Un-sun scratched her face, looking a bit flustered. Then she asked again, you're going to turn back time, aren't you? Lee Jun sighed inwardly. Of course. I couldn't hide it. Lee Jun was now standing on the rooftop railing. While Un-sun stood, she came closer, looked into the distance, and asked, if you go back to the past, exactly what time will you go back? Lee Jun also looked into the distance and replied, honestly, I have no idea whatsoever. I don't know exactly what moment it'll return. Then he thought, I don't know the mechanism for setting the bookmark. Will you be sent back to the previous bookmark when a ghost story began? Or when a ghost story was resolved? Will I go back to when Zhang Waun was possessed? Go back to the elephant? As long as it's not the moment the ghost transcends, it's perhaps after this ghost story is resolved, she can rest in peace. Meanwhile, no one can touch the body, just in case the story isn't fully resolved. Thinking this, Li Jun still pressed his lips together, tense, as he looked. But damn it, is it really necessary to be this? Un-sun then asked, are you going to jump from here? Li Jun pondered and replied, yeah. I can only turn back time after I... Face was filled with sorrow. Feels like you want to abandon... Jun looked at her, deep in thought. To be honest, I'm a little worried about facing regression alone. Plus, we've been through so many unforgettable events today. Then he spoke, I'm sorry, Sana, but we can't live in a world like too many people have died. I can't contact my parents. It's not just me. This whole country might not return to... Living in a place like this will only prolong the pain. Before he could finish, Un-sun with a sorrowful expression interrupted. But, as long as I'm with someone important, everything will be...
Li Yun paused, looking.
Then he asked again, Sun-ah, do you know what he entered? Un-sun's head was full of question marks. Li Jun continued, I heard from O-duhan that it refers to people who love someone so obsessively that they want to imprison that person for themselves. In more extreme cases, they might even kill the person they... She found it hard to believe. Who could do something like... Li Jun asked again, you think so? And he looked into the distance. How could they hurt the person they love? Do you know why they think that way? Un-sun looked puzzled.
I don't.
Even if you... Li Jun interrupted again, I just want to know your... Un-sun now thought seriously. Could it be? Is it because they're afraid of losing the person they... Just then, the system announced your understanding of Sun-ah has increased by... Is it because they're afraid of losing the person they... Your understanding of Sun-ah has increased by... Li Jun turned to look at her in surprise. I completely don't understand anything. But if a Neander like Sun-ah says so, then it must be... Curiosity is somewhat satisfied. Normally, I wouldn't dare bring it up because I thought the topic was a bit sensitive. But now it's happening right before I'm about to turn back time. Un-sun looked up with a questioning expression. Suddenly, Li Jun seemed to see. Then he spoke, it's Zhang Waun. Un-sun also looked down curiously. There. She looks like a celebrity being sought after by everyone now. The teacher has been caught. The situation below is quite chaotic. Then, music started. Li Jun exclaimed. She seems to be really enjoying her. Then he closed his eyes as if making a decision. He stepped forward. Now then. Li Jun hesitated, looking. His face also turned pale. Damn it, why is it so high? It's truly terrifying. At this moment he stammered. Sun, do you want to jump? Un-sun heard this and frowned. Looking up at Li Jun asked in confusion. Sun, why are you looking at me? Her gaze grew.
Li Yun flinched a hair.
Then he hastily explained. Just kidding. Just a joke. You know? Not funny? Li Jun forced a laugh for a while. A moment later, it turned into a... He continued. Sun, after returning to the past, do you have any wishes you want me to... Un-sun asked blankly. A wish I want you to fulfill. She pondered. Just tell me everything. What we had to face. And what we went through to... Li Jun scratched his face. Flustered. I'd like to. But you might not believe such strange... But Un-sun quickly affirmed. Surprising him. I will believe. She smiled brightly and said, I'm sure, you'll believe. Li Jun's face momentarily showed. He quickly regained his Then he spoke, all right. At this moment, Un-sun said, I'm so jealous. I'm really jealous of the past Sun, who will be there when you return. That person is still you. You are both the same person. But I can't help but feel that Sun, is a completely different... Unexpectedly, Li Jun said, but this Sun, his whole body trembled. Just this once. Can you help me? My legs are... Un-sun gave the young man in front of her an exasperated... Then she let out a helpless sigh. Then Un-sun also began to climb onto the... She stood beside Li Jun honestly. But I guess you're right. You can't do without me, Li... Then she clung to Li Jun. Let's use this method to die together. So no one can ever separate us again. Un-sun's face now showed a terrifying grimness. Li Jun yelled. Finally. You're showing your true colors? You're gonna chop me into pieces and eat me alive, aren't you? Someone... Un-sun is about to lock me in the fridge. Un-sun heard this and burst out laughing. Pfft. What are you talking about, Li Jun? I was just... Then she suddenly hugged Li Jun. So then, he was utterly bewildered. Un-sun looked up seriously and said, let's jump together on the count of 3. 1. Un-sun leaned forward. 2. their feet pushed off the... And so, Lee Jun was embraced by Eun Sun Ah as they fell and jumped. His expression was incredibly... Then a piercing scream rang out. Ah! 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 Not yet. The speed of their descent grew faster and faster. Lee Jun kept screaming. I haven't mentally prepared yet. Ah! Ah! Eun Sun Ah calmly said. Just die peace.
Lee Junior.
And so, both of them vanished into thin. System announced you will be returned to the previously marked point. At the music, in this moment, the teacher's face was stern. Now, a higher then vocal exercises filled the class. The whole class practiced vocals in unison with the Suddenly, the teacher seemed to hear something unusual. Then she turned around and asked, Stop! Who is it? Who isn't paying attention in... The whole class fell silent. The phone's ringing continued. Oh yeah. The teacher immediately yelled. Who didn't turn off their phone's ringer? Turn it off. A student awkwardly pulled out their phone. Ah.
I'm sorry.
The teacher turned back with annoyance. Honestly, why doesn't this troublesome school confiscate students' phones during... Suddenly, her eyes... Then she turned back and shouted. Who is it again? Who didn't turn off their phone this... The students began to whisper. Oh my God. Who is it? This classroom fell silent. Then the teacher said, I seem to have misheard. Sorry. Just then, someone pulled a phone from their... It was Lee Jun who had returned to the past. He looked at his phone. The screen displayed a chat with the content. Friday, March 15th. Hello. I'm contacting you because I recently saw a message for help through your lip reading during broadcasts. The reason for the mysterious phenomena surrounding Forensis is due to the resentment of a murdered trainee. One of your group members is a ghost. Ask the group members to do a handstand one by one. Then you will discover who the ghost is. Additionally, in waiting room 3 of the GSCB Broadcasting Center, in the furthest right corner when you enter the room, you will find a body hidden under the floor. The culprit is the CEO of the broadcasting station, and evidence will be found on the body during examination. Regarding the system continuously popped up notifications. You have successfully survived the A-rank ghost story, lamenting. You have received 40 ghost story points. With your extraordinary intellect, you have resolved the accumulated resentment within the... Have received 200 ghost story. You receive an additional 10% points for each contributing member. Participating members: Jaeong Gun, Oh Do-hun, Eun Sun Ah, Lee Jin Hee, In Ha-eun, Jang Hwa-eun. 60% bonus points, which is 100% of the total, will be added to the 240 points already received. Current ghost story points, 430. You have accumulated enough ghost story points. You can use points to exchange for special abilities and rapid development, or unlock special abilities for club members. You can also upgrade features and the club. In transition to MC, Lee Jun's group was sitting there discussing. Jaeong Gun listened to the story and exclaimed in surprise. What? If what you're saying is true, President, then we really went through all that? And then you died and went back to the past? Lee Jun replied with a serious expression. That's right, and I have proof too. Jaeong Gun, the first phone you bought was a Clover AMOLED screen phone. He immediately affirmed, that's right, I'm quite surprised you knew that. But expecting me to believe everything you say based on just that is a bit unrealistic. Eun Sun Ah was also a bit hesitant and incredulous. Even if it's Lee Jun, Lee Jun felt disappointed, scolding himself inwardly. This liar. You yourself said you'd believe me if I told you that. Indeed, self-awareness is very important. Then he turned to In Ha-eun. What about you, Ha-eun? Do you believe? She forced a laugh. I don't know either. Why are you asking so suddenly? Ahaha. Clearly, this was an expression of disbelief. Lee Jun seemed to fall into despair. As expected, no one believes me. So, am I the only one who takes this seriously? At this moment, everyone just cleared their throats awkwardly. Ahem. Then Lee Jun's phone. A message from Forensis' youngest member appeared. Are you free to talk on the phone? Lee Jun exclaimed inwardly in surprise. A message. Has that incident finally been resolved? Then he replied, immediately. A call from Forensis' youngest member came. The voice on the other end hesitated a little. Then she spoke. I called to thank you. At first, I was confused about what was happening. But thanks to you, everything seems to have been resolved. Thank you very much for your... Lee Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. So it's all settled. Sim replied, Then she continued, but... Your voice sounds much younger than I... Lee Jun explained. I'm just a high school student. She then exclaimed, Oh my, really? At first, I thought you were an experienced old man who exorcises ghosts, so I thought you'd have a very keen intuition for ghosts, and I trusted and followed everything instructed in that message. Lee Jun felt helpless upon hearing this. Exorcism, huh? I guess I'm doing a job quite similar. Sim continued, I was really shocked. Who would have thought this would happen to? And then, Forensis' youngest member recounted the story as follows. The first thing she did after receiving the message was to ask her senior members to do a handstand after much hesitation. The ghost revealed its identity. Then it disappeared as if its lingering regrets had been released. As for the girl's body, she fabricated a story herself, claiming to have witnessed the culprit was arrested that same. Back to the call. Daesum hesitated a little. I'm just a bit curious. Are you living in Seoul?
Lee-yoon replied, yes. I'm living in
She heard this and happily exclaimed, ah, that's quite close. We have a stage recording at 6 p.m. I'll arrange the best seat for you if you want to come see the performance. He affirmed with a serious expression, I'll definitely be there. Even if the sky. Daesum replied, yes. Yes. My schedule is packed today, so this is the best I can do right now. But next time, I'll definitely treat you to a proper meal. Again, thank you very much. Then the phone screen displayed, Forensis' youngest member. Call. Then Lee Jun adopted a determined expression. From now on, I am a Forensis, but as of today, I'm withdrawing from being a mere Forensis fan. From now on, I've moved beyond that simple fan relationship and become one with Forensis, both in mind and body. Any attack on Forensis is an attack on me. While he was lost in thought, Jaeong-gun called, President, who were you just talking to with that Lee Jun excitedly showed his phone screen and said, the group Forensis. Un-sun are exclaimed in surprise.
Really, Lee-yoon?
Jaeong-gun pondered. Now that I think about it a bit more. Even if this sounds illogical, I have no other choice but to believe. The phone you mentioned was a limited edition, but it malfunctioned just one day after I bought it, so I switched to a regular phone. That means, there's no way you could have known this fact. Lee Jun smiled and replied, I told you, didn't I? You told me Anyway, are you two free? I just got invited to Forensis. Jaeong-gun immediately declined, sounds good. But I have to go to cram school. Un-sun said helplessly, I don't really like noisy, crowded In Ha-un then turned around cheerfully, you forgot to ask me. Lee Jun pressed his lips together, thinking, I don't know why, but I feel quite awkward being alone. Then he awkwardly asked, so, do you want to come? In Ha-un then brought her hand up to cover her mouth, giggling shyly. Are you asking me on a date? But too bad. I'm busy. Lee Jun felt like he had fallen into an ice cavern. I really don't understand what's going. Then he forced a reply, The sky had. Soon, the Forensis group's event had been. The crowd below was extremely lively and packed. Lee Jun squeezed through the crowd alone, frowning as he thought, oh God, this place is really crowded. I only came here to see foreign. Announcement echoed. Here are the 4 princesses who have been captivating the screens of Korea these past few days. Let's welcome foreign. Ooh yeah. The lively atmosphere grew even more intense as the silhouettes of the 4 members appeared on stage. Energetic music filled the everyone. Forensis. Lee Jun watched their performance and thought, I think this is the first time I've heard this song completely in this high school life. Watching it live on stage like this is truly. Suddenly, his eyes focused on Daesum's position. She gave a beautiful smile looking. Then her lips began to move, forming. Immediately, a notification appeared. Special ability lip reading has been activated. The image of the ghost from before, also mouthing words, appeared in Lee Jun's memory. Its content was, Lee Jun smiled, looking towards the bright lights illuminated the He quietly wondered, I don't know anything about the afterlife. But wouldn't it be wonderful if there were idols there? The image of the victimized girl happily singing a system notification panel. Main screen.
7:43 am.
Monday, March 18, 2019.
Lee-yoon turn 2.
Ghost story points. 436. Karma ratio. 10. Early morning. Classroom 1 to 3. The sound of students talking echoed from inside. Hey Jaeong-gun. Do you understand game? Jaeong-gun asked puzzled. Games? Why are you asking that all of us? Lee Jun awkwardly scratched his head and replied. No. He recalled the system panel from earlier that morning and thought, this ghost story helped me gain a large number of points. After much thought, I realized that to use these points effectively, I need advice from someone who understands games with systems like. A second later, Jaeong-gun gave him advice. If it's about games, Oh Do-hun probably knows more than I. Lee Jun asked Oh. He thought of the series, reincarnating as a parasitic hookworm in a dragon's body, which he had seen Oh Do-hun watching and explaining. The plots of the anime and games he often watched had similar settings. The content usually involved reincarnation to another world and a journey to become stronger through a system or something. Jaeong-gun suspiciously asked, but, you're Oh Do-hun's desk partner and you don't know this? He gave a wry smile. Lee Jun continued, he only knew how to watch hot. Afterward, he went to find Oh Do-hun. He heard Lee Jun's words from earlier and gently scolded. Idiot, that's ancient hit. Oh Do-hun was a bit annoyed. My thoughts aren't that His face puffed up slightly, a little proud of himself. Ask me anything you want to know. Ah, The #1 expert in fantasy games will answer all your questions. Lee Jun looked at him, slightly. A moment later, Lee Jun recounted to Oh Do-hun. Recently, I've been playing it. As time passed, he summarized anyway. That's how. Oh Do-hun pondered for a moment and then said, you get something called points instead of experience after defeating enemies. And you're worried about how to use those points, he asked, right? Hey.
Lee Jun replied, exactly.
I can use it to unlock more self-development abilities or unlock a new feature called. Oh Do-hun clicked his tongue and shook his head. TSK, TSK. How disappointing. Look at this idiot. You're showing too clearly that you're a beginner. Continued, don't hesitate at all. Just unlock the new feature. Lee Jun asked in confusion, He began to explain, you're clearly a beginner, right? Instead of focusing on the options available now, it would be wiser to expand your choice. After hearing this, Lee Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. But seriously, can't he change the way he A second later, his tone became more serious. Alright. I'll ask one more question. Explained, my game starts with a tutorial before the main game. At that time, the system panel appeared and announced, you have received a quest. Tutorial quest. Make 3 friends to form a club. Progress, 0/3. Reward, 10 ghost story points. System window unlocked. After seeing the strange object, Lee Jun was very confused. He had to sit and think about it and research it. But I ran to another area without completing the tutorial. There, the game didn't make any special moves, and I played the game quite peacefully. After many failures, I couldn't stand it and got angry. Now I've started from the beginning, completing the tutorial and a few quests. I've tried to play the game correctly, but it feels like someone is trying to prevent me from completing the. Oh Do-hun wondered. Prevent. Lee Jun added, well, enemies keep appearing without warning. I don't even need to actively seek them out. They just appear random. Asked, so what's the final? He replied, currently it's the Demon King. I think. Oh Do-hun stated his deduction. Then it's too obvious. The Demon King himself sent them to eliminate the hero.
Lee Jun mumbled.
He clarified, the one who will defeat the demon. He nodded. I see. If what you say is. Then he realized. A hero. Lee Jun, tired, gently closed his eyes and rested for a moment later. He still couldn't believe it. He summarized to himself, I can generally picture everything now. The reason why nothing happened after the head-exploding accident in the previous life was because I originally had no intention of doing anything about the demon. Lee Jun always tried his best to fight. However, this time I confronted and tried to prevent his resurrection. Demon King wore a completely hooded robe, his face unclear. He thought that's why the Demon King is trying so hard to eliminate. Then images of small demons or ghosts appeared in his mind. If we compare everything to a game, then ghost stories would be considered monsters sent by the demon. After a moment of thought, Lee Jun understood completely. He placed both hands on Oh Do-hun's shoulders. Smiling, he said, thank you, Oh Do-hun. You are the greatest otaku on earth. He shyly scratched his nose. Hey, you won't get anything by praise. By the way, he added, let me ask one last question. Okay? He replied, sure. I'm listening. He spoke, so, in this game, when you die while fighting an enemy, you're sent back to the moment before encounter. Time slowly passed into the afternoon. Dusk was school. In multi-purpose room, Lee Jun was standing by the window. He spoke, oh dear. Who forgot to close the. His reflection was mirrored on the glass. Lee Jun recalled Oh Do-hun's answer to him. You said that when you encountered the final boss, instead of being sent back to the moment before meeting him, you returned to the starting point. Idiot. Isn't everything already obvious? That's a branching. He stood in the middle of the room and asked himself, so, being defeated by the final boss could also be an option. I encountered a bad ending and entered a new chapter. Does that mean I'm starting turn? He pondered, the reason why letting the final boss defeat you is an option is precisely to see the true. I'm really curious to know what this true ending is. A moment later, Lee Jun rubbed his head and complained. My head hurts so. Then he called out, Club Manager. The system panel appeared. Ghost Story Club Level 2. 1. Club Status. 2. Member Management. 3. Shop. Temporarily locked. 4. Clubs. He continued, Club Status. The system panel updated. 1. Club Status. Ghost Story Club Level 1. You can use points to develop the club. Points to next level. 0/100. Feature. Space expansion level.
Jun wondered. Let's see.
If I want to unlock the shop, I'll need to upgrade the club to level 5. He tapped on the text on the panel. So that means 3 more upgrades. Huh? While I'm at it, I'll try to get the Ghost Story Collection and Talent Recruitment features. New information appeared. Ghost Story Collection Level 0. Talent Recruitment Level 1. Space Expansion Level 1. He looked at it and said, for the last point, I'll add it to Space Expansion. Lee Jun looked around the room and thought, although doing this might make the room visibly larger, I'll eventually have to share my secret with the members. For them to realize the room can expand will help me explain the game system more convincingly. He called out, his voice echoed outside. Grade. 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 In the specialized reading, inside it was packed with people. A student was looking for an empty space. He noticed a two-person table and heard giggling sounds coming. He walked over and asked, "What's going on? What are you guys looking at that's making you?" The two students turned their heads. The student on the left held up the paper he was holding and replied, "Ah, is this?" It was already on the table when we got. Paper had the title Psychological Test. The student asked, "Do you want to try it with?" The system panel announced good news. Club successfully upgraded. The notification continued. Shop on. June waited for the panel to update. Ghost Story Club. Changed from level 4 to level 5. Current feature points. He smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. The system panel returned to the main page. Ghost Story Club level 5. 1. Club status. 2. Member management. 3. Shop, new. 4. Why can't I access it? Is the system secretly implying that I should distribute the feature? New notification appeared. Ghost Story Collection level 0. Talent recruitment level 0. Space expansion level. He performed a series of operations on the panel. He'll upgrade each of them by 1. The system reported. Club room is being expanded. Ghost Story Collection feature has been added to the. Next, a series of new notifications appeared. Talent recruitment ability has been added to the Ghost Story Collection level 1. Talent recruitment level 1. Space expansion level. Important information appeared at the top. Club room expansion will begin shortly. To start the process, please leave and close the. June scratched his head and mumbled, "Damn it, this notification again. I have to go outside this time too?" Immediately, he walked to the door and turned the. Soon as the door, he pondered, "Wait a minute. I wonder how the system makes the room expand. Should I record it with my." Thing this, he closed the door again. He turned and walked back into the room. "No, it'll just." Just then, the system panel appeared. Reloading club. Please wait. Lee June was confused. "I'm still here. I haven't left yet. Is the activation condition just opening and closing?" He thought to himself, "Anyway, this will satisfy my curiosity. Probably won't be deadly or anything, right?" A short moment later, the entire room suddenly swayed gently. Felt like it was moving. He turned to look towards the window, wanting to see if anything had changed out. Lee June silently felt, "It feels like I'm in an elevator." The progress bar began to run. 0%. Then it went to 8%. The lights in the room also began to. The system panel was still running. 13%. A few seconds later, it updated again. 21%. Floor tiles were being lifted one by. The objects in the room gradually disappeared. Looked at the moving tile. Felt scared. "What's this?" The progress bar announced. 35%. Then it went to 47%. The table in the corner was still. After Lee June looked away, it disappeared again. The table is. He wondered, where could it have? Because the floor beneath was moving, another table also shifted with it. Then it slammed hard into his. Lee June fell down, clutching his leg and crying out. My reload progress sped up even more. 55%. 63%. The curtain panel also. In a flash, an object fell and hit his head again. He groaned in pain. It hurt so. He raised his hand, touched the spot where he was hit, and slowly. June's face wrinkled, and he thought to himself, "So this is why I had to go outside? This is crazy." At this moment, he noticed the. He stood up, walked over, and wondered, why did it suddenly get. Lee June looked at the scenery outside the window. It's clearly still early. The sun hasn't set. After looking outside, his expression changed. Wait, right now. The room was situated in the middle of a large galaxy. He wondered outer. Lee June never would have expected to encounter such a. He looked up. It was a white vortex. Inside, someone's silhouette was hidden. That's. He tried to look closer. Is that a.
Lee Jun froze.
It was the silhouette of the Demon King. The head still flickered with a purple. He remembered the image of the Demon King he had encountered. Feeling a bit terrified, he fell backward, muttering the demon. The progress bar appeared once more. 89%. Finally, it reached 100%. A second ago, it was the scene of outer space. The next second, it returned to reality. It was still twilight, with houses close together in the distance. June was still in shock. What the hell is going on? System panel reported, the Ghost Story Collection feature has been added to the. The information was updated. From now on, club members will also periodically deal with individual ghost stories. He exclaimed, "Damn! I forgot about." New notification was issued. C-rank Ghost Story Dissemination Initiative.
Lee Jun hastily spoke.
Wait, damn it. No. The system has been updated again. A C-cup ghost story has been sent to member Waun. Psychological furiously vented. Damn it. Do you know how much hardship I've endured to survive until now? And now you're telling me other members will bring me more ghost stories. What's that supposed to mean? He wearily held his head. Why is it always like this? All these strange things keep happening. One by one, notifications appeared. One feature point has been added to the talent acquisition. Each time the level increases, the system will find the most suitable and best person to join. The number of people that can be found currently. Lee Jun sat and read each notification. 1. The person found is not counted as a club member, but will work with the club as a supporting partner outside of school. He scratched his head and sighed. Oh, there's this. A second later, the system panel reported, searching for talent. Please wait a moment. He sat there waiting for a few, and it reported search complete. The new talent is Detective North Kangwon has been added to the Ghost Story Club's partner.
Lee Jun brilled excitedly.
A detective? I hit the jack. He secretly thought, where is this detective? He began to turn, getting ready to stand up. I have to go meet them right. But at this moment, Lee Jun, no person standing behind the woman stood motionless there. After a closer look, he discovered, teacher. He recalled what Suna had once said. A hiker climbing a mountain got lost, so he had to spend the night in a wooden cabin. Inside, there were many portraits with terrifying faces. The images he had imagined appeared in his mind. But when he woke up the next morning, he discovered that there were no portraits there at all. They were all just wind. Lee Jun was slightly taken aback. He stared intently at teacher Waun, as if searching for. Jun was kneeling on one knee on the classroom floor. He let out a sound and wondered. His expression was tense as he assessed the current situation. Did she see the expanded space? No way. I'm sure nothing can be seen from out. Verify his judgment. Lee Jun stood up and approached the classroom door. As he walked, he asked, teacher, why are you? When he got a little closer to the door, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth was slightly facing Lee Jun. Outside that classroom door, teacher Waun was standing there with lifeless eyes. Her face showed no emotion. She looked like a controlled. Seeing the teacher's state now, he immediately recalled, I think I've seen the teacher like this once before. This expression. Is she haunted again, like last? Lee Jun still stood there, looking at Waun through the glass panel on the door. He sighed, thinking to himself, what kind of ghost story is this? At this moment, Suna's image appeared in his mind. She had been extremely scared then. A hiker climbing a mountain got lost, so he had to spend the night in a wooden cabin. Inside, there were many portraits with terrifying faces. Next was that strange man. But when he woke up, he discovered that there were portraits there at all. They were all just wind. The more Lee Jun thought, the more he felt that the current situation was not normal at all. His expression showed a hint of apprehension. He secretly thought to himself, with a relaxed posture, hands on his hips, Lee Jun suddenly spoke to the teacher standing on the other side of the door. Teacher, you can't do this. It's not appropriate for you to pretend to be a portrait, right? Saying that, Lee Jun grabbed the doorknob. As he slowly opened it, he said, speak. The classroom door was opened by Lee Jun, but the teacher remained motionless like a statue. He walked behind. Lee Jun lightly tapped Wien's shoulder with one. Then Lee Jun spoke up, stop it. I found out you're not a portrait. I've seen through your Despite Lee Jun tapping and talking to her, Waun still stood rooted to the spot. There was no change in her expression or Seeing that the teacher had no reaction to his actions, Lee Jun felt as if his actions were missing something. He silently watched Waun for a moment. Lee Jun wondered, do I need to create a shock like last time? But using her usual right-hand method would be a bit. Thinking that, Lee Jun took off the backpack from his shoulder and he took a book out of the bag and rolled. Lee Jun used the rolled-up book to tap the teacher's head. As he tapped, he shouted, get lost. After Lee Jun's tap, the teacher still showed no reaction. Suddenly, a system sound rang out. You have encountered and survived a D-rank ghost story. That portrait was actually a window. You have received 5 ghost story points. You were extremely clever and drove away the ghost pretending to be a portrait. You have received 20 ghost story. After a series of point notifications, the teacher, like a puppet, turned around and walked away. Lee Jun still stood there, watching Wien's. Suddenly, Waun stopped in front of another classroom door and opened it. Walking in, seeing the teacher enter that classroom, Lee Jun was a bit surprised. He looked up at the class sign on the door the teacher had just entered. Lee Jun read the words printed on the class sign and deduced the situation. A study room. Huh? Is she supervising evening self-study? Suddenly, Wien's voice rang out. Look who it is, Jun, you haven't gone home. Lee Jun replied very naturally, no, I still have some work to do. At this moment, Waun was stepping out of the classroom and had returned to normal. Waun excitedly said to Lee Jun, well, it's perfect timing. I meant to leave this in the club room for you kids to see, but I forgot and just walked. Hearing the teacher say she had something to show the club, Lee Jun was very surprised. He asked the teacher again. Oh, the teacher held out a document file in front of Lee. As she handed over the document, she replied, here it is. His eyes looked at the document in Wien's. The item she was holding had the title Psychological Test You Absolutely Should Not Answer Correctly. Looking at the document, Lee Jun hesitantly read the title, Psychological Test You Absolutely Should Not Answer Correctly. Waun happily continued, those seniors just messed around with this instead of studying, so I confiscated it. Then I thought you guys might like it, so I decided to bring it to the class. Hearing the teacher say that, Lee Jun let out an "oh." His hand was still opening the document to look. Suddenly, he stopped at a Lee Jun pointed to it and asked the teacher, Teacher, there are no answers here. Hearing him ask that, the teacher was a little surprised and asked back, oh. Ian's eyes suddenly became sharp and cunning. These little brats. How dare they hide and not turn in all the incriminating evidence. Having said that, she excitedly turned and returned to the classroom. As she turned and walked away, she happily said to Lee Jun, wait for me a bit. He'll go confiscate the rest of their stuff. Or you can just go to the club room and take a... Waun went into the classroom and closed the... Seeing the teacher's excited state as she went to confiscate things, Lee Jun was speechless. He thought to himself, she's really the teacher who's like a friend type. But she's twice our age, isn't she? Is it because she's still... In multifunctional room number 3, Lee Jun was sitting and reading the psychological document that the teacher had just given him. As he studied the document, he thought, is this a ghost story collected through the newly added ghost story collection feature? Is it okay for me to decipher this? It just looks like a normal psychological test. If this is a C-rank ghost story, the same rank as the elevator ghost story and the red paper, blue paper story, then there's a certain... Lee Jun sat with his arms resting on the chair's armrests. His posture seemed quite relaxed. He continued to ponder, although solving them isn't too difficult, I still almost lost my life. What if I get dragged into a ghost story alone and die unjustly? Lee Jun was recalling the conversation between him and the teacher earlier. Although teacher Waun said she would come back, she's still very clueless about ghost stories like... Lee Jun put his hand into his pants pocket, fumbling for his phone. As he searched, he thought, is there anyone I can call? If more club members join, he'll get more... Lee Jun held his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Jong-won must be at cram school. And it seems I still don't have Hound's phone. The phone screen stopped at Suna's contact. Sure enough, it can only be Suna. As Lee Jun spoke, he pressed the call. The entire room echoed with the phone's ringing. Lee Jun raised the phone to his ear, waiting for the other end to... After a moment of ringing, a voice came from the other end. Hello. As soon as the other party picked up, Lee Jun immediately got to the point, introducing himself. Suna? It's me. On the other end of the line, Suna rubbed her eyes while listening to the phone. It seemed she was sleeping and was woken up by Lee Jun's call. Hearing Suna's sleepy voice, he immediately asked, sorry, did I wake you up? Suna hummed in response. It's because he called while she was sleeping. Lee Jun apologized. Sorry for calling you so suddenly, but I have a feeling I'm about to get caught up in a new ghost. Hearing that, Suna immediately woke up and asked again. A ghost? Jun replied, I'm at the club right now. Can you come help me? Suna was silent for a moment, thinking, then made a decision. Suna clearly replied, understood. They'll be right. Looking at the phone screen where the call had just ended, Jun put his phone back in his pants pocket. Good. With Suna here, I don't need to worry about what's going to happen. And turning back to the psychological document, he spoke up, let's see, just a quick scan, it should be fine. Lee Jun rested one hand on his chin. The other hand held the document, reading seriously. As he read the question, immerse yourself in the situation as if you are truly experiencing it. Don't overthink. Answer immediately based on your intuition. Were two sisters. One day, while attending a funeral, they met an incredibly handsome man. Both sisters seemed to fall in love at first sight with... That night, the younger sister killed her older sister. What did she do? As Lee Jun was reading, he heard it was caused by Waun entering the room. She entered in a very cheerful... Seeing Lee Jun look towards her, she spoke up, I've brought the answers. As she spoke, she fluttered the document in her hand as if showing off a... Not yet, Lee Jun replied. My first impression is that all these questions sound a bit leading. Waun sat down on the chair. She asked again, really? So, her eyes sparkled. Try answering a few questions. Won't it be interesting? Waun so enthusiastic. Lee Jun just gave a polite chuckle. As he laughed, he thought, look how excited she is. She's really the teacher who's like a friend. He smiled gently at the teacher's cheerfulness. Even though the truth was she was twice there, the sky gradually darkened. The sunset enveloped the school. The time for ghost stories was about to be. In multifunctional room number 3, which was also where the Ghost Story Club operated, teacher Waun seemed to notice a change in the room. She looked around and asked Lee Jun, hey Jun, I feel like this room is a bit bigger. He could only awkwardly scratch his head, unsure how to reasonably explain it to her. Yes, that's right. I'm also very surprised. He thought to himself at this point, pretending not to know would be too weird. She looked around, then slightly furrowed her brows. Right? How But then she returned to the main topic. Waun smiled at him, ignoring the strangeness of the room. Let's start the test. That indifference made Lee Jun look at her in surprise and think to himself, she's just going to ignore this? Even I myself wish someone would notice the changes so I could tell everyone all my secrets. Psychological test began. Number 0.1. There were two sisters. One day, while attending a funeral, they met an incredibly handsome man. Both sisters seemed to fall in love at first sight with the man. That night, the younger sister killed her older sister. Why did she do? Question number 1 had just begun but already brought a suffocatingly morbid atmosphere. Lee Jun answered, I think it's because she was jealous? She didn't want to lose the man to her sister, and she wanted him entirely to her. Aun raised her index finger and shook it left and right, closing her eyes and tutang. That's too normal of an answer, as if to say he was. He asked again, really? I thought I reasoned like a psychologist. Then she explained, feelings like jealousy only appear in normal people. However, for people with antisocial personality disorder, they won't have those emotions. After explaining, she gave the answer. The correct answer is, so she could meet that man again at her sister's. Hearing that, Lee Jun was also a bit bewildered. That answer was truly contrary to normal thinking. She asked again. Psychological test question number 0.2. You are looking in a mirror alone in your room, but you don't like your reflection in the mirror. As usual, he answered first with a rhetorical question because you look. Waun excitedly replied, the answer is because the mirror is too. He fell silent because of that confusing answer. He asked again. She answered just like a psychologist or a psychopath. Most people would answer that it's because they are ugly or fat. They consider themselves the problem. But people with antisocial personality disorder would say things like the mirror is too dirty or the lighting is abnormal. They will blame something. Though it was a bit confusing, he still looked at the thick test in his hand and muttered, that explanation sounds logical, doesn't it? The enthusiastic teacher asked, interesting. Moving on to question number 0.3. On Christmas Day, Santa Claus gave a child a soccer ball and a bicycle. However, the child showed disappointment upon receiving the gifts. Why did the child feel that? This time, because she was too excited, she answered, the answer is because the child had no. Lee Jun looked at her and exclaimed, oh, this story is a bit creepy. She still asked back, right? Right? Both of them continued with the next is question number 0.4. In the dark of night, you go up to the rooftop to get some air. While you are admiring the scenery around you, suddenly, something moves behind you. What moved behind? She asked about where he lived. Does your place have a rooftop, Jun? He replied, I live in an apartment building. So she continued to ask a question that made him ponder. So what moved behind you? He asked. She held the answer sheet in her hand and said, you truly are a normal person. Lee Jun was curious, so what's the. Waun held the answer sheet and explained, being on a rooftop in the middle of the night often makes people feel eerie, right? So people usually answer ghosts or something that makes them. And she continued, however, people with antisocial personality disorder usually answer very randomly, like a cute animal or a loved one. The reason is because they don't understand that the question is designed to evoke. Number 0.5. In the dark of night, you wake up and go out onto the balcony. When you look down, you see a man standing there with a knife in his hand. You make eye contact with the man. The man suddenly raises his index finger and points at you. Why does he do? Lee Jun solemnly asked, is it to throw? Waun slapped her hand on the. She asked irritably, are you intentionally answering like? He found it confusing but still replied politely, no, I'm just saying the first thought that came to my. She seemed quite dissatisfied with Lee Jun's answer. Alright, I'll let it slide this time. The answer is to count which floor you are. But then she burst out laughing and asked, I live on the 19th floor, so if the killer wanted to count all the floors, they'd probably get confused. What about you, Jun? He also smiled and replied, I live on the 7th floor, so I guess ID be found right. Number 0.6. Following up on question 5. You immediately go into the kitchen. Why do you do? As usual, he gave his answer, to call the police, but my phone is in the kitchen, or to find a. She stared at him, making him ask again, what's. Forcefully placed the stack of papers on the. Then she stood up abruptly and asked him loudly with dissatisfaction, you've done these questions before, haven't you? Why do you always answer with such normal? Lee Jun looked at his teacher and calmly replied, no, I haven't. That's because I'm a normal. Suddenly, Wien's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if targeting everything at her student. Just you wait. I will definitely win next time. He asked, what are you competing against? Now she just let out a sigh. Then she quickly sat down and continued to explain, the answer is, because you are. Lee Jun asked, full of doubt. This time, she still explained kindly, different from her previous dissatisfied attitude. As I explained before, people with antisocial personality disorder don't understand emotions like fear, so they want care about the situation. It's simply because the question mentioned the number 0.7. Suddenly, someone rings your doorbell. When you ask who it is, he simply says he's passing by and is in a hurry to use the bathroom, so he hopes you'll open the door. How will you respond? After hearing that, he looked up, thought, then replied, well, because I live all the way on the 7th. Oh my. Time Waun was also overly excited and jumped out of her. She pointed at him and said, your answer just. His face was full of bewilderment when he heard her finish the sentence. Is the answer of a person with antisocial personality disorder. This teacher seemed a bit too excited. Honestly, facing her like this, he didn't know how to react. He just stayed silent at her reaction, then slowly replied, yes, yes. My eardrums are about to burst. Waun just closed her eyes and playfully stuck out her. She sat down on the chair, then said, and she raised both hands to her chin and began to analyze. Now, every apartment building is equipped with a numerical passcode to pass through security, right? Don't you wonder, like everyone else, how he managed to get in? Lee Jun smiled and politely replied, yes. Even so, people often use easy-to-remember number sequences for passcodes. Where I live, it's simply 5-6-7-. The teacher and student laughed and chatted as if there was no distance between them. That's way too easy to remember. He asked again, is it? Then thought to himself, and yet I still forgot the passcode. Number 0.8. You are in a pitch-dark house. A serial killer is hunting you with a knife in his hand. Where will you? He looked at the answer sheet and slightly furrowed her brows. A normal person would answer under the bed or in the wardrobe, then they would pray not to be found. But people with antisocial personality disorder would think in the opposite way and hide in a place where they can easily counter. For example, behind the door. He said, confused, oh my, I never thought of it that way. Still hiding, but they're thinking of attacking the killer? That gives me goose. Door to the clubroom creaked. Suna poked her head in and spoke up. The teacher looked towards the door and asked, Suna, didn't you go home already? Why are you back at school? Lee Jun happily replied, I called her to. Gently pulled out a chair. Well, that's good. Have a seat. Suna placed her hands on her lap, sitting seriously but shyly, and Aun took the psychological test papers from Lee Jun.
Give me yours, Junior.
Now let's try asking Suna. She started again from the beginning with full enthusiasm. All right. First question. Aun asked, there were two sisters. One day, while attending a funeral, they met an incredibly handsome man. Both sisters seemed to fall in love at first sight with the man. That night, the younger sister killed her older sister. Why did she do? After hearing the question, Suna pondered for a moment. She gave her answer, it's to hold another funeral. Everything fell silent at that. After a while of diligent work, the teacher suddenly realized how late it was. Oh, it's already this late? Multifunctional room number 3. I need to go back to the evening self-study. Everyone said goodbye. You two go home safely. Yes, ma'am. A man's footsteps walked on the ground. Jun left with Suna. She asked, Jun. The club room felt bigger. He rubbed his face. It really did seem that way. Strange. She too noticed this issue. It really is very strange. He suddenly remembered that the sun gradually set behind the mountains after the evening at the apartment. Lee Jun looked at his phone with a puzzled expression. The message he sent to someone named Jong-won. Hey, do you know what this is? They call it a test for people with antisocial personality disorder. But I think it might be related to ghost story. He sat on his bed. He hasn't replied yet. Is cram school still not over at this? In his heart, his suspicion grew stronger. It must be a ghost story. But nothing has actually happened yet. I'm sure something is silently happening out. He silently kept looking at his phone. Lee Jun's hand turned off the switch. Anyway, he'll just go to sleep. In some scenario, 2 people were standing on a roof. The 2 people were Lee Jun and he looked at the distant sky and spoke to her again. Suna, you are in the. She looked at him, confused. He firmly believed that she was what he was referring to. Suna, you are a Neander. You carry a box cutter everywhere you go, so don't pretend. At this moment, her face still retained its innocent expression. You found me. She took out the box cutter she had hidden earlier. A second later, that terrifying expression appeared. From now on, your home will be in my refrigerator. The scene then was simply dyed red with fresh. Lee Jun woke up at this very. His eyes still showed. He shot up in a panic. Previous scene had terrified him. Damn nightmare. Neanders are truly terrifying. Lee Jun looked at the system panel that suddenly appeared. What time is it? On the blue screen, the time was displayed. Main screen.
2:07 am.
Tuesday, March 19, 2019.
Lee Junior Rule 2.
Ghost story points. 136. Causality rate. 10 calculated with his hand.
2 Uhr nachts.
so I can sleep for another 5 hours. After being reassured, he pulled the blanket back up and went to sleep. But it seemed the previous dream had not let him go yet. Suna is a Neander. Suna is a Neander. You found me. It was still that terrifying face holding a box cutter. Stay in my refrigerator, okay? A stream of fresh red blood sprayed onto the... Once again, he woke up at that exact... The first thing he wondered was what time the blue screen appeared. Everything was still unchanged. Main screen.
2:07 am.
Tuesday, March 19th, 2019.
Lee Junior Rule 2.
Ghost story points. 136. Causality rate. 10%. He wondered inwardly, what the hell? I can still sleep for another 5 hours. But this anomaly didn't leave him with many questions. Lee Jun still closed his eyes as usual. The previous dream continued to haunt him. Suna is a Neander. You found me out. It ended again with a scene of fresh red blood. Still at this moment he suddenly woke. He thought to himself, the dream is still horrifying. What time? Lee Jun looked at the system panel in front of him. I feel like I've had a very long... The numbers hadn't moved a single second. Main screen.
2:07 am.
Tuesday, March 19th, 2019. Lee Jun's second turn. Ghost story points. 136. Causality rate. 10%. Lee Jun turned around. What the hell? The minutes haven't even changed. No wonder I still feel so It was the familiar voice and words from before. Suna. You are a Neander. Suna is in the dream, Lee Jun became self-aware of the abnormality. Wait, stood before Suna and asked, why does this dream keep... She looked at Lee Jun, he looked far away. This dream. This is a dream. Suna in the dream couldn't understand these words. But he remained silent and didn't answer. What do you mean? Lee Jun turned and faced out. He placed one foot on the rooftop's parapet wall. I need to wake up from this, she screamed, wanting to stop him from this foolish act. Even though he was aware, he couldn't avoid feeling scared. He reassured himself, a dream. This is just a dream. Lee Jun's eyes were tightly shut. I just need to close my eyes and 1 foot. Very quickly, he disappeared from the roof. The figure threw himself down the... Lee Jun himself in the real world also fell to the... This pain made him wake up. Main screen appeared at Lee Jun's request. Main screen.
2:22 am.
Tuesday, March 19th, 2019.
Lee Junior Rule 2.
Ghost story points. 136. Causality rate. 10%. He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck.
2:22 am.
15 minutes have passed. This made him feel that something was very different. The dream kept repeating and the time didn't change at all. And yet, only 15 minutes have passed since a strange sound echoed into the room. From outside, a foot was slowly... He remained silent. He had already guessed inwardly, why does it sound like socks sliding on a wooden floor? Is it dad or mom wake? Lee Jun's eyes widened. No, this sound is like someone trying not to make a noise. Just as he guessed, someone in black, holding a knife, is moving around my house. Who would move like that in my house? Is someone in my house? The dark silhouette of a person appeared, a knife clutched tightly in their hand. Lee Jun worriedly pondered in his head, is someone in my... Sweat began to pour. He sternly told himself, who is this person? His mind, becoming hazy, immediately thought of ghosts. Is this another ghost story? Or is it related to the antisocial personality disorder test? His eyes filled with fear. Could he have heard me fall out of... His gaze was directed at the tightly closed bedroom door. His mind gradually became hazy. Now I need to lock the door. No, he might hear the bolt and it wouldn't be hard to break down the bedroom. Lee Jun immediately dove to the floor. He quickly tidied the blanket and pillows on the bed carefully. In his head, he calculated, I need to hide now, and I also need to arrange the bed as if nothing. Lee Jun's bedroom door suddenly, feet in socks carefully stepped softly on the floor, slowly moving in. The killer looked towards the front of his hand. He tightly clutched the hand, immediately lifted, slash, slash, slash. He furiously plunged powerful stabs into the blanket and pillows on. Suddenly, he stopped his act. On the bed now lay only a scattered pile of shredded fat. Lee Jun was currently hiding under the bed. His hand covered his mouth tightly to prevent any sound. His eyes darted upwards. His mind was filled with anxiety. He really just stabbed the bed repeatedly. Constantly thought to himself, did he find me? Please just... The killer's feet immediately moved. The sound of footsteps on the floor faded. Then the sound of the room being locked. The atmosphere sank into silence. Not a single sound was... Lee Jun opened his eyes wide in fear. Sweat drenched him. He let out a sigh of relief. Lee Jun quickly crawled out from under the bed. In his head, he calculated he definitely had a knife. Are mom and dad... Thinking that, Lee Jun immediately ran towards the brightly lit... Lee Jun violently pushed the door open and shouted loudly, Mom! Li Jun's eyes were filled with a terrifying. Their two bodies were submerged in pools of blood. The bed sheets and the room were completely messed up. His father lay dead on the bed, while his mother slumped to the floor. His mother was drenched in blood, her eyes wide open and unclosed. His father died with an expression full of fear. His eyes were also wide open. Li Jun collapsed, falling to the floor. He couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. The sound of blood splattering echoed. Ah! 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 With a covered face immediately appeared behind him. The killer's voice immediately rang out. Number 09, you snuck into someone else's house to kill a few people. However, you find a child unrelated to your target, but you still decide to kill that child. Fearfully turned his head to look, and the killer continued to speak. Why do you do? Li Jun's eyes now only saw the figure of the killer, clutching the knife in his hand, pointed towards him and declared, the answer is, to help them reunite in the hazy space appeared before his eyes. The sound of knife stabs forcefully entering a body, returning to the nearest check. Loading. Of late afternoon suddenly Asura appeared, her voice tinged with fear. She then asked, what are you? Li Jun's feet suddenly. Li Jun, with his body suspended in mid-air, then fell. He suddenly woke up fully from his system screen suddenly appeared. Main screen.
2:07 am.
Tuesday, March 19, 2019. Li Jun's second turn. Ghost story points. 136. Causality rate. 10%. Li Jun was lost in silence for a moment. He began to reflect on everything. I understand what's happening now. This time, the checkpoint is around 2 a.m. I go to sleep and wake up at 2:07 a.m. after dreaming of myself being killed by Suna. And when I go back to I get killed by that intruder. Then I return to 2 a.m. and restart that dream. Li Jun quickly thought back to everything. So that means I've died a total of 3 times without even realizing it. And just now, it was because I woke up at that time that I had the chance to encounter the attack. His eyes were filled with gloom. So the question is, how long has that bastard been in my... Li Jun gently stepped off the bed. His darted a... Li Jun carefully looked out onto the balcony. He grabbed the doorknob and twisted. He looked into his parents' bed. The two of them were still safe and sound. The couple was deeply asleep. Seeing that, Li Jun's mood lightened a bit. His eyes darted around as he thought to himself, it seems he hasn't gotten in here yet. Mom and Dad are still... Li Jun quickly walked a circuit around the house. Is it possible he hasn't broken in yet? The front door. A panic. Thanks for watching the door stopper was broken, which was why the door wasn't completely closed, allowing that bastard to slip in so easily. Li Jun grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut. He calculated in his head, just make sure the door is firmly closed. From now on, he won't be able to sleep. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Approaching that person came closer and closer. Li Jun anxiously and vigilantly asked aloud, who? From the other side of the door, a quick reply came, I just happened to be passing by. Can I borrow your restroom for a... Li Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. This situation, the system immediately spoke up, asking suddenly, someone rings your doorbell. When you ask who, he simply says he's passing by and is in a hurry to use the bathroom, so he hopes you'll open the door. How will you respond? Hearing that voice echo, Li Jun irritably asked again. At 2 a.m. Really? The other party immediately replied. Li Jun quickly asked him, is it very urgent? The other side replied, a little. He continued to ask, number 1 or number 2. Li Jun, a bit wary, then made a demand. If you want to use the bathroom, you need to... Hearing the other party reply with an annoyed tone. Oh, really? How much do I need to pay then? Damn it, you figured it out. Hearing him reply that way, Li Jun widened his eyes in panicked surprise. The space was enveloped in silence for a long... The sound of footsteps slowly faded away. Li Jun anxiously thought to himself, that guy just left because he was found out? Ah, damn this bat. He grabbed the doorknob and twisted. Li Jun poked his head outside and swore. Hey, you son of a... That guy stood motionless for a long... He raised his middle finger and yelled at him. You're already leaving? You damn... Heavy footsteps echoed in the gloomy surround. Li Jun quickly slammed the door shut. From inside, his voice echoed. Hey, guess if I'm opening the door... Hearing that, he immediately fell silent, not saying a word. Slowly, Li Jun immediately appeared from inside. He asked in a contemptuous tone. Oh, did he? The enraged killer, clutching the knife in his hand, lunged towards him. He furiously exclaimed, you brat. Did you think I was... Li Jun stood still with a somewhat bewildered expression. He swung a stab into thin air. Li Jun quickly dodged, laughing playfully. He smugly explained to him I already installed the door bolt. The killer was silent, not saying a word. His eyes stared down at the... He uttered in a threatening tone. You're confident enough to face me with just this toy? I can break it in 2 seconds. Hearing the assassin say that, Li Jun explained. This is a double security lock. Lately, there have been so many danger warnings on TV, so I installed this. The assassin heard this and replied softly, "Ah, is that?" The sound of footsteps faded further and further away. Li Jun stood inside, silently watching the outside. He poked his head out of the door's gap and scornfully exclaimed, "Oh, scared?" His tone grew increasingly smug as he cursed. "Running away like a coward because you couldn't do anything to me? Huh? Get lost, you bad." Assassin's silhouette gradually moved away. He slowly walked down the stairs and disappeared. Li Jun stood inside the house, feeling restless and anxious. He thought to himself, should I follow him? Has he really left? Suddenly, he felt a surge of anger. Is he just going to leave after causing all this trouble? I can't let him get away so easily. Li Jun put his hand into his pants pocket. He took out his phone and typed a search query. He secretly planned in his head, I already asked Jongwon about this. Since this is just a level C ghost story, I should easily be able to find this bastard's idea. The conversation quickly began. Jongwon texted him back, sorry for the late reply. The cram school ended really late today. Regarding the psychological test you sent, Chairman, I looked into it because something felt off. That's not a test designed to find people with antisocial personality disorders. Seeing that information, Li Jun pondered. It's not? Then what could it? Jongwon replied, the psychologist who created the test, Robert Bundy, was a serial. He was quite surprised by the information Jongwon provided. He majored in psychology at Washington, U.S. Questions in the survey can secretly reveal the residential address of the subject. And when he used it as a survey, he started picking suitable victims. Jongwon immediately sent a warning message. Check those questions carefully. At first glance, they seem normal, but they contain subtle questions referring to the porch, the roof, and the number of floors, details that can be used to discover where someone lives. This test was created by someone with antisocial personality disorder to select their. Seeing that information, Li Jun secretly recalled past messages and connected them. Now I understand. If hidden well enough, I could completely gather someone's information from these questions. This means that by answering these questions, I've become the victim of someone with antisocial personality disorder. Li Jun stood in front of his door, pondering and planning for the future. If this is the principle behind this ghost story, what would happen if the person answering these questions was also a psychopath? His eyes filled with smug satisfaction. Therefore, if I can successfully change the plot, I can rise from the position of a victim to being on par with that psychopath. The story would then become a confrontation between two psychopaths. Questions continuously appeared. You are looking at yourself in a mirror in your room, but you don't like your reflection in the mirror. Li Jun quickly answered in his head. That's because the mirror is too dirty. It's all the mirrors. Suddenly, Li Jun felt something he felt somewhat uneasy, clutching the right side of his chest. How strange. I'm clearly in a state of high anxiety, but my mind is suddenly oddly. Li Jun's eyes filled with malice. Here it is. This way I can become a psychopath. Li Jun left the bathroom. He walked while planning. Next is, the balcony door suddenly opened.
Li Jun stood upstairs, observing below.
Suddenly, he noticed a person dressed entirely in black hunched his head and stared intently at Li Jun's. Li Jun's eyes also stared intently at him. He worriedly thought, just as I thought, he hasn't left. The finger on the hand holding the knife suddenly pointed directly at where Li Jun was. The system continuously presented him with questions. In the dark of night, you wake up and go out onto the porch. When you look down, you see a man standing there with a knife in his hand. You make eye contact with the man. The man suddenly raises his index finger and points at you. Why does he do? From above, Li Jun looked down. He softly said, he's targeting my. Li Jun's eyes suddenly became. Jun went inside, dressed neatly. Immediately after that, you go straight into the kitchen. Why do you do? He grabbed an apple from the fridge and took a bite. Because I'm hungry. No other. Next, Li Jun went up to the deserted rooftop. In the dark of night, you go to the rooftop for some air. While you're admiring the surrounding scenery, something suddenly moves behind you. What was it that moved behind you? Hearing this, he replied, a girl. It's a girl. In Haeyun's voice rang out, hello. He flinched and turned around. She smiled and looked at him. He was surprised by her sudden appearance. Li Jun softly exclaimed, In Haeyun, why are you? In Haeyun slowly approached. She looked down, unaffected, and exclaimed, it's really high up here, isn't it? Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. In Haeyun quickly directed him elsewhere. Look over there, that's our teacher.
Li Jun exclaimed.
He quickly status. The system immediately displayed the information. Name, Won. Level 1. Age, 34. Title, elderly single teacher.
Disposition.
Special abilities. Characteristics. Understanding. 40/1. Jun's anger was evident. Again, still the teacher. His gaze drifted downwards. What's wrong with this woman? Why does she always get dragged into these ghost stories so The system quickly announced, your understanding of Juan has increased by... It continued to announce, your understanding has reached 50. Characteristic information will be revealed. Characteristic of Juan is possessed. Seeing this, Li Jun angrily yelled at the status board. I already knew this. Why are you so slow that you're only revealing it now? Suddenly, a smug laugh rang out. In Haeun approached him and whispered provocatively, you're really annoyed, aren't you, Jun? She's the one who killed your parents. In Haeun leaned close to his ear, her voice a seductive whisper. Just deal with her until your anger subsides. Li Jun's eyes gradually became hazy, and Haeun continued to unleash psychologically provocative words.
Wait here, Pence, Junior.
So she'll never dare to bother us again when she's possessed. A smug smile appeared clearly on her lips. Her triumphant tone echoed. So she'll never dare to cross us again. Make her pay. Li Jun quickly regained his composure. He stretched out a hand to stop her. Hold on. Wait whispered in his mind status board. Showed no reaction. Everything fell silent for a moment. His eyes looked at In Haeun warily, and he secretly thought, as expected. Just as I thought. This isn't In Li Jun looked at the illusion and calculated in his head. It's just an illusion created by the ghost story. Because I answered a girl to the previous question, Haeun, the person I subconsciously believed to be the most feminine in the group, has a... She continued to urge him. Kill her. Jun, killing annoying people is normal. Isn't it? Slap her. Stab and hack her. Tear her apart to relieve your stress. Release all your desire. Wild whisper mixed with contemptuous laughter continuously echoed. We're saving the world, after all. So what's wrong with enjoying it a little? Hearing those words, Li Jun rubbed his head uncomfortably and replied, shut up. If I did that, it would truly... A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Very, very interesting. Suddenly, he regained his senses and muttered in his head. No, I can't. If I do that, I'll commit an irreversible... Jun gently turned, preparing to leave. No matter how much I exploit the ghost story, I must maintain my composure. In Haeun behind him burst into continuous laughter. She urged him with savage words, drain the teacher's blood. Li Jun turned away and shouted loudly, shut up, Savage laughter continuously echoed in the silent space. At this moment he was standing at the edge of the stair. Looking down, there was only an endless... Suddenly, a light from below illuminated. Seeing this, his mind quickly calculated. The sensor light keeps turning on and off. As expected, there's no mistake. She's standing right outside my... Li Jun continuously planned in his head. If I take the elevator, it'll be discovered immediately. If I take the stairs, she'll notice because of the sensor. His eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed. So what should I... System then posed a question. You are in a dark house. A serial killer is hunting you with a knife in hand. Where will you... His face became excited, a delighted grin appearing. The answer is a place where I can immediately counterattack and take down the... At room 70, Juan stood in front of the door in silence for a long time. The assassin was lost in silence. Thoughts echoed in her head. The teacher at Naxiong High School. Juan. No, that's not... Clutched the sharp knife in her hand. I am... My identity... The light suddenly illuminated her, which was clearly visible through the black mesh mask. A cruel and inhuman serial killer. An incurable antisocial psychopath. She licked the knife in her hand with a look of delight. Juan. 34 years old. She stood in front of Li Jun's house, perverted thoughts echoing in her head. To kill a student like this, I just finished a simple dinner and was resting when I suddenly felt a surge of murderous and because I lacked magical energy, I fell into this current situation. A situation where I couldn't inherit the family business and was forced to work as a... Images from the past flashed in her mind. What's even sadder is that I'm still single at 34. And the other teachers, excluding me, all formed a foot volleyball club. Yun's excited face was clearly visible behind her disguise. All the negative emotions, anxiety, anger or pressure, I'll release them all right now. Suddenly, the sound of the operating rang out. The display showed the 18th. Juan immediately turned toward... She stood in front of the elevator, her mind filled with excitement. Is that boy coming down in the elevator? Why would he suddenly go up to the roof? Averted expression appeared. She was full of glee. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. As long as I can comfortably torment our cute little June as much as I want today. That's when she pressed the down button for the elevator. The display showed the 7th. The elevator doors slowly. Juan was ecstatic, poised and ready to stab the opponent. June, it's me, your teacher. The elevator was currently empty, leaving her stunned and confused and not understanding what happened. She thought to herself, where did that boy... Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Yun's. She immediately thought. She turned toward them, clutching the knife and thought, the boy is running. June is. Her arm trembled uncontrollably. June, her perverted face showed intense excitement. Running. Adrenaline is surging through the body of this 34-year-old, unmarried, psychopathic killer. Night fell, shrouding the entire apartment building. The sound, clattering footsteps became. It was none other than Juan with a gruesome expression. Holding the knife, she smiled eerily and thought triumphantly. June is running. June is running away from me. The more excited she became. Actually, I felt dissatisfied with him for a long. Juan recalled the past and continued to vent. I just wanted to be a counselor for a club full of handsome guys like the basketball club. If I couldn't have that, why was I dragged into a weird club like this ghost story? While talking to herself, she chuckled and declared, "It's all that kid Lee Jun's fault. It's time for punishment." Suddenly, her eyes darted to the front of Juan was an elevator in operation. Through the gap in the elevator, half the face of the person inside was Juan gingerly stepped forward to check. But she was one step too. She sighed in disappointment and reasoned. I fell for a trap. Did he send the elevator down from the start to distract me? Some noise came from behind Juan. She spun around to look and silently affirmed. Don't think he'll let you escape so easily, June. The light still emitted a faint glow in the dark night. A sound echoed steadily. Wyona's heavy, tired panting repeated. She dragged her exhausted body up each. Sweat poured down. She punched the wall and thought angrily. I lost track of him. I let him escape again. At this room 701 was lit. Juan, out of breath, slowly dragged herself step by step, asking herself resentfully. I almost had him. How could he disappear right before my... Suddenly, a flash of red light glinted in her eyes. Subconsciously looked at the source of the light and exclaimed in surprise. The door isn't fully closed. Finding gold, Juan regained her confidence and gave a delighted smile. She shouted,
You are really careless.
Immediately after, she grabbed the handle and pushed the door. As soon as she entered, she hurriedly asked, Where? Juan looked around frantically and thought silently. Where are you hiding? Unaware that Lee Jun was silently attacking from behind, Juan spoke confidently. Come out now. Let's study English with your Right then, she noticed something above, but it was too late. She could only stare. Finally, all that could be heard was her scream in the dark. Juan was tied up and thrown into a dark corner, still unconscious. Suddenly, Lee Jun grabbed her hair and pulled hard, making her scream in pain. Juan regained consciousness, crying out in agony because of the... She opened her eyes, completely bewildered by this. You feel a bit more sober now? He with a loud shout. Sensing things were wrong, Juan played dumb and stammered. Yun, is that? She pretended to ask. Where is... Before she could get an answer, Juan noticed the knife Lee Jun was brandishing. Froze, then said fearfully. Is that a... Continued to press. Why are you holding that? Lee. Jun calmly held the knife in front of Juan and questioned her. This belongs... HW suddenly changed her expression and spoke softly. Jun, what are you... Without changing his expression, Lee Jun held the knife to her throat and clearly declared, You just need to answer my questions. Otherwise, I don't know what this knife was. Juan was truly terrified. She stammered. Jun, what's going...
Lee Jun impatiently questioned her.
Answer me. Why did you crawl all the way to my... She still begged in fear.
Jun, stop joking.
Then with a... He made a cut that made Juan scream in pain. Blood slowly flowed out, bright.
Lee Jun warned emotionlessly.
I told you I have a knife in my... He growled. If you dare ignore my question again, it'll slit your throat. Juan's whole body trembled, but she still tried to plead. Okay, I'll listen to you.
At least point, Lee Jun reminded her. Speak polite. HW1 replied, shivering.
Yes, I understand. Right at Juan began to explain that it was just suddenly something urged me to come here, like a premonition. Lee Jun was surprised by that explanation and asked, A premonition? What kind of premonition? She continued to explain. It was like a powerful, irresistible premonition that suddenly... Then, Lee Jun spoke up. Teacher, do you recalled the past and began to recount. You were staring at the club window yesterday and all... The toilet paper incident in the bath.
HW stammer din horror.
Yes, I remember. In the men's restroom.
Lee Jun questioned.
Why did you do that? Honestly replied. I don't know. At that time, I simply felt that I needed to... After that, Lee Jun continued to ask. You said your family has a tradition of being shamans. Does this have anything to do with that? Juan was surprised by this question but still answered. Huh? My family are shamans, but they said I had no talent, so I gave up and became a... Lee Jun listened and nodded, then continued. I understand. So, regarding the strange things you did, do you remember anything once you've so... Hearing this, Juan lowered her head sadly and explained. No, When I come to my senses, I just feel like I've been absent-minded. That's all I remember. June stared into her eyes and growled. Really? So that means you're not in your right mind right now. At this, Juan froze. Speak.
Li Jun sface darkened.
He ordered. Answer me. When did you start having that premonition? Was it after we took the psychological test in the class?
Feed, HW1 immediately replied.
I was fine then. The premonition started appearing after.
Li-Jun quickly listened.
So you changed, took a knife and went out while your family didn't notice. Hearing that, she immediately explained. Well, I'm currently living alone. June coldly asked. Then what did you eat for dinner? Tell me in detail.
HW1 answered without hesitation.
Super delicious chicken at a reasonable price. Wow chicken. I bought half-fried, half. Immediately after, June exposed her. You're lying again. This made her eyes widen and she continued to reason. That shop only sells whole chickens. How could you buy half-fried and half-seasoned? That's impressive. The knife was now close to Yun's neck. She explained in fear. I didn't mean to lie. It's because people usually talk about half and half. June heard this and asked, did you eat it all? With tears on the verge of spilling, Juan replied with difficulty. He patiently questioned. Both of those chickens. Did you eat them all by yourself? Juan was so scared she was tongue-tied. She forced herself to answer. June thought for a moment and exclaimed. Unbelievable. Since it was so hard to believe, June patiently asked again. Did you really eat 2 whole chickens by yourself? I can't believe. At that, Juan turned away, blushing with embarrassment, not knowing what to. Afterward, June used the knife to untie her. Right at that, he ordered. Get up. She quickly stood up, watching June's face and thinking, is he really letting me go? Thinking much, Juan ran straight ahead, then turned back and said, thank you. Before she could take another step, June ordered. Sit. She cried and laughed at the same time, exclaiming in confusion. June pointed the knife straight at her and said, I said sit down. You ate 2 whole chickens and don't plan on exercise. Immediately, she sat down without thinking and replied, ah yes.
Li-Jun praised.
He reminded her softly. So now you're gonna have to move a bit. June started training the teacher right away. His voice saying stand up, sit down was repeated steadily. Right at that, June added new exercises like spinning and jumping 50 times in place. He strictly reminded her. Keep your voice down or you'll wake the neighbors. The last one doesn't count, do it again. In the night, June's voice echoed throughout the space. 1, 2, 3, 4. After a brutal workout, Juan was out of breath, leaning against the. Finally, June let her go and stated, all right, this exercise should be enough to digest the chickens you ate yesterday. Juan, feeling resentful after being tormented, thought, like hell it is. Right at that, June handed her clothes and said, all right, sternly reminded her. Now go straight home. If you're smart, don't cause any more trouble. Got it? Juan used a hand signal and immediately replied. Got it, yes sir. Quickly snatched the clothes from June's. Then, without hesitation, she ran straight ahead without looking back. June stood in place, watching her disappear from sight. The system displayed a notification. You have survived the C-rank ghost story psychological test. You have received 10 ghost story points. Current ghost story points, 136. June froze at the notification, then quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly reasoned. Where is the notification that the ghost story has been resolved? Does that mean she's still possessed? Then, June let out a sigh and whispered. Anyway, slowly lowered his hood and told himself, I should go home and sleep. The late night was quiet, echoing with June's thoughts. Maybe it's because my emotions have become callous due to the influence of ghost stories. But regardless, I missed an important. Night still shrouded the apartment building, finally lingering on June's words that afternoon there was another person who also participated in the test. Suddenly shifted. At this moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Suna. That voice grew weaker and weaker. There's someone at the door, someone is. Immediately at the sound of rushing feet, Suna was awakened, still sleepy and rubbing her eyes. She advised. There's no one there, Grandma. You should go to sleep early. The sight before her made her eyes. Her grandmother had her back turned to her, and kept repeating the words. Someone is there. Someone is outside the. Hearing that, Suna pondered. Could it be out on the porch? Faint light shone through the glass. Suna quickly walked to the door to peer out onto the. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. Down the yard, a stranger appeared, exuding a creepy. The person was counting the floors. Immediately, She ran panting back into the house. Suna hurriedly pulled a utility knife from her jacket. She gripped the knife tightly in her hand, ready to fight. Her fiery from before now slumped in sadness. Deep down, Suna's thoughts were swirling. When I carry this utility knife with me, I don't know why, but I feel calmer. No, when I developed this habit. Her inner self struggled intensely. Suna recalled the photo of her parents and wondered. Was it when the cult leader took my father and mother? Suna recalled the image of her grandmother kneeling before a crowd and wondered again. Or was it when he made my grandmother go crazy? She was deep in thought, just as people bite their nails to calm down or play with their hair or click a pen. Whenever I'm anxious that I'm about to lose something, I quietly put my hand in my pocket and start playing with the utility knife. At this moment, Suna's hand still gripped that knife tightly. Finally, she concluded. And then, before I realized it, that anxiety disappeared. Suna determinedly told herself. Even if she's no longer in her right mind, she's still the only relative I have left. I won't let anyone take grandma. Right after that, her eyes darted to the... Suna looked at herself in the mirror, observing her current appearance. Admitted in disappointment. Suna mocked herself. This childish chubbiness that refuses to disappear. This small stature. And even this old, chipped mirror. I hate it all. She began to imagine the image of a classmate. Suna thought, I bet Hyun has always had anything she wanted since she was a kid. She must have grown up with the best conditions. Eating the best, she compared herself to her friend. Hyun is a gold spoon. A gold spoon. A gold spoon. Was just an earthen spoon. An earthen spoon. Suna reassured herself. So, all these things I hate are actually not my fault. Face gradually became more terrifying. Suna reasoned. It's the world's fault for deciding to give her everything the moment she was. While her thoughts were wandering, a noise caught Suna's attention. From out, voice suddenly rang out. Sorry to bother you. I need to use the rest. Immediately after, Suna didn't hesitate and turned the doorknob. The then burst open. The light shrouded the apartment comp. Juan was unconscious after the physical impact. To this, Suna called out softly. Teacher. Juan, not fully awake, responded instinctively. Suna stood tall in front of. Suna asked curiously. Earlier, when you were alone with June at the club, what did you two talk? Suna's eyes were pitch black. She growled. What did you talk to him? Juan was taken aback by the question. Terrified, she propped herself up on the ground and exclaimed. Suna didn't wait for the teacher to answer and exposed her. And another thing. Why did you come to see June in the middle of the night like Yun's secret was hit? Frightened, she stammered. What are you talking about? Why would I come to see? Suna's expression was unpleasant. She was calculating something in her. Without hesitation, she immediately approached. Suna pulled the teacher's coat and sniffed it. Immediately after, Suna spoke with a fierce expression. Your clothes smell like June. Juan was terrified by Suna's face. She broke into a cold sweat and thought, gritting her teeth. This girl is Juan was pinned against the wall by Suna, trembling. Suna was still gripping the teacher's coat tightly and growled. Your coat smells like June cold.
Pour Dof HW1.
She thought in terror. This girl is in. Immediately after, she tried to calm herself down. Calm down, Juan. You're a cold-blooded psycho. Juan looked at Suna's face and convinced herself again. There's no way you'd lose to a mere brat. You should stay calm like an. Finally, Juan regained her composure. Her face darkened as she let out a breath. Juan gave an arrogant smile and spoke. When a man and a woman meet late at night, what kind of games do you think they play? That's something a little kid like you can absolutely never do. A special gift that only I can give. Suna was stunned when she heard the teacher's explanation. But immediately after, she unexpectedly burst into. Suna didn't lose her cool and spoke up. Her face became increasingly fierce. Suna growled threateningly. It seems you need to be taught a little. The late-night scene remained gloomy. The morning, the sunlight gradually became blind. Sunlight hit Yuna's eyes, making her squint. She opened her eyes in confusion and instinctively muttered. This one was sitting leaning against a utility pole. Smelly trash was piled up around her. Struggled to sit up but was still not fully awake.
HW
Asked herself in confusion. Where am I? I think after finishing. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes suddenly darted down. The pants Juan was wearing were soaking wet with stained patches. Was so embarrassed her face turned red, and she hurriedly covered it with her. Juan was extremely flustered and blamed herself. You're crazy. Juan, you're a teacher. Yet you got so drunk you lost your memory, peed your pants, and ended up sleeping on the street like this? How are you ever going to get married? Right at that, she ran home as fast as she could, thinking, I have to get home quickly before anyone sees me. So the system displayed a series of notifications. Your club members have shown excellent ingenuity and defeated the psychopathic maniac. You have received 58 ghost story points. You received an additional 10% points for each member who contributed. Participating
Members, Suna, Lee
Jun woke up after a long sleep. He was still sitting on the bed looking at the notifications and asked in confusion. Huh, what is this? He began to rack his brain to reason. Let me think about it. Suna also took the psychological test like I did, right?
Finally, Lee concluded excited.
Oh my god, Suna is the real deal. Sunlight lit up the entire apartment building.
Lee stod zakua.
I hope the teacher wasn't too seriously hurt. The system displayed 2026, month, Wednesday the 11th. Lee Jun, turn 1. Ghost story rate, 83%. Outside, she licked the knife in her hand, her expression full of delight. Won, 34 years old. She stood in front of Lee Jun's house, perverse thoughts echoing in her mind. Because killing a student like this, I had just finished a simple dinner and was resting when I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to. Because of a lack of magical energy, I ended up in my current situation. A situation where I couldn't inherit the family line and was forced to become it. Images from the past flashed through her mind. Even more sadly, I'm still single at 34. And the other teachers, excluding me, all formed a foot volleyball club. Juan's excited face was clearly visible behind the disguise mesh. All these negative emotions, anxiety, anger, or pressure, I will release them all right now. The sound elevator suddenly echoed. The display showed floor 8. Juan immediately paid attention and turned toward. She stood in front of the elevator door, her mind filled with excited thoughts. Is that kid taking the elevator down? Why did he suddenly go all the way up to the rooftop? Her perverse expression appeared clearly. Her mood was full of delight. It doesn't matter anyway. As long as I can comfortably torment our cute little June as much as I want today. Then she pressed the elevator button to go. The display showed floor. The elevator door slowly opened. Juan was full of excitement, poised to stab her opponent. June, it's your teacher. Inside the elevator was only empty space. There was no one, which made her freeze and confused and bewildered. She pondered in her head. Where did the kid run? The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed, drawing Juan's attention. She immediately thought to herself, she turned towards that direction, clutching the knife tightly in her hand, and thought, the kid is running. Her arm trembled continuously. Her perverse face was clearly visible, full of excitement. Running. Adrenaline is surging intensely throughout the body of this 34-year-old unmarried psychopathic killer. The night fell, enveloping the entire apartment building. The clatter of footsteps grew clearer and it was none other than Juan with a horrifying expression. Holding the knife, she smiled sinisterly and smugly thought, June is running. June is running from me. The more agitated she became, expressing honestly, I've been dissatisfied with him for a long. Juan recalled old memories and continued to vent. I just simply wanted to be an advisor for a club full of handsome guys. Like the basketball club. If not that, then why was I dragged into a weird club like this ghost story? As she narrated her inner monologue, she chuckled, declaring, it's all that kid Lee Jun's fault. It's punishment time. Suddenly, her gaze drifted to in front of Juan was the operating elevator. The gap in the elevator revealed half of the person in. Juan cautiously stepped forward to check, but she was a step too. She sighed in disappointment, secretly deducing, I fell for the trap. Did he send the elevator down from the beginning just to distract me? A sound appeared behind Juan. She spun around to observe and silently affirmed, don't think he'll let you escape so easily, June. The light still cast its glow in the dark night. A sound kept emanating steadily from Juan's tired, panting breaths repeated. She dragged her weary body up each. Sweat dripped profusely. She punched the wall, angrily thinking, I lost track of the kid again. He escaped again. At this room 701 was lit. One, out of breath, slowly dragged herself forward, utterly frustrated, wondering, I was so close to catching him. How could that kid just disappear right before my... Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously looked at the source of the light and exclaimed in surprise. The door isn't fully closed. Moreover, these corpses were completely dismembered and looked truly terrifying. Lee Jun silently confirmed that this was indeed the era in which we were.